coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft coming to you from Detroit. I am Robert Mays. We have a first round on tap, unlike any I can imagine and any I can remember. 4 quarterbacks potentially going in the top 5 picks, maybe a record number of offensive players, more intrigue in the top 10 than in any recent draft. Here to help me break it all down, first of all, it is our draft expert at The Athletic, Dane Brugler. Dane, how you doing, man?
Finally, we're here.
Yeah, we are here.
It feels so good to say that. No more mock drafts. Well, I guess I have to do a second, third round mock draft tonight, but no more first round mock drafts, and no more crystal ball. You know, it's instead of projecting what's going to happen, we can react in real time what's going to happen, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited to do it with you two guys tonight.
Also joining us tonight, it's my good friend Nate Tice. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
Doing very well. I know it's finally here, and reacting to things is great. Much more in my speed of going and just going, why did they do that? I would have done this. It's the best, but the draft's the best. Walking around Detroit today and seeing how many people were here and in
crowd
full
looks
color.
Insane. They're showing it right now. We're watching the draft along with you guys. The crowd looks
insane.
Unbelievable.
It's insane. I'm so happy they're moving this draft. I think I say this every year now, but I'm so glad this is now part of the modern NFL because it's such a good event, so great for the fans. I'm so excited to do this with you guys, as always.
There's a ton of intrigue about what's going to happen for most of the top 10. There's no intrigue with what's going to happen with the number 1 pick. For months, it seems like we've known that Caleb Williams was going to head to the Chicago Bears. Dane, you've had Caleb as your number 1 player for most of this process. Ultimately, why did you decide that he was the best player, best quarterback in this draft?
I think it comes down to rare football awareness. No matter what he's asked to do, and no matter what the defense throws at him, he's able to find a solution. And so you look at the last 3 years, nobody in college football had more total touchdowns, 120, than Caleb Williams. I mean, he had probably led all of college football in wow plays. Just simple, just how do you do that type of plays? So you look at the rare football awareness, the body balance, the ability to throw from awkward situations, his ability to take care of the football through the air, just really, really impressive. So I think when you look at what you want in a quarterback and what translates, Caleb Williams checks a lot of boxes.
Nate, why don't you show us what the Bears are going to be getting with Caleb Williams here over the next few years as they try to kind of pry themselves out of quarterback purgatory for the first time in a long time.
As they try to make Robert happy.
Yeah, that's all that really matters.
That's
here.
all that matters. But what Dane just said, it's that creation, that those explosive plays he can get to. And the thing is, there's all the wow plays, the wildness, the run around, create out of nothing, but there's also the stuff that's in structure that Caleb is so good at. This first play I want to show off is against Oregon, and just I want to look at the subtle pocket movement that Caleb shows back there. He steps back away from an incoming pressure and just hits this crossbody overthrow. This is an excellent throw at any level. And this is in college with pressure in his face. And the fact that he's doing this, you know, not with the best offensive line in front of him. You can see that instant pressure from the left tackle there.
It was a consistent theme.
It was. They took turns too, which was good. They shared. But this is real NFL play. You see how those hands never come off the ball. That's the thing with Caleb Williams is he does the wow stuff, the S tier amazing stuff.
And look at his eyes. I mean, they're always up.
Always.
The movements are innate.
Yes, and that's what makes him special, is that fundamental play is there, like in flying colors. And that's what makes it so easy to like him. I'm just going to go to this next play to show this real subtle pocket movement in the red zone. And this is a fade ball, slot fade that he puts back shoulder, and it's just pinpoint accuracy. And that's another thing that I think Caleb's been underrated a little bit. His accuracy is excellent. And again, this is pro pocket movement. Look at the eyes again here. It's subtle. He looks one way, one little movement, all clean, and the ball's out. And then just right on spot, great timing and everything. But we'll get to the one last thing with him, and that is he gets to the creation stuff, and even when he has a negative technically, that negative can turn into a positive. This is the one thing with Caleb is that once in a while, he'll have a little heat check where maybe he passes up an open throw. Like maybe he could have that right there, that underneath route. But then we don't get to see Caleb do this, which is scramble to the right, throw it about 50 yards down the field, and right in stride to the boundary. I'm going to show it the end zone because it's just so much fun. Maybe could rip that throw right there, but this is the thing. Even when he makes a mistake, he can still create a positive. And that's what all quarterback plays in the NFL level right now. And Caleb Williams is a special one that can do it in flying colors.
We see so much of the ups and downs and the volatility at times because of how much he extends, how long he holds onto the ball. But Dane, the term you've come back to over and over again in this process is rare football awareness. And I think there's a subtlety to the way he plays the position that is underrated because people try to lean into the creation, the chaos in a way that maybe isn't fair to what he actually looks like down to down.
There's absolutely a method to the madness with every decision that he makes, and sometimes it's as simple as understanding what the defense is doing, because that's the thing about Caleb that you love is not just he understands where his receivers are going to be. He knows the protection. He knows where the rush is coming from. He knows the coverage, and so he has such a great feel for all the moving pieces and how they're going to work off each other that he's able to, okay, if I'm going to eliminate things quickly. And in the NFL, playing quarterback, that's what it comes down to, eliminating things quickly so I can go from A to B to C and find that open man. And so his ability to create is, you don't want to take that away from him. Some of the in-structure things maybe he can get a little bit better at, but I think, as I talked about the body balance earlier, throwing from awkward positions, having the velocity and the accuracy to do that. He's also a really just strong guy. I mean, the body balance, but also just the body strength that he has. So that's we talk about maybe him not having the height that ideally you want, but the body is, I think, what NFL teams are gonna really like. And so for the Bears, they've never had a quarterback throw 30 touchdowns in a season.
You don't have to
I don't know
tell
if you've
me.
known that, yes.
Yeah.
But I think that's something that Caleb's it's a record he's gonna take down.
It's been such a weird journey with the Bears' part in all of this, because there was the very vocal Justin Fields contingent among the fan base. It's not their pick. They weren't sure what was going to happen with Justin Fields. And I think now most Bears fans, a large swath of Bears fans, has finally started to embrace the idea that this might be it. It's going to be crushing if it's not. But I think a lot of us have gotten to a place where, like, okay, this guy might be the answer. This might be the thing that kind of takes us out of the dark ages for the first time in a long time.
Yes, seeing the Adams that we do the shows with, seeing them tweet daily Caleb clips and seeing people go, oh, like this is fun. And that's what he is. He's fun, but again, like Dane's saying, you don't want to take away from the fundamental quarterback play that this guy brings. But he's exciting. He's really exciting. And we're talking about throwing touchdowns, but just exciting plays. It's Fields, but with polish. Those exciting plays that Fields can bring, Caleb's going to bring that, but then also just the sustainability that you want.
And you look at the USC team that he was on the last 2 years, the offense wasn't the problem. Okay.
Right.
That defense, in their 8 losses the last 2 years, the defense averaged 43 points a game allowed. Like, there's only so much you can do as a quarterback when your defense is giving up 40 plus a game. So this is, now obviously things are going to get tougher in the NFL against NFL level defenses, but he will have so much more help at the next level compared to what he had at USC.
I think that's a really interesting point to bring up, because some of these quarterbacks, I think Michael Penix specifically is somebody that I would point to. He's probably going into a worse situation in the NFL than he played in college. You have a top 15 pick at left tackle. Their right tackle is going to be drafted in the first 3 rounds, most likely. You have 2 receivers that are going to be drafted in the first 2 rounds, a 3rd receiver that might go on day 2, and an offensive coordinator that is now an NFL offensive coordinator. That's just not the situation that Caleb Williams was in his last year at USC. No Jordan Addison. The offensive line was very up and down. He's learned to play in suboptimal surroundings in a way that somebody like Jayden Daniels or somebody like Michael Penix didn't necessarily have to live with last year.
Yeah, those tough situations, that's what I think sometimes the guys, it's on easy mode. It's rookie mode in Madden. And you play that, and you can get a little spoiled with that a little time. So, I'll take my time, nice clean pockets. What I thought was really cool with Caleb was you could tell he was trying to get better at being a pocket passer. Everyone else just wasn't letting him do that. And so he's, I could tell he's like, I'm being disciplined. All right, here I go. I'm going to scramble mode again. So I think that's what was cool to see, that he was showing maturity in his game, even as people are like, oh, he dropped off. And I was like, I would be the opposite. He is showing growth with this game. That's what you want. You want that ascension into the NFL level.
Joining us now, it is our senior NFL insider here at The Athletic, Diana Rossini, who's been digging around all day for nuggets about what might unfold in the top 10. Diana, great to see you. How you doing?
Hi, guys. We are 20 minutes out from this thing. You guys have been breaking down every inch of this, every player, every team, the needs, the wants, the demands, the fears, and we're finally here. So that being said, I wish I could tell you that everything is set and it's going to go exactly the way we've been mocking it, because it's not at all. In fact, I just spoke with Minnesota just a few minutes ago just to get a feel right now, because a few minutes ago, Gerard Mayo, was speaking to the crowd in New England and talking about the excitement that they have about selecting the player that they want at 3. So right there, he's telling the fans that they're standing down on these trade offers, despite the fact that Minnesota, Denver, the New York Giants, even the Raiders have called up to fish around to see if they could get in there. So to me at this point, it appears that the New England Patriots are saying, we're done, we're sticking, we're picking, we need a quarterback, and we're not going to take any risks.
Sounds like there's going to be quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, and those quarterbacks are most likely going to be Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake May. Where does that leave the Vikings? Do we think that there's a path for them in the top 5? Would they even want to move into the top 5 if it was for the 4th quarterback? What's the mindset right now in that building in Minnesota as they try to solve this?
Headed into tonight, the thought process was when the New England Patriots were on the clock, they were going to call and they were going to amp up the ammo and they were going to give their absolute best offer. But now it really appears as if New England isn't going to probably take a call. Maybe they'll do it to be polite, but Minnesota needs a new game plan. So what does this mean? I don't believe that they're going to use that much, obviously, that they would have used to get to that New England spot in order to secure a quarterback. The next quarterback that they have on their board would be J.J. McCarthy. They've got their eyes there. So in terms of the teams that they believe are in on trying to get J.J., you have the Denver Broncos, and there is a thought that if J.J. McCarthy is on the board when the New York Giants are there, they may take him. Now, I did speak with some people with the Giants, and there's also a thought that they could perhaps go receiver here and build around Daniel Jones, that it was either Drake May or receivers. So we will see what the Giants do. A lot of teams have been telling me the Giants are the joker in all this. They actually are the ones that sort of hold the keys here because so many different teams want to get a quarterback in that spot. The Chargers open for business. They've been taking calls. Arizona appears to be willing to stay. Even though they're going to be taking calls, the teams that are trying to move up, right now they feel like Arizona's not going to do business, that they're going to go for Marvin Harrison. We'll see what happens when everyone's on the clock here. But Minnesota is really going to try to get in between that 6 and 9 spot to try to get a quarterback. And the thought process is worst case scenario, and they don't even think of it as being the worst case scenario, but they pick at 11, and they go for Michael Penix if he's there, because the Vegas Raiders are in on that. We don't know if they're going to try to jump Minnesota. So there are so many tentacles to this, but I can tell you, Minnesota's sitting there just holding their breath a little bit. They now know the first page of this is probably needed to be turned, and that being going up to 3. So I'm sure they're scrambling, trying to figure out what's next.
I mean, you're one of that regime. You win 13 games, you go to the playoffs, but this is it. This now sets up the next 5 years for Kevin O'Connell, for Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. It is going to define that regime in Minnesota, and we're going to figure out what the first step of that looks like a little bit later tonight. You also reported earlier today that the Rams are making calls to potentially move up into the top 10. What's the latest you're hearing about LA and the move that they're trying to make and what it might be for?
Yeah, Robert, you follow me on Twitter. There's a lot of stuff we were putting out today. That was the one nugget I put out today that got the most traction in terms of just people shocked that Les Snead and Sean McVay were trading up and not out. Or obviously we know how they feel about picks in general. So this is a bit of a bizarre move for them, you know, because this is just not the typical behavior. But I was told Sean McVay has fallen in love with a player. There are some guesses as to who that player can be. I talked to a few other teams that are up in that top 10 that I know the Rams have spoken to, and they think that player is Bowers. They think that's who McVay is going after. He wants another toy, another weapon to continue to add to this offense as they continue to develop as well. Some people thought quarterback. I was told that that is not what they're searching for. They're not going to use that type of pick, nor try to move up to get a quarterback at this point. So it appears that McVay is going to try to add to this offense. But as of now, nothing formal has been made in terms of getting a trade. He's just been very aggressive trying to get in.
Yeah, they don't know what to do with themselves with all of these picks. It's an uncertain situation for them after the way the last couple of years have gone. So I'm sure it's burning a hole in their pockets. Yeah. Sticking in the NFC West for a moment, you also reported earlier today that the Niners are potentially trying to move up in this draft. And in order to do that, they have made both Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel available for the right price in the right situation. What's the latest you've been hearing about San Francisco and where they're at in this process?
Yeah, you've heard Ayuk for a few days now, right? You've heard that this is a player that they want to keep, but they've been willing to have some conversations with a bunch of teams that are in on receiver that are interested in him, in love with. So as of right now, I was told there is no deal in place, but they have had conversations with teams that are picking in the top 10, and even some teams a little right outside that. So we'll see if when these teams are on the clock, if they're willing to make this trade.
Who else do you have your eye on as we get started tonight? What other teams could make a move? What other teams have you been chatting with? What's on in front of mind for you 10 minutes before we're about to get started here?
I think the Houston Texans are going to try to get back in. They don't have a first-round pick. You look at Nick Caserio, historically, he is aggressive on draft night. He makes a lot of moves to get in. So they're sitting there, they're calm, they've got nothing to lose here. But I spoke with some teams in the 19 to 28 range, and they're all telling me that they've received phone calls from the Texans looking to try to move up. I predict that the Washington Commanders are also going to be trying to jump back in after they take their pick at 2 to try to use some of their picks in the second or third round to try to get up back into the first. So overall, I spoke to a GM right before I hopped on with you guys. I said, just don't overthink this. Are we getting fireworks tonight or are we getting a dud? Just give me your instinct. And he said, I think we're getting a dud, but still, it's fun to talk about the fireworks. So, look, all of this stuff can happen, potentially. But the reality may be that at the end of the day, a lot of teams just stay and they don't get cute.
I'm choosing to ignore that. I'm choosing to believe in the fireworks as we get started here. Diana, thank you very much. We'll be hearing from you a couple times throughout the night. Sincerely appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Diana.
What's your reaction to this Minnesota thing and where they sit right now? Because if I'm Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, I'm sweating because they need this to work out for them. And it seems like every break they needed along the way has not gone their way to this point.
Well, and they knew that coming into, once the season ended, they acquired that extra first-round pick. They knew it would probably be tough to get into that top 3. So where's the evaluation on J.J. McCarthy? Is it worth using both those first-round picks, maybe another sweetener to move up to get him? Are they okay sticking at 11 and seeing if a Michael Penix falls to them? I mean, the priority should be, let's get it right. So let's get the top quarterback on our board. And so I still think they should be aggressive and go get that guy. But who is that? Do they really believe that much in McCarthy? We know Kevin O'Connell obviously has a huge say in which quarterback they're going to go up and go get. So the Vikings they're the wild card of the top half of round 1.
I've said this 100 times throughout this process, that I thought the way the Vikings were handling this was a beautiful football experiment. The decision to walk away from Kirk Cousins at his price tag and say, we need to get on a rookie quarterback contract timeline because of the guys we're about to pay. They already paid TJ Hawkinson. They're about to pay Justin Jefferson. Christian Darrisaw is going to need a contract sooner rather than later. They've spent in free agency. Well, now we get another side of that experiment, Nate. Is it worth giving up multiple first-round picks if we think these quarterbacks are close enough, or do we just need a guy? And I think that's what we're about to see. We're about to see whether or not they value the 4th guy on their board, or they think it's close enough that we'll keep all the rest of our picks. We'll stick at 11 and just make sure we come away with a quarterback.
Thank God they got Sam Darnold. That's all I'll say. But no,
that's your motivation here.
Yes.
You just want to see Sam Darnold play quarterback for the Vikings.
Yeah, I do. What was interesting, though, is that J.J. McCarthy's, and this is just public betting and everything, his betting odds went heavily favored or went up to over 6.5. Like just in the last few hours. So I think that we're all reading the same tea leaves. But I think that's what the Vikings were trying to do. Hey, we went through with Kirk Cousins. We got this far with a guy like Cousins. When we all talk about the Cousins tier, we kind of know what we're talking about. Are we just going to draft another guy to get to the same tier? Yeah, they might have a 5%, 10% chance of being better, but they have even a greater chance of failing, even if it is a great situation. So those are the risks that they have to, all the variables that they have to account for. So to me, it's, kind of want to stand pat. Do you really want to trade all of this to maybe get your 4th guy? I don't know if that's a true needle-moving thing and worth all the resources they might spend.
One of the other nuggets that I thought was really interesting that Diana said is that Arizona seems like they're willing to stick and pick at 4. After what they did last year, I think there was an expectation or maybe a hope that they would throw some chaos into this process and move up and down a little bit.
Money.
You look at how many picks they have, though, Dane. Right. I'm not surprised at all that they're looking at the entire chessboard and just saying, you know what? there's just no reason to get cute here. We're in a position where we need a difference maker on offense, and why not just come away with that guy?
And I think it comes from the ownership too. They look at Marvin Harrison Jr. and they see the next Larry Fitzgerald. They see we have a chance to add an impact playmaker on offense that's going to sell jerseys, score points, and let's not get cute about it. All right, let's stay with our 4th pick. Let's take him. So I think that the Bidwells, them seeing Larry Fitzgerald and Marvin Harrison Jr. plays a big factor in that.
I mean, you can just see it already. You can see the banners hanging off the side of State Farm Stadium. I think that's what it's still called, whatever that stadium down in Glendale looks like. I could totally understand that. You know, we've seen this a lot recently where you have teams that are in these stages of a rebuild, and there's patience to an extent. But at a certain point, the picks need to become players, and I think the Cardinals are just getting to that stage of their rebuilding process.
And this makes sense. I think I haven't had the Cardinals moving much in mocks I've done it. I know there's just exercises because it made sense, and we've talked about this. They already have plenty of draft capital. There's a limit. It's kind of, all right, and we're in the top 5, and we're in a class where there's positions that we would gladly add to our team. But not only that, there's 3 receivers we might like. One is a guy that could be a true blue chipper that we can just build around. And from day one, now we have a left tackle in Paris Johnson Jr. or right tackle, whatever they're going to go with there. But then also we have a top receiver. We have a great secondary pass catcher in Trey McBride. We have a quarterback that I think we like now in Kyler Murray, who was playing good ball at the end of the season with Drew Petzing as offensive coordinator. All right, baby, we got Stu going. Like that, like seriously, this is what you're trying to do, but it's a real needle mover that you can make. It's a safe bet, as safe as a guy could be.
I think a lot of the conversation about Arizona potentially moving around was rooted in what sort of gap do they see between Harrison and Neighbors, or Harrison and Neighbors and Odunze. And a lot of people, I think, have talked themselves into what Neighbors is in this process, and the fact that the gap between the receivers might be a little bit smaller. You've never really seen it that way. You've always had Marvin Harrison Jr. as your guy. Yeah. So I think this is just a full circle moment of us coming back around and not overthinking the guy who we always knew was going to be the best skill position player in the draft.
Both of us. I mean, we love Malik Neighbors.
Yep.
And that's what separates him. That's what you really love about his game, and how it's going to translate to the next level, going up against NFL corners. If he's going to enter the NFL as one of the clear favorites to be Rookie of the Year from day one. Mm-hmm. So Marvin Harrison Jr. is one of those that you just don't overthink. Yeah,
that was, I think, the title of my article. I think I said it about 7 times when I wrote him up. It's like, just don't overthink this. Like, because every time I try to get low on him, what is his top end speed? There he is, running by another corner. How is he with the ball in his hands? Oh, taking a crosser for a touchdown, and you're just, okay, so what am I going to complain about? Just take him. Right. Just do it. And
you can nitpick, but no.
This is a receiver especially, and I just love what they have there, and it's, that's a true X. This is Petzing. They love having those true X's. This guy can run a vertical route tree, but can do all the other cool stuff. Move him to the slot, go vertical, go short. It's going to be great. Most guys that get drafted this high at receiver don't get to play with a cool quarterback. Plays with Kyler. That's really fun.
A little bit of non-prospect news that just broke. A.J. Brown signs a new 3-year, $96 million extension with $84 million guaranteed. I appreciate how the Eagles handle this kind of stuff. Devontae Smith gets an extension. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets the biggest chunk of guaranteed money in NFL history for a receiver. And rather than letting their guy get upset, they just get in front of it. So they truly have handled a lot of this stuff differently than most NFL teams now in terms of how early they address a lot of these issues and how quickly they get in front of it. So now we're 2 years removed from A.J. Brown getting traded and getting an extension, and now he gets another one with Philly.
Yeah, just throw some money at it. I think that's it. Government, movie production, anything. Just throw some money at it.
Meanwhile, that CD Lamb asking price keeps going up.
Hey,
all those guys.
Jerry wants to see all the cards played, and there's another one that just got played. The turn. Yeah, but I know CD. Who else have we got going? Because Brown is
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, and then Jamar Chase is eligible for an extension as well.
Yep. And then there's T. Higgins, Mr. Tag. Just going to keep on going.
We have 2 quarterbacks likely going after Caleb Williams in the top 3. Jayden Daniels wasn't even on anybody's radar before the last college football season started as somebody who might be drafted in this range. If he does end up going to Washington at number 2, how do you feel about that? Do you feel like that's a little bit rich for what he is compared to a Drake May, or do you understand Washington's thinking with that?
I think it's easier to poke holes in his game compared to even a Drake May. Even though Drake May feels like it's more about upside than anything else. But what thing that you love about Jayden Daniels, throw on the tape and you see explosive play after explosive play after explosive play. He had 90 plays of 20-plus yards this year. 90 in 12 games. That's never been done before. So for a team like Washington that is in a position with a new ownership, new general manager, new head coach, like just everything that seems new. Now they have a new quarterback. Well, we think will be the new quarterback. You can understand why they're going for a guy that is, there's no waiting. He's going to step in from day one, be the guy. A little too many similarities to RG3 maybe for me with and how that worked out with the Commanders. But yeah, you can understand, even though both of us, I think, would prefer, maybe all three of us would prefer May as a quarterback too. You can understand where they come to the conclusion that Jayden Daniels is the best guy for them.
Diana mentioned that it sounds like Washington might try to move back into the first round, and I get that. You know, we've talked about this, just the increased urgency from these teams, making sure that if they're going to draft a guy high, do we have everything that we need around him? And if you're looking at Washington's depth chart right now, the receivers are fine. They've invested intensely into that spot. They signed a couple interior offensive linemen in free agency. But to me, there is a big blinking light at that left tackle spot. And I understand why they would think we need to come away from this draft with a guy that we can plug and play there. Because if we do, we can set Jayden Daniels up for pretty early success.
And I've talked, I mean, we both have ad nauseum about this offensive line class. Get ready, everybody. There's going to be a lot going, but flying off the board. But that's the thing is they get up there and they don't have to trade up as high to potentially get a true left tackle or a true right tackle that you usually do. That's usually top 14 picks. You have to go get one of those guys. Okay, we might get one in the 20s that we think is interesting, one that has versatility along the line that's interesting. I think that's what an appealing situation for them, because also that's the other thing. They're at pick 2. They're not moving up to take Daniels. Boom, we got all our stuff. So we can use that move up stuff to take that lineman now and get him a nice little sweet spot, maybe in the early mid-20s.
And you look at their draft capital on day 2, picks 36, 40, 67, 78, 100. You package 2 of those to get back into the first round. You look at the Cowboys at 24, one of those teams in the back half of round 1 to get one of these tackles. And that's the thing. They're kind of going to wait and see who falls. Who falls out of the top 20? Who's plug and play? That's kind of the question mark with Amarius Mims, with the Tyler Guyton, with some of these tackles that are maybe the secondary, that second tier. So yeah, Washington's really interesting. And I mean, real quick too, we have to talk about Bowers and what Diana was talking about. I mean, first of all, yes, credit to Nate Tice for manifesting that. But I feel like after months of having to defend Brock Bowers, it's like everyone's coming to their senses now, and he's going to be a top 10 player because he's one of the top 10 players in this draft. And instead of overthinking it because of the T and the E by his name, it's, okay, this guy's a difference maker with what he could be as an offensive weapon.
Let me play devil's advocate for 2 seconds. Okay. If you're going to trade away a future first-round pick, which they likely will need to do to move from 19 to 8 if they were going to take Brock Bowers, you are now using 2 first-round picks and a top 10 pick on a tight end. I don't care what you guys say. He is a tight end to an extent. Yeah. This is one of those moments where they need him to be a star to make good on that sort of investment. But both of you believe, Nate, you especially, that in that offense, he can be that sort of player.
It's the perfect landing spot for him. I've said this, and trust me, I got the clip ready. It's I said this when I was saying, when you picture Brock Bowers, yeah, it has the T in front of him, and I've used the offensive weapon label. He really is more a power slot, like how you have to use him. And I mean that in a good way. Who's the ultimate power slot right now? Cooper Kupp. Like this is the long-term replacement for Cooper Kupp, not for Higbee. This is a different role in that offense. McVay is a 12 personnel guy. He is a Shanahan guy. They are 12 personnel all the way. Now they don't have to do the 11 and a half stuff. No, we're actually in 12. Yep. And now you have to defend us like 11 or 12, you decide. So I think that is the perfect fit for Bowers. I'm really excited if that does happen.
And the Rams haven't picked in the first round since the Obama administration, so I don't think they care about giving up that.
I really don't think they care either.
After last year, they're like, let's just keep rolling on ourselves. Like, hey, we just keep hitting this. Like, let's go.
They do have some extra capital. They have got a third-round compensatory pick. I mean, they have some picks to throw around in a way that they really never have before. So this is a new situation for this regime with a first-round pick and even more to work with. Guys, the Bears are officially on the clock. We are getting started here. We got a few minutes until Caleb Williams is officially going to be a Chicago Bear, and I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it. Outside of these top 3 quarterbacks, Nate, or Dane, what Minnesota's going to do in the top 5, what are the other picks in the top 10 that you feel like you're particularly intrigued by? What are the landing spots or players that you feel like you're going to be watching in the early parts of the draft?
Obviously, it's the receivers. And if, okay, Marvin Harrison Jr. does go forward to the Cardinals. And then what do the Chargers do at 5? I mean, I think they want to get out of there, ideally. But if they just don't get the trade offers, if they have to stick and pick at 5, will they stay true to their board and take the best player available, or will they go with an offensive lineman like a J.C. Latham? So the Chargers at 5 are really interesting, and then the Giants at 6. If they had the choice between Malik Neighbors and Odunze, which one do they prefer? I believe they're a wide receiver team and not a J.J. McCarthy team. Time will tell. But I think they want receiver there at 6. It's a matter of which one. And then Tennessee at 7. Is it Joe Alt, like we've been talking about for months, or could they throw a wild card in all this? And when do we see this first trade? Is it going to be 8 with Atlanta? It feels like that's maybe the most likely landing spot, or do we see the first defensive player off the board at pick number 8? So, yeah, even though the first 3 picks, maybe the first 4 picks are going to be kind of what we thought, there's intrigue coming here in the later part of the top 10.
Nate, why don't you show us why you think that Brock Bowers, potentially in this Rams offense, is worthy of that 8th overall pick and is worthy of a team trading up for him in that spot?
My friend Robert, I would gladly do that. This is why, and this is, Bowers did not test. He did not run the 40, and everyone's like, how fast is he? Yeah. In that picture with Rob Gronkowski, I swear, people want to ding his grade just because of one picture. But this is what Brock Bowers is. Again, he is a power slot. There he is, split out into the slot. Technically, he's a tight end spot, but we're not going to get into that. This is why you draft Brock Bowers. This is a tight game against Auburn. This is him about to catch a dig route. Where is he at? The 27-yard line? I want you to see what Brock Bowers does with the ball. There's 1.
He gone.
There's 2. There's, oh no, he outraces the safety. That's a defensive back. He beats corners. He beats defensive backs. That's why he, to me, I know everyone makes jokes about this, is different at the tight end spot, is that he actually beats those guys soundly. Like, you can just see him. That's power, it's speed, and I would even throw in grace in there. Like, this is what Brock Bowers is. And on top of it, he has this route running ability. Against linebackers, it's done. I've yet to see a college linebacker even keep up with him. And when you go against any team that plays zone, well, do you want to play man coverage against a Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua? All right, okay, we'll go zone. All right, well, here's Brock Bowers on a linebacker. And it's over. Like, there's no, these guys, even just on a stick route, the guy, he's creating 4 yards of separation. The ball can be behind and he's still adjusting to it. That's what Bowers is he can line up in several spots and create space against linebackers, against safeties, and against corners. I just passed over a sweet one-handed catch, by the way.
That one-handed grab.
Yeah, is right here. Bowers can do some of the tight end stuff. This is him setting the edge on a defensive end on a pin pull play. And not only just setting the edge, that's him working and driving his guy into the ground.
That's all you need.
And that's all you need.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be Kittle. It doesn't have to be Gronk. But that's way above an average baseline. That's an above average blocker, which with his skill set as a receiver, that's going to unlock so much with the offense.
And that's the key. You force defenses to understand, okay, where is he on every single play?
Yep.
Is he in line? Is he in the slot? Is he out wide? Is he in the backfield? Force defenses to really worry about that on every single play, and they have to match their personnel accordingly and how they're going to defend the offense. And then if it does happen where you pair him with McVay's offensive mind, I'm here for it. That'd be a lot of fun.
We talk so much about the quarterbacks and with the situations that they land in. And if you're going to try to talk yourself into Brock Bowers being worth a first-round pick, being worth a top 10 pick, you don't have to go back very far. Look at what Sam Laporta was for the Lions last year. And I think there are 2 things that I would keep in mind with the way that Laporta was used and the success that he had. 1, the Rams have always been willing to put their tight end as the number 1 receiver outside in order to create matchups elsewhere. Well, if that tight end at the number 1 spot can win from that spot, now you're cooking with gas. And we saw that last year with Laporta in Detroit. I mean, he could actually win from that spot, and it opened up so many different layers to their passing game. But also, Ben Johnson knew what he was doing with that piece. He was able to deploy him in all of the right ways. And I think that's why you saw Sam Laporta have that sort of production, that sort of efficiency early on. Getting dropped with McVay is a supercharged version of that. So we've seen tight ends struggle to have early production in the NFL, but if you're going to make a case for one guy or 2 guys being an exception, Laporta last year into Brock Bowers this year, I think is a good place to start.
That's it. You have to pass that threshold, and Bowers did it all the time because he was the number 1 target there for a loaded Georgia team. And so every defense, and it was really fun to watch Georgia's offense the last couple of years. You saw every defense throw stuff at him. We're going to use a safety on him. Okay, he's lined up as okay, we're putting a corner on him. And he's beating those guys, like just easily, not just like where it's like, okay, there's glimpses there. And this is what Laporta showed at Iowa. He was like their X receiver at times. And it would.
He had like 30% of their target share his final year at Iowa. They threw the ball 20 times a game, but he got a lot of them.
They would be in like 3 tight end, and he would be the lone receiver, quote unquote, on it. And Bowers can do that. So, no, you're absolutely right. These offensive coordinators have gotten so creative and so much better at maybe mitigating some of like poorer blockers or lesser blockers. But I think Bowers is even better than Laporta as a blocker.
Yes.
And probably more explosive too, and that's exciting. And I know you don't want to just go, oh, this just happened, and we're gonna just, oh yeah, to the moon.
Yeah, you don't want it to be recency bias. When you look at the history of it, it is pretty scary. But again, if you're going to talk yourself into an exception, which comes with downside, this is the exception you might be able to talk yourself into.
The league is full of exceptions. I mean, if you trust your scouting, and Brock Bowers, and it's not like he was just doing this as a junior, he was doing it as a true freshman. And on a team that had a lot of other playmakers on it at Georgia. So a Georgia team that won a national championship. So Brock Bowers, I think, is an easy player to talk yourself into.
26 touchdowns over his last 3 years at Georgia. 26 touchdowns.
Some of those were on jet sweeps. Who likes to run jet sweeps?
Yep.
If this happens for you, I'm just going to be so happy. For people who have not or are unaware of this, we did a set of shows where we were talking about just mock scenarios at every single pick. Obviously, the Rams are at 19, so this is early in the process. And we talked about a couple players who might be available at those spots. And you're like, oh yeah, what about Brock Bowers to the Rams? I was like, get out of here. Brock Bowers is not going to be available at 19 to the Rams. I didn't let you have it in the moment. I should have, because there's a chance that you just manifested this into happening.
And I go, he's going to be gone before then anyways. And here we are. Are we up?
What's interesting is with Bowers potentially going at 8, if that does end up happening, obviously it still has to unfold. But if he ends up going at 8, now there's a wrench thrown into where the receivers potentially go, because as somebody who's seen this draft through a Bears-centric lens for the most part, I kept looking at that 8th overall pick as, is somebody going to try to go up for the 3rd receiver in that spot? But if it's Bowers, then there's a real chance that an Odunze or a Neighbors is there at 9 when there were so many moments in this process, Dane, when we weren't sure if that was going to happen.
Perfect opportunity for the Bears to trade out of there.
Oh, I'll be so heartbroken. You guys won't want to talk to me for like 20 minutes. You're going to have to carry the show.
That's not great for a show, yeah. There are several teams that I think would they try to trade up with the Bears at 9 for the receiver? Whether that's, the Broncos could be in the wide receiver business. The Colts. I mean, I know Chris Ballard doesn't necessarily love trading up, but he will for the right
his
guy.
Draft picks.
He does, but he will for the right guy. They moved up for Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
They will move up for the right guy, and if Odunze, Malik Neighbors is there at 9, that might make sense. So yeah, these receivers are definitely wild cards, and we can't count out Tennessee at 7. They could always go in that direction as opposed to the offensive linemen. So yeah, it should heat up, like I said, in that back half of the top 10.
Looking at where the quarterbacks could go and then where the receivers could go, the next question is where the offensive linemen start going. Yeah. That run, Nate, how have you seen it unfolding when you've been doing mocks? You've been trying to pin down exactly when it might start.
There's the Chargers and Titans kind of standing pat, and okay, we're going to take this guy. We're going to take Alt to the Titans, and then really we see J.C. Latham with the Chargers perhaps at 5. But then really it seems that once we get into the double digits, 10, 11, 12, once we get past the Jets. Well, if Bowers is gone, it might become that lineman run right starting there with the Jets. Do the Saints move up slightly to take a guy? That's where I see it happening, is right when we start hitting that pick 10, boom, 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 lineman. I think the teens is full of linemen.
I haven't really thought about this, but the Brock Bowers going at 8 thing almost makes the Jets' decision for them if they want to end up going offense. We were talking about them hemming and hawing. Do we want the pass catcher for right now? Do we want the lineman as insurance? They may not have to make that choice if the Rams actually do this.
Could be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
If they take a Taliese Fuaga from Oregon State, a guy that can help him at guard, can help him at right tackle. But there's several teams, to your point, that need a tackle, and so we might see some trade action. The Saints have never been shy about moving up to get their guy.
You don't say.
Yeah. So the same way they went up and got a Chris Olave. We could see them move up and get a Fashanu or whichever tackle's high on their board. So yeah, these tackles, they're going to go off the board pretty quickly. It's just a matter of the teams may be moving around a little bit to make sure they get their guy.
Which offensive lineman are you most curious about their landing spot, Nate? Where they end up, not only just pick number, but team as well?
Fashanu, what Dane just brought up, because I think going into the fall, it was everybody's tackle on him or Alt, and it felt like that way for a while, and he's just kind of cooled off on him, and I think a lot of us did, including me. I was like, no, he's 1-1-1, and I have him basically tied with J.C. Latham now. It's still 2, but still. But that's where I'm just curious, because I know some teams are a little scared about the hand size. Okay, some of the tape was a little inconsistent, especially against Ohio State. What do they feel about that? So I saw this guy as a locked-in top 10 guy, and now I want to see where he goes, maybe in the teens or if it's later.
The thing with Olu, though, is after all, he's the only other true left tackle. And that's a big deal. You look at Amarius Mims and Tyler Guyton and Fuaga and Fautanu, I guess you could say is a left tackle, but he's a guard on several boards.
So 6'3" tackles, you do not see that very often in the NFL.
No, I mean, he has the feet and he has the arm length to do it, but you're right, the height.
Still an outlier. Yeah.
It is, definitely. Yep. Then Fautanu would have been my answer to that question. There's some durability stuff. Is he a guard? Is he a tackle? So where Fautanu lands, I think, is really interesting.
And then the interior offensive lineman is a whole different layer to this because, I mean, you have guys like Graham Barton, who was a tackle in college, projects to go inside in the NFL. I can understand somebody looking at this entire group of 9 to 10 first-round, quote-unquote, offensive linemen thinking, that's the best guy. He could go in the first half of the first round, and I don't think any of us would blink, Dane.
No, it wouldn't be a surprise. And because of that versatility that he offers, he just checks all the boxes.
Yeah.
And athleticism check, smarts check, stubborn hands check, whatever you want from him. An interior offensive lineman, he has it now. He doesn't have a lot of reps there because, like you said, he was a college left tackle. So there is a little bit of projection. You can go back to his freshman year and watch him take reps at center. But there is a projection with Graham Barton. But I think teams look at that as more of a Zach Martin type of projection, where we feel comfortable no matter where we put him on the interior, he'll be just fine. So I know the Cowboys would love to trade up and go get him. I don't think that they would give up the draft picks to do it because they need every draft pick they have. But there's a lot of teams that Graham Barton's one of the guys in this draft that I think has a universal approval rating. Even if maybe a team's not going to draft him at 15, they still have him pretty high on their board.
Fashanu is an interesting case study because, Nate, we've talked about this over the last couple of years, the re-rise of the running game in the NFL, and just how important it is to be able to do a little bit of both. You want to be able to tap into the running game when necessary. Even some of these teams league-wide that I think teams. In this class where most of the other guys we're talking about in the first round in the top 20 picks, they're maulers, they're physical players. He doesn't necessarily fit that bill as a pass protector first and maybe a run blocker second.
Yeah, the run game it's all about the finish with him, and that's where I think the hand size actually comes up. And I've been waiting, I'm like, where is this weakness? Like, what does the hand size actually do? And I've kind of put it together. It's finishing in the run game, because the guy leaves his hands. It just kind of makes sense.
8.5-inch hands, which is very, very, I mean, anything under.
It's like how big my hands are.
Yeah,
right.
I'm 9 1/8, 9 1/4. So yeah.
Anything under what, 9.5?
Yeah, anything under 9.5
is kind of like, for offensive linemen, it's a little bit of a red flag. I mean, Jordan Morgan has over 11-inch hands.
Right.
So 8.5 it's a crazy outlier you don't see very often.
It is, and a lot of it too is that there's some mechanical play with him, but he is a good athlete. But it just is almost like, are you thinking? Is this natural? I love his awareness in his eyes. He's one of the more astute, I think, with his eyes and everything. It just, there's just these little blemishes. You're like, maybe some of it hurts him because I loved his tape so much last year that now I'm kind of going, where's that? Where's that? And it's like, I think it's still there, but there are just a few concerns a little bit in the run game.
That's a great point because I think if he would have came out after last season,
top 5 pick.
He probably goes ahead of Paris Johnson as the first tackle drafted. So when you come into a season with those high expectations, maybe even the thinking that you'll be even better than you were last year, it puts you at a disadvantage right away. And so maybe that plays consciously or subconsciously plays a part into why maybe he's fallen just a little bit compared to our expectations.
They're not mad, they're disappointed. That's what it is. It's like,
Even the way that we're nitpicking him a little bit now, this feels like more a commentary on the quality of the tackle class than it is about what he is as a prospect.
Yeah, it is. There's just so many flavors. And again, you just brought up, there's a couple left tackle only guys.
Right.
That's what's cool is there's right tackle guys who are getting paid just as much as left tackles nowadays. Sure. Guards are getting paid now. So now it's not where it's like, this guy's a interior only guy. Okay, see you in the 20s, maybe early second round. It's like, no, we're taking this guy because that's the quality of these guys. These are all top 20 type guys.
There's a reason the over-under on offensive linemen in the first round is 10.5.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a crazy number. Yeah.
Bringing up the right tackle is getting paid as much as left tackles. Penix is now the highest paid tackle in the NFL, tackle period, as a right tackle. And I think those markets have obviously met where it used to be a huge chasm between the left tackles and the right tackles. Going back to that pick that Detroit made, I remember asking Brad Holmes about this afterward, just thinking, you didn't want to trade down at all? You know, you don't have any pieces, you don't have any players, you didn't even consider that? And he's like, nah, we were good with that guy. And that kind of brings me back to the Arizona discussion. It's like, we always want to do this on a spreadsheet, and we always want to do this in a vacuum as these teams are rebuilding, but coming away with those sort of building block pieces, that's how you go from the worst team in the NFL to a team that probably should have beaten the Niners in the NFC Championship game, is coming away with those foundational cornerstones in the top 10.
Let's throw New England in this conversation too.
Yeah.
I think ideally you trade the amount of picks you could get for that number 3 pick would put you in a position to really build up that roster, and then you can drop the quarterback in. Let's get the quarterback right, first and foremost. And so I understand why the Patriots are likely going to stick and pick at number 3 and take Drake May, but it does bring up different philosophical questions about the right way to do it. And it doesn't always line up perfectly, and the Bears are obviously in a good spot at number 1. We'll see what the Vikings do with how they address the quarterback spot. So it doesn't always work out the way you want, but I can understand both the Patriots thinking at 3, the Cardinals thinking at 4. Let's stick and let's take our impact guy that's going to be a Pro Bowler, that's going to be the face of our franchise.
Bears pick is in. I don't know why I'm nervous about it. I know what it is. I've known what it is for months. But anytime this happens, when your team is picking first overall, I think there's a little bit of butterflies.
Oh yeah.
The Drake May situation in New England, I've really enjoyed talking about the Patriots here as more of an exercise. You think about the 2 different paths, what they say, how they align with the way that other teams have handled this process in the past. And I think because so many teams have been hell-bent on making sure that they're building up the infrastructure as they're drafting a quarterback or even before, we've kind of ignored some of the exceptions to that over the last 5 years. Josh Allen was in a horrendous situation as a rookie in Buffalo. They had an offensive coordinator fired after 1 year. Go look up at the receivers that Josh Allen was throwing to in 2018.
Remember the spread of his first start? Weren't they like 20-point dogs or something? They had like the highest spread
We're talking about like Robert Foster. I mean, guys that weren't even on NFL rosters 2 years later. He came out on the other side just fine. Joe Burrow, here we go. Bears pick is in.
2024 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
There you go, Robert.
Here we go. Caleb Williams era officially begins. We talk about this stuff all the time. It's bets. What bets are you making in this process? And when I turned on the tape and I started watching him for the first time, he just had so many aspects to his game that aligned with how we understand elite quarterback in the NFL. Nate, there was a term that we landed on this fall that when I was watching guys, whether it was Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud, Lamar Jackson, the guys who outplayed what we expected them to be coming into the season and what we can learn from that. And what I landed on was pocket playmaking. How creative are you from that space? Not outside of the pocket, but pocket movement, pocket manipulation, changing arm angles, sliding one direction or the other. That's what you need to do to be an elite quarterback in the NFL. That's what upside actually looks like at that position. And then you turn on Caleb Williams' tape, Dane. That's exactly what he is. He embodies everything that is kind of aligned with what we think about with high upside quarterbacks in the NFL. And that's why I think it makes absolute sense and is the right move to make him this pick.
The ability to work from confined spaces, spaces that you don't ideally want to work in, but he can make it work. Yep. And what he can do with his legs, I think, is an underrated trait. I mean, he led USC in rushing touchdowns each of the last 2 years. So I mean, he was the do-everything guy. And so if you are Ryan Poles, this was an easy decision. I think, it kind of got painted throughout the year, like, what are they going to do? Justin Fields, Caleb Blitt. I think this was an easy. I really don't think they lost any sleep over moving on from Fields and starting anew with Caleb Williams. It's the right move, and there's a lot of excitement in Chicago, that's for sure.
As that season went along, and I would say by Thanksgiving time, and that's when Fields came back from injury and played the best ball of his career, like with the most consistent ball, even with some blemishes at the end of games. One of them here in Detroit. But there was it's happening a little bit. There's more polish with you now. But the thing was, when you evaluate Williams, and for me, evaluating May, I consider them at least at the same tier as Fields, at least. And that was me being glass half empty on those guys. Then you just get into contract stuff, and it's like the decision for me by November was already made, and I was a Fields guy.
Yeah.
But for me, it was like that math just made so much sense that I was like, if you thought these guys were at that tier, which I did, and I think a lot of people did, at least for Caleb, Yeah, easy decision. Just move on with this, and we're going from here.
I don't want to dump on Justin Fields
No.
as part of this, but I think the contrast between who Caleb Williams is as a player and who Justin Fields is as a player is very instructive. Justin Fields is not a creative player. He is an explosive player, but there's a rigidity and a roboticism to the way that he approaches the position, plays the position, that it puts him into a box, and he struggles when having to play outside of that box. Caleb Williams is the exact opposite sort of player. I think that's what I'm saying when we misconceive and kind of miscommunicate what upside actually looks like.
Yes.
I think Justin Fields, big arm, big strong guy, fast guy, but he doesn't have upside as a player at quarterback in a way somebody like Caleb Williams does.
One of the few comparisons that I think you can make with Fields and Caleb Williams, the fumbles. And that is absolutely something that Caleb needs to get better at
No
the next
doubt.
level. 33 fumbles the last 3 years, more than anybody in college football. He did a great job taking care of the football through the air. He didn't have a single interception on 3rd or 4th down at USC the last 2 years. Awesome. That's an awesome stat.
Yeah.
But the fumbles, that was a different story. It's something that he has to get better, or it's I'm sure the replays of Justin Fields are showing in Chicago.
We talk about this all the time, Nate. Can't or won't.
Yeah.
Can he do it, or did he just choose not to do it? And I think the Caleb Williams question is, can he play on time in structure within himself a little bit more often? Kind of ignore that hero ball tendency, and that's what we're going to find out. And if the ratio of that does skew in the wrong direction, there are some ball security issues, that's when you get a little bit scared about some of those bad habits from college potentially following him into the NFL.
And that, again, when we were just doing that, did the little breakdown before the show, that's why I kept trying to emphasize it, was that just polish from the pocket. It's like, oh, okay, when stuff's good, you are clean. And I'll come back to that Drew Brees comparison that came with him. That is a legitimate comparison from how he operates from the pocket. That's cool. That's really exciting because, again, getting into the schoolyard stuff and all the playground stuff that you want to do, like even at the Bears, I know they probably maybe want one more interior lineman, would be probably nice to have. He can mitigate some of that interior pressure to create, but I do think he can operate in that under 2.5 seconds window. It doesn't have to be the 5-second window that we see. I truly do think that 2.2, 2.3 ball out, he can live that way because the Bears' circumstances, I think it's pretty good for a rookie to get dropped into.
There's no doubt. And I'm really eager to see how Shane Waldron, new offensive coordinator, what's the plan?
Yeah.
Because we know watching him at USC, heavy play action. Yes. He's so good on RPOs and zone read. And so how do they formulate the offense to really match what Caleb does well? So that's an important ingredient in any success that they're going to have on offense.
He's so different than Russell and so different than Geno. Caleb is such a different type of quarterback than those two. He's actually kind of like the middle ground of those two in a lot of ways. Like size, play style, that's actually kind of cool. But with Waldron, that's kind of funny to watch because I don't know exactly what that. It's because with Geno, it's pushing the ball. I think Caleb's going to be that short intermediate artist where he's just knifing guys from left and right. I'm curious what that's going to look like. I bet you there's going to be a bunch of dig routes. There's going to be a bunch of high lows. Caleb's going to push that ball and get those 14, 15-yard gains. It's going to be pretty cool.
It's a great question because if you look at the talent that Seattle has on offense, those are downfield receivers.
Yes.
That's what DK Metcalf is. That's what Tyler Lockett is. I mean, you can make a million jokes about the no yak production from Tyler Lockett.
This is all downfield.
Now you have the opposite of that. I mean, what DJ Moore can do with the ball in his hands, what Keenan Allen is as an underneath guy. So I wonder what the offense looks like if Seattle's is an expression of their receiving talent. The Bears is going to look drastically different if they try to mold it a similar way.
Yeah, that's a great point with DJ Moore. We were so excited when he got traded to the Bears was his downfield ability. And then you watch him this year, and you're like, oh, God, you're everything.
Take a hitch and go.
He was a second-team All-Pro for me, and that was legit. Watching him this year, it was, you are so much even more than I. And I like DJ Moore. But that creation, that running back skills that he has, with Caleb, it's going to be unlocked even more. Just like what you're saying. That yak stuff is going to be really cool. That's a great point to bring up.
I mean, it's been hit or miss. There have been some missteps in the Ryan Poles era. We won't talk about the Chase Claypool trade. We won't talk about Velus Jones.
He'll have a chance. Kickoff returns are back.
That's
so
right.
He has a chance.
So maybe
Poles was playing the long game with that.
With Velus Jones? Yeah, he knew that the rule change was coming.
Yeah, he was doing it. He was on a competition committee.
I think that even if there have been some misses in there, the fact that this is where they landed with the #1 overall pick as they built up the infrastructure, the support system, it worked out pretty darn well, even if it was a circuitous route on the way to it.
They got DJ Moore and Caleb Williams in the same trade.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you dream of if you're a general manager.
And a legit franchise tackle, Darnell Wright. It's not bad.
It worked out okay. Here's Goodell with the Washington selection here at number 2.
2024 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Jayden Daniels.
that smoke.
Sometimes the smoke means fire. Remember last year, there was so much uncertainty about what was going to happen with C.J. Stroud, who was interested in C.J. Stroud. There was not that level of mystery around the number 2 pick, or at least that's not what the conversation looked like. Every person who is tasked with reporting about the league, digging for information, seemed to believe that Jayden Daniels was the guy for Washington at number 2. And Dane, that's exactly how it plays out here.
I'm excited to see him throwing deep to Terry McLaurin. I think that's going to be a lot of fun because there was not a better deep ball thrower this year than Jayden Daniels. On throws of 20-plus yards, he completed 67% of his passes, 22-0 touchdown interception ratio. There's not a slot fade. He doesn't love the throw. So we're going to see a lot of that in Washington this year.
I actually like Jayden. I'm not the biggest Cliff Kingsbury guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of complications with this for you.
There is, but the thing is, and I know I have Jayden more as a middle first-round guy, late first-round guy, but the thing is, I actually don't mind it with Cliff. Like, his play style makes sense for how Cliff likes to do things. A lot of quick game, a lot of using the quarterback's legs on some design runs. The best part of those Cardinals offenses was the QB run game, actually, with Kyler. So I think that is going to be not the worst fit in the world. I actually have been more optimistic about that. But Jayden is accurate. He understands offense. He has a lot of starts under his belt. I've heard plug and play from multiple coaches that evaluated him. And
coaches like him.
Yes.
Coaches like him a lot. Every coach I talked to in this process was a big fan of his processing, how quickly he played, the accuracy compared to a guy like Drake May. There seems to be more certainty with what Jayden Daniels is going to be, Dane, and that makes sense. He's 23. He's been in college for 15 years.
Yes.
He's more of a finished product than some of these other guys might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was throwing at Todd Heap his freshman year, maybe at Arizona State.
I think he backed up Jake Plummer.
Yeah, that's right. But he was also in a very favorable position.
He sure was.
This past year. I mean, that's part of the conversation. It's part of the evaluation of a Jayden Daniels when you have 2 first-round receivers you're throwing to, 2 other guys that are going to be drafted next year, an offensive line that was one of the best offensive lines in college football this past year, gave him time to sit and find his outlet. And when it wasn't there, okay, I'll drop my eyes and I'll just show off my speed. I was kind of surprised he didn't run a 40 just to show off.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, he could probably wake up and roll out of bed and run a 4.38. I mean, he has legit speed. But he was also focused on adding weight too, which he finally got to 210 at the pro day, but I'm sure it'll kind of dwindle down back to around 200, 205 for the season.
Here's what that pro weight is.
Right.
That training camp weight comes in at.
Right.
Nate, you can tell me if this is justified or not, but my concern with somebody like Jayden Daniels is getting back to that creativity part of a quarterback's game. I watched 4 or 5 games in preparation for our discussion about him. I don't think I saw him throw the ball after being moved off his spot from pressure. He was so quick to scramble consistently, and it led to tons of explosive plays with his legs. But I think there are some questions about what
double-edged sword. It really is, because technically we just showed the Caleb clips and how his eyes were downfield. In the NFL, you have a little bit more sustainability, not just health-wise, but just offensively, if you're looking to throw when you scramble. Looking to throw just because the scramble lanes aren't always there. NFL defenders are so fast, so big, so good. They erase angles quickly. So and with his size and kind of his reckless play style, I keep comparing him to Johnny Knoxville, and I feel pretty good about that. It's Teddy Bridgewater and Johnny Knoxville. That is Jayden Daniels playing quarterback. But when he gets moved out that spot, that is just it. As a runner, he's not very creative, very straight line. I'm going to run past you, which does work at the college level. We'll see in the NFL. And then another thing is, as a thrower, it's when he gets moved out of spot, he hitches up, eyes down. I'm looking for that throwing lane. I had the stat in my article when 25% of Jayden Daniels' pressure dropbacks resulted in a scramble, which ranked 193rd of 196 qualifying quarterbacks since 2019. He's looking to scramble. He's not looking to throw. He's looking to run.
Those second reaction throws, that's what you want to see more of on his tape.
Yep.
And it's not going to get any easier when everything's so much faster at the NFL level.
What pushed Jayden Daniels into this spot, though, Dane? Obviously, coming into the draft, coming into the college football season, he was not this sort of prospect or considered this sort of prospect. What was different about the player you saw this fall compared to what he had put on tape in previous years?
I think the processing. I think he got better at understanding what the defense is trying to do and what he needed to do to answer that. And that's, he was entering his 5th year in college, and it was also his 2nd year back-to-back in the same system. And that's something that needs to be, that's part of the context to his story. Go back to Arizona State, new system. That's hard for a young quarterback.
Yes.
And then you go to LSU, and he showed vast improvement in year 1 in 2022, and then this past season took a huge jump. And a big part of that was because he had consistent. Obviously, the situation helped, but having consistent coaching is a big factor in him taking that next step. So, I mean, you look at. I'm interested with Cliff. I mean, how that's going to work. Obviously, Cliff had a say in what quarterback they took here. They all came to the conclusion that, and I understand from Dan Quinn's perspective, you don't want to defend the Jayden Daniels, but Cliff, that's an interesting one.
Here we go. New England sticking and picking at number 3. Roger Goodell.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
There it is.
Here we go. Drake May goes number 3 to New England. Your number 1 player in this draft, Nate, somebody you have loved throughout this process. What are the Patriots getting here with Drake May?
Oh, man, they are getting big arm. They're getting an athlete. They're getting a competitor. And I think that's, with May, why I'm such a big fan. I think the toughness shows on tape. I think the competitive nature shows on tape. But then there's things that, even in plays where it could be considered a blemish, there's so many, or games that were poor games, technically, there's so many good things that came in those games. Here against Clemson, there's this play, and I've seen multiple people share it, but this is what May provides. Just like Caleb Williams does, where it looks like it could be a negative play, he's creating not only a positive play, an explosive play. He is creating a home run swinging off his knees. That is what Drake May and Caleb Williams do. This is a free runner against Clemson. Clemson was a top 20 defense this year, just like they're going to be every single year as they recruit those guys. He drifts in the pocket and launches this thing over 40 yards to another over route for a touchdown. I want to show this from the end zone, though, because then you can just really see this drifting, this awareness of where that pressure is coming from, and that's what excites me about him. I think he has more awareness and a higher IQ and a higher floor than he's been getting credit for, and I think he's just going to keep working at it. Just again, we talked about this with Caleb. This is that feel for pressure, that working away, and on the move, rather than just throwing that away, taking a sack when you're in field goal range. No, let's get a touchdown out of it. We're going to launch this off our back foot. And you can see his athleticism there. And that's what just shows up all the time with May. He's an athlete. He's an athlete that's playing quarterback. And I think the quarterback stuff is coming more and more for him more naturally. And right here, again, talking about playing quarterback, not just being an athlete, this is a play that really made me fully fall in love with him. And this is considered as one of his worst games against NC State. This is a blitz look from NC State. They blitzed North Carolina essentially every single play, or they dropped 8. They Brian Flores him. And they just that's what they did to North Carolina's offense. This is a play. He is handling a protection here, changes this all at the line. He's changing it to a sprint out. And what that does is wad up the defensive line in the blitz, gets it protected. And while he's moving left here, away from a free runner again, moving left, throws behind him and pins this for a touchdown. And that's S tier. That is top tier quarterback play and being an athlete and everything. But this calmness, handling protection, not using the coaches, not using any crutches, pointing out the mic in college, and then doing this. This is why I love Drake May, if you want to know, is this play right here. Handling this stuff with the mental stuff, the athlete, the throw on the left, and then just throwing a dot right on the tight end who won't be drafted. So it's just all these components. He makes his teammates better. He's competitive, and I think his best football's forward.
That's key. Making his teammates better. The supporting cast that he had this past year was well below average,
yes.
And he was able to elevate them enough where they were still competitive week in, week out. This is the only player in college football who had over 9,000 total yards the last 2 years. Nobody else can say that. And I think what you love about him is all the situations he had. Like, you want to see him under duress. You want to see him in adverse situations. You want to see the full inventory of throws. All of that is on his tape. And so I don't know. I have, like you, fewer questions about Drake May than it seems other people did, just because he put it all on tape. And he's still young, so 21 years old. You feel like there's natural progression coming. Now, I think there's a question mark about New England. Is that a place where he's going to have the talent around him to continue that development? But with Jacoby Brissett set up to be the starter to start, it'll be interesting when do we see Drake May on the field?
Yeah.
That'll be a big, because you don't want to rush him too early, but let him develop at his own pace. The Patriots, that'll be interesting how they manage this.
I think a lot of people are going to look at that and say, oh yeah, he needs some time. You know, that's been some of the commentary on Drake May. He needs some time. He's got some footwork issues. He needs to sit a little bit. That's not how I would construe him waiting a little bit in New England. It would be, do you want to put him out with that offensive line and that set of pass catchers for 17 games? I think that's the bigger question than, is he ready to play in the NFL?
And that's why I always want to keep emphasizing the NC State clip. When I usually say this guy has to sit, it's so they learn an NFL playbook, they learn protections, they learn how to call play in the huddle, those types of things. I think May's good there. So that's why there's a huge disconnect for me when I heard that kind of narrative. He has to sit for all year. He has to go down the Jordan Love plan for sitting. And I just think it's the opposite. I'd much rather, even with the line not being great in New England, kind of get thrown to the wolves a little bit. I wanted to take live bullets because I think that's going to be best for him. I think every live rep he takes, he's going to just improve and improve and improve.
Same for Anthony Richardson last year. A lot of, and I think that if you think the quarterback has the mental toughness to do it, that's the right move. And I absolutely believe that Drake May has the mental toughness where he can battle through those mistakes, learn from them, and because he did it in college.
Yep.
So time and time again, where the offensive line's not blocking anybody, the receivers are quitting on the route. He came back the next play and threw a dagger.
Yep. That NC State game, again, is that they were down 3 scores right away, and he is the most competitive player on the field. And it's just like you're going to keep coming back to that all the time.
This narrative about him as a project, he had the 8th highest big-time throw percentage in college football, according to PFF. Here's Goodell with the Cardinal selection. The Cardinals
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
So we've spent the last 2 months talking about all the crazy movement, all the wild stuff that could happen here in the top 4. And in the end, we get quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, and the Cardinals stay at 4 and pick the best receiver in the draft.
I think I had
if you would have run a 40, maybe he could have gone third. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's what we were talking about before the draft started. It's not overthink it. He's one of the best players, if not the best player in the draft. You can make that argument. Everything he put on film, I referenced when I went down to Columbus to see him live against Maryland. From the sideline, I was ready to have my expectations lowered because they were already sky high. No, he exceeded them. I mean, he moves differently. He plays the position differently. He is a pro. Going back to the receivers we've seen drafted early, is this the closest thing to pro-ready we've seen? I mean, he has everything in the tool bag to go and make an immediate impact.
The only other 2 guys recently that I thought were pro-ready was Chris Olave and Devontae Smith. But where are those sizes?
Exactly.
Right.
I was going to bring up Olave because we watched Olave play, and the route running was so crisp. He had such a great feel for how to tempo things.
Yes.
Chris Olave is like 6 foot 180. Yeah. This guy is 6'3", 210.
Yep.
And I honestly think, Nate, that's one of the reasons that people have gotten, maybe just the general public, has gotten a little less excited about him as part of this process because you see the explosion with neighbors. Odunze is kind of a little hipster pick to throw that. Oh, I like Rome Odunze. Marvin Harrison Jr. almost makes it look so easy, all these complicated things that he's doing, that I think we overlook how exceptional of a player he actually is at the end of the day.
He produced with not great quarterback play, and I think that actually almost like, people are like, well, look at those numbers. The quarterback couldn't have been that bad. Then you watch him, and he's like catching stuff by his shoelaces. He's jumping up, back shoulder. It was great because he got to see his catching range. But it was, but also it was bad.
The reason that quarterback's now at Syracuse.
That's what I always just keep coming back to. It's not a like-to-like transfer to LSU or something like that. So this is the complete game that he brings to the table. And I think right away, like this guy can eat 10, 12 targets right away. Yeah. Day one, full route tree, feed him. Because I think he has the maturity for it too. I actually kind of liked all this, like, I don't need to run, I play football. I love that.
And he was training. He was working on being a football player.
And the other guy that's like that, Devontae Adams. He always said, don't run drills, run routes. Right. Run routes on DBs. That's how you get better. That's the same mindset this guy is.
Well, and he'll be the first one to tell you that, like I mentioned this before, he doesn't really like running go routes and these fades. He wants to show off how good of a route runner he is. And how sticky his hands are, how his ability to impact the catch point really changes the equation. It changes the math. Mm-hmm. And when you're even against NFL defensive backs, I think he's going to find some pretty quick success.
Nate, you probably watched more Arizona Cardinals offensive football than any person in America last year. You really liked a lot of the things that Drew Petzing did with kind of a ragtag bunch down there. How do you think this changes the complexion of what the Cardinals can be on offense?
I love this because of the emergence of Trey McBride at tight end, and they already have a quarterback there. They have Kyler Murray there, so that is just going to help him hit the ground running. But this offense with Drew Petzing, it's It's got some Kubiak and Shanahan to it, but it's really a greatest hits type of offense, and that's why I like it so much. With some innovation, you can see Drew Petzing throughout the season just going, oh, what are the Packers doing? Oh, okay, I'm going to use that. Oh, the Lions do some cool stuff. I'm using that, but in a good way, not the throw stuff at the wall type of way. It had thought to it. But that's what you said, ragtag group of guys. Now he's got this dude. It's not, no offense to Hollywood Brown. It's not Hollywood Brown. No offense to Michael Wilson, who could be a nice little number 2 receiver. Not little, he's a big guy. But this is a true blue number 1 X receiver. And those offenses, the Andre Johnsons, the Julio Joneses of the world, they get fed and they get asked to run a full route tree, and he's going to bring it right away.
Hollywood Brown was somebody that was miscast as a number 1 outside receiver last year. That's just not how he's built. This guy is the prototypical number 1 outside receiver. Odunze has some of that to his game, but this is a number 1 X from day one in a way that we really haven't seen with many guys coming into the draft in recent years, Dane.
No, and that's the thing is he really profiles as that wide receiver 1. I mean, how many true wide receiver 1s are there in the league? It's not 32.
No,
not every team has the type of guy like this. But yeah, just
maybe 10. Maybe you get to like 10.
Somewhere right. Yeah.
And so even being a rookie, even not having an NFL snap yet, he enters the conversation as already being a top 15 to 20 wide receiver in the NFL. I mean, that's kind of...
That's fun.
Yeah, I mean, you can work with that, right?
See how much A.J. Brown just got paid?
Yeah.
You see how much these guys are getting paid? So all of a sudden you're getting this guy, and maybe he's top 12 play this year, top 14.
This seemed like best case scenario for you. It's like what you enjoying the Cardinals last year, this being a guy who you thought was an exceptional kind of standalone type of prospect. I'm sure you're very excited about what this is going to end up looking like.
Oh, I am. The Cardinals have been kind of my already little hipster kind of, okay, let's keep this guy warm. I think I brought him up in about 14 podcasts in a row, just like, oh yeah, the Cardinals do cool stuff. So now, rather than just going like, oh yeah, this blocking receiver, KJ Osborne or something like that, they're getting him 8 touches, isn't that cool? It's like, no, this guy deserves the touches. So that's why I'm excited, because Petzing's already shown he's gotten way less talented players open. Not just like, oh, that's a good play, wide open for touchdowns. Watch the Cardinals versus the Eagles. Drew Petzing put on a clinic in that game. The Eagles' defense was, not much this year, but he did. But he took Matt Patricia and put him in the walls of Jericho. So that is now he gets a guy we have Paris Johnson, who's a weapon at tackle. We have Trey McBride, who's a matchup problem at tight end. Right away, that's good. We already have a decent running back in James Conner, who can plug in right there. Man, this is what you
have
want.
the building blocks. That's what we're talking about with the Lions. And I think that if you're trying to talk yourself into...
That's another kind of team I was kind of thinking too.
The best case scenario, you look at the trajectory that the Lions had, in homage to them hosting the draft here. Year 1, they win how many games? 2, 3. But by the end of the year, remember we were talking, God, they're playing hard. They're doing the right stuff. The structure of the offense makes sense. You go to what Arizona was at the end of last season, similar sort of sentiments. It's like you can tell that this team is pointed in the right direction. And then when you start dropping difference-making pieces into that equation, that's when things really take off. And that's the hope, is that Arizona leaves this draft with enough of them that they can be on that same sort of trajectory.
And it is refreshing to see them stick and pick and not like, they could have tried to get cute and move around, but no, they see this is their Larry Fitzgerald. This is, and I don't think it probably wasn't a hard decision to make. They did all the work on these receivers, and I know the Bidwells looked at this and saw Larry Fitzgerald, and I'm sure it was kind of like, yeah, he's that good. Yeah, that's the type of impact he's going to have. So yeah, this was an easy one.
And this is a difference too. Like we have those receivers all in the top 10, and we consider them all blue chippers. And Harrison Jr. to me was just that half tier above, that purple chip, that rare thing I throw out there. He's deserving of that. You don't move around and get cute when those types of guys are available. Those are the guys you just go, oh, okay, cool, thanks. And that's exactly what they did. So like you said, it's really good they didn't do the 3-card money game, and they just sat there and took the best player.
Speaking of teams sitting there and picking, it seems like the Chargers pick is in. I wanted chaos in the top 5. Chargers go as they really kind of turn the page in this reset that they're going through right now.
Obviously, the Chargers are kind of tough to predict right now with when Jim Harbaugh coming in as head coach. Obviously, they want to put their stamp on what this Chargers roster looks like, but where do they want to start? They want to start with the offensive line. Do they want to go with the impact receiver? I mean, in my opinion, I don't know how you pass on one of these receivers here, especially with no more Mike Williams, no more Keenan Allen. I know they went wide receiver in the first round last year, but you have a chance to get a difference maker here with the 5th overall pick. This is just screaming wide receiver to me. But Is that where Jim Harbaugh and Ortiz, was that where they feel like they need to go?
You have mocked a tackle there throughout this entire process. The first time you did a mock draft 17 years ago about this class, you had a tackle going there, and Chargers fans lost their mind. But you seem to believe that that is a very reasonable path for them to take here.
And that was before they even hired Harbaugh.
That's right.
So it was just when Harbaugh came in, I go, yeah, okay. Double down, triple down. And I said it before, is like I was very proud of Chargers fans. I didn't know they had that anger in them. So it was really good to see. I appreciated it. And I just still think that how did Justin Herbert end last season? And that's the guy. That is your best player and one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Protecting him is the number one thing that you have to do. Why, again, this is a loaded O-line class. Yeah, let's get a weapon off offensive line.
I think it's really important to understand where the Chargers are right now. This is stage one. It's Justin Herbert, Rashawn Slater, maybe Derwin James, and that's about it. They are starting over, and you can go any direction when that's the
In the
case.
2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
There it is.
Okay.
So here we go.
Yeah.
Your guys' number one offensive lineman in this class. They do end up going tackle here. Joe Alt, a left tackle in college,
right?
A prototypical left tackle. They already have Rashawn Slater there, so it's very likely that either this year or next he's going to move to the right side. How do you feel about this one, Dane?
I mean, you can make the argument that he is one of the better offensive linemen to come out in recent memory. Obviously, Rashawn Slater's already entrenched as a left tackle. I mean, he's an all-pro. Alt's never played right tackle before, so there's a projection involved here. But you know what? I mean, he just learned offensive tackle, the position, 4 years ago as a senior in high school.
Penny Sewell was the same thing. We talked about this with Sewell. They dropped him at right tackle. He's now the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history.
This is why you have offensive line coaches.
Thank you.
First to identify.
Thank you. They get paid too.
Yes. First to identify pre-draft, hey, can he move from a right tackle alignment or from the opposite? And then once you draft him, develop him and make sure that you can put him out there. And usually tall tackles are tough because it's tough to get that leverage. It's tough to play low and sink, and it's not a problem with Joe Alt. I mean, he makes it work. He's awesome in the run game, terrific in pass protection, clear best offensive lineman in this group. I think it was probably hard to not draft one of these one of these receivers, but when you look at Jim Harbaugh and what he wants to be in this offense, it's not a surprise they want Joe Alt.
That makes total sense. Did they have their big board up on the screen there? The Chargers did, so please somebody zoom in on that. But no, with Joe Alt, this makes sense. Offensive tackle 1, even if there's other guys I had in my top 10, just what Dane said is if he moves over to the right side, these are the guys you can project over there because he's an athlete and that tight end background. He's in a right-hand stance. Yeah. He's right-handed.
But he did it in college.
Yep.
If you look at the amount of unbalanced things that they did when he was shifted across the formation.
He was a jumbo tight end early in his career who had to line up on the right. So
less pass protection reps, but you've still seen him in that stance. You've seen him come off the ball. He's probably a little bit more comfortable with it than other people are. I mean, how many times was he over there this year as that in those unbalanced formations? Maybe 20, but still, you still see some of it on tape.
You have to practice that and all those things. And I do know his offensive line coach from Wisconsin days and at Pitt, Joe Rudolph. Actually, all these top tackles are very young. And again, great athlete, great size. His closest physical comparison is freaking Jonathan Ogden. So that's a rare body type that you're going with. If they want to move, like the other option, and this is what my original argument was several months ago, was Rashawn Slater has experience at right side as well. You got two options. Yes, you don't want to move all pro freaking left tackle to right side, but we'll get this guy. You have athletes, you have size now, and again, building blocks that this is what you're going to build off of.
We're looking at a historically good offensive tackle class potentially, Dane, but Joe Alt was that guy for you at the top of that list.
Yeah.
What ultimately was it that set him apart from everybody else?
He was my number 5 overall player, and so he went 5th overall. It makes sense. He's also one of the youngest players in this draft. He just turned 21 years old. We've talked about his story before, his dad being a Pro Bowl offensive tackle in the NFL, but raising his son to be an athlete first and foremost, playing quarterback, playing tight end. And it wasn't until high school that he really became an offensive lineman and learning all the intricacies of that position. And so it wasn't a big surprise we saw a big jump freshman year to sophomore year, then sophomore year to this past year. He's the total package because he could be a road grader in the run game. He has that toughness that Jim Harbaugh is looking for, but he also has range. And then the biggest thing I look for with offensive linemen is the ability to find your balance, recover and find your balance. A lot of guys, they can't do that, and Joe Alt does it at a very high level.
It's arguably his best trait.
I think so.
Because his athleticism, length, and size show up. Because it's really hard to do a double move on a guy that's so big. Like, that's a lot of space you got to move back over. So all those add up. And Mike Golick Jr. just tweeted this from his show earlier today, where they asked Joe Alt, how do you feel about going on the right side? He's like, I've already been working at it.
Yeah.
So it's like, but that's his mindset. He's like, no, I'm a left tackle only. Look at how Orlando Brown's career gone. No, I'm a left tackle only. No, he's already showing, no, I know this is my best.
It helps when the right tackles are getting paid as much as the left tackles now. It's easier to talk yourself into that.
That's like guys like Barton or, going like, I'm not a center. Yeah, I'm guard.
Yeah, you want to be a guard or a tackle now. Yeah. Center's the only one that hasn't really caught up.
Oh, this is an interesting one.
So which receiver are we going? Is it Odunze or Neighbors?
I think it's Neighbors. Oh. I think that they have lacked juice for so long that's the direction they want to go. They need explosive plays so desperately.
I've been so curious.
Giants pick is in. Here
In
we
the
go.
2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
No.
Malik Neighbors goes to the Giants, a team that desperately needed a number one receiver if you look at that depth chart. Dane, this is one of your favorite players in the draft, full stop. Maybe your favorite player in this draft. What did you fall in love with Malik Neighbors during this process?
It's just the explosiveness. And it doesn't matter if you want him to run a go route, he can do that and he'll win down the field. You want to give him a little dump off and he'll show that acceleration, make guys miss with pure speed. But he is really the total package, and he doesn't have maybe the size that jumps out at you. I mean, he's 6 foot, 200 pounds, but he's shifty before and after the catch. He will go up and get the ball. He plays strong at the catch point. And as a route runner, he's getting better and better, and he's able to create that separation. So this is, I think we've talked about the Giants in past years. They wanted Devontae Smith. Eagles trade up and get him. They've really been missing. They have a lot of belief in Daniel Jones, but they've really been missing that A receiver, and Malik Neighbors gives that to them now. So it makes a ton of sense here.
Walking, talking, explosive play. It doesn't matter if it's down the field or short. Sometimes guys are just downfield threats, and like in MVS, that's not fair to MVS. It could be going with Neighbors here, but MVS is a role player, but he's not taking a crosser to the house. No. He can go downfield and win one.
It's different.
It's different. Neighbors has a yak and downfield ability. So that is just a different dynamic that he brings.
And not only the traits, all the athleticism and the tape, but it's a production too. If you think of all the receivers that have come through LSU, nobody has more catches than Malik Neighbors. He led the SEC in catches each of the last 2 years. And he's 20 years old right now. He doesn't turn 21 until his first training camp. So what he's done at this age is so impressive. An instant juice to this offense, which is exactly what they need.
34 catches of 20-plus yards last year for the Beast. Led all of FBS with those numbers. And what I was impressed with him when I was watching him, obviously the explosiveness really shines when you're watching him play. But Nate, I thought he was so much stronger than I expected him to be in that frame. Not even just working through arm tackles and after the catch, but even at the catch point, I was more impressed with him than I anticipated with somebody that has that frame and his build is more of a speed guy.
His highlights are mostly consist of, there's some like 80-yard touchdowns he's taken, but the late hands, the late right down the sideline hands that you wouldn't expect that is his game. Like you just mentioned, he's 6 foot, about 200 pounds. If you said Odunze did that or Harrison did that, but big X's, of course. Neighbors is showing off that skill set, which just unlocks catching range. That unlocks different components of what you can, create a big play. Daniel Jones needs that. He needs room for error, and that's what Neighbors gives him. Not only just, I'm going to throw a ball behind and he gets tackled. Oh, wow, that 4-yard gain should have been 40. Neighbors is going to catch it and then take it to the house. So that's what he's bringing. He's bringing just room for error for Daniel Jones, the whole offense where not everything has to be perfect. Remember the Giants offense from 2 years ago? We're like, they're doing all they can, man. Yeah. They're doing, good for them, man. But
Error increases when you have a guy like this. And I understand that. When your number one receiver is Darius Slayton, who caught 50 balls for 770 yards last season, you need somebody like this. Mm-hmm. On the flip side, them passing on a quarterback here and deciding that they're going to roll with Daniel Jones, there is some downside that comes with that, Dane. And I think that they've really kind of given a vote of confidence here to a guy that they gave that contract last year, and people were wondering if they were going to try to move off of during this draft.
And I think it's fair to point out, if Drake May were still available, things might be different. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is maybe not a quarterback thing, and maybe just a J.J. McCarthy thing. The Giants weren't there with J.J. McCarthy, at least to take him over a weapon like Malik Neighbors. So, yeah, I think with the Giants, obviously with Daniel Jones, you have him coming off the injury now. There are a lot of question marks at quarterback still. But at least you have a playmaker in place who is going to make whoever's throwing the football make their job a little bit easier and give them an explosive element that they've really been missing the last few years. Because with Neighbors, his ability to accelerate, decelerate, it ties corners and knots. Yeah. I mean, as a corner, it's a long day when you have to go up against a guy like Malik Neighbors.
Man, I thought they were going to be a trade up here.
Well, you know who's very happy right now?
Minnesota?
The Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because they haven't had to do a single thing, and the fourth quarterback is still on the board.
And I don't think the Kirk Cousins, Caleb Williams, or the Aaron Rodgers teams need quarterbacks. So, okay.
Well,
so they're just
but that question is there
call
somebody else that does that we're not
Correct.
thinking about? That's really the only wrench that could potentially be thrown into this. But
so,
I spent the last month rooting for every trade possible in the top 10 here, and we were about to get 7 picks into this draft without a single trade.
the craziest draft ever. Here we are. Chalk, chalk, chalk. I think my first mock would have been like nailed it so far from 4 months ago.
Well, I mean, let's look at it now with the Titans because, you know, it's not going to be Joe Alt like we thought.
It's not.
So do they stick with offensive line and take a J.C. Latham? Do they go with a Odunze? Where are the Titans looking
My
at?
first report on J.C. Latham was Bill Callahan would love this guy.
I was about to ask you how excited you would be to see J.C. Latham land with Bill Callahan. Yeah.
And now he's at the Titans. It's like that. This is his guy all the way.
Yep.
Like he just made DeJuan Jones work.
Right.
And J.C. Latham is a way better player than DeJuan Jones. So yeah, he's very much a Bill Callahan type of guy.
We've talked about this a lot over the last week or so, kind of the competing philosophies that exist in that Titans building. Brian Callahan, their new head coach, you look at his history, everywhere he's been, there's been a pretty heavy investment into receiver. The Peyton Manning Broncos, Calvin Johnson was in Detroit when he was there. He's in Cincinnati when they pick Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell. But this team has DeAndre Hopkins. They had signed Calvin Ridley, that monster deal. So theoretically, there's not as much of a glaring need at receiver, but Hopkins is in his 30s. Right. This is a team slightly in rebuilding mode. They're trying to build around a young quarterback. So I could understand the argument for a receiver in this spot. But, Nate, I still think that offensive line is probably the soundest way for them to go.
I think so, too. And I think they like Levis. And so they're like, hey, let's give him a shot. Hey, we just got Calvin Ridley, who I think is going to have some really good synergy with Levis. Just chuck it down the field, dude. That's what I think they're going to be doing. So, but, all right, let's keep him upright. Let's give him a shot. I really do think they're optimistic about him. So I think this is another bet on him.
Agreed.
To build around him, essentially. And they still have their second-round pick. This is a loaded receiver class, too. And that turn could be at some interesting spots, especially – oh man, that X might not be there, but now we can go for flavors. We can go like, hey, actually, this guy makes sense for now and in the future.
You look at with the way their wide receiver depth chart looks specifically, it makes sense to me because some of the struggles that Calvin Ridley had last year is because the Jags with injuries had to drop him at the X. He was on the line of scrimmage, and he struggled in some of those situations. Because the Titans have Hopkins, Ridley can live his best life. So that's why I think that you kind of put receiver on the back burner a little bit and just look at the depth chart. The glaring need a left tackle. They need one so desperately that I just can't imagine them going a different direction here.
Can't either. I really can't either. Especially again with the head coach and the offense.
The Bengals went receiver over tackle. So, I mean, he was in that conundrum before where obviously they went Jamar Chase in Cincinnati over Penei Sewell. And, yeah, it worked out for both sides in that situation. But, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. J.C. Latham, even though another right tackle only in college, we're talking about maybe moving to the left side, a projection. But I think that's a pick that makes a ton of sense.
Just saw the first. They came up with their first-round picks in 2019. It was Isaiah Wilson. And I was like, oh, yeah. That was
one of the worst first-round picks ever.
The state of this Titans roster, I mean, one of the reasons that Mike Vrabel was fired, one of the reasons that John Robinson was fired, they struggled to hit on guys in the first round for a long stretch of time.
Too many chances.
They really, really struggled to find pieces early in the draft. That's why the roster's in the shape that it's in right now. I mean, especially on offense, they really were kind of starting over, and that's why they could go a bunch of different directions here because at the end of the day, they just need a building block player with this pick no matter which position they go with.
If it's Latham, it's the biggest building block you can get, literally.
I hope for your sake that this is J.C. Latham. We're about to find out.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham.
It makes so much sense.
Why are you so excited about the prospect of a guy like J.C. Latham landing with Bill Callahan in Tennessee?
You just said Calvin Ridley gets to live his best life. J.C. Latham gets to live his best life. He's going to have a guy that appreciates that size and appreciates what he's more of a technician than just a mole.
Give some context to that size, because we've talked about this a lot, how he does not necessarily look like a traditional tackle. What about his body type is maybe an outlier compared to other guys at that position?
My body type comparison for him is a globe, and he's 6'5", 340. Usually a starting tackle, they might be 6'5", 320, 324, and that's a big one. That's a big tackle. And he's 20, 30 pounds. He looks like a monster guard. He looks like Gabe Jackson, if anyone remembers him from the Raiders and Seahawks. That's what he looks like, but when you watch him, he's light on his feet. He has, I think he's easily the best run blocker in this draft.
Yes.
And as a pass protector, he's better than he's gotten credit for, because I do think he's a better athlete and a better technician with all that. I think he has the athleticism to kick over to the left side. And that's, again, Callahan's a great setting for him, because if he does go to the left side, that's the guy to get it out of him. That's the person to do it. So the person I've compared him to and is a guy my dad coached was Corey Stringer, where he was an oversized right tackle, but was a good athlete in that body. So Jason,
Born Ohio.
Oh, Roger Goodell's not going to like that. Didn't he just get back surgery?
He's had back surgery.
Oh, God.
That's a tough moment.
Especially with Latham?
He's screaming right now.
Latham's literally the strongest player in the draft.
Have you seen Goodell been walking up? It's like...
He looks, yeah.
Dane, how do you, J.C. Latham did not test.
Right.
Is there any sort of concern that some of this athleticism that we're projecting onto him is just a projection because we actually don't have official numbers for him?
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than Marvin Harrison Jr. not testing, right? A little bit different. With Latham being the size that he is, it's okay, if you're not testing, what are you hiding? That's your first question as an evaluator. And as in pass protection, in terms of range, lateral range, I'd say he's more good than great, and so how is that going to translate on the outside at left tackle? But like I said, I think he is the strongest player in this draft. And so in the run game, when he gets his hands on you, it's over.
Yeah.
Now, do they need to start him at guard to give him baby steps, or is he going to start at left tackle right away?
I don't think they got an option, buddy.
They maybe not, but that's what training camp's for, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you go to training camp and figure this all out. I mean, he is a guy that was highly recruited. He was a 5-star guy, IMG Academy. Yep. Was started pretty quickly at Alabama. Once he's able to get his hands on the jersey, forget about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's locked and loaded. Especially, but think of who they drafted last year in the first round. Pierre Skoronski. Now you got Latham, Skoronski.
And they signed Lloyd Cushenberry.
Yes, at center, one of the highest.
So now you have
center
an entirely remade left side of the offensive line if this clicks into place. And even if they paid a hefty price for Calvin Ridley, even if DeAndre Hopkins is getting a little bit older, this supporting cast looks a lot different today than it did at the end of last season for Tennessee. And you have to feel pretty decent about what sort of spot that puts Will Levis in.
When you're kind of in this situation with the Titans, it's nice you have something to lean on. A literal big body to lean on, but like times are tough. Levis might not be there. Run to the left.
Yeah.
Let's run to the left. Let's get those 4 or 5 yards. Let's get back on track. That's really nice to always have that kind of fastball, and you got the biggest fastball possible.
And he's reliable. He doesn't miss games. Nope. He led the Alabama offense in snaps, offensive snaps, each of the last 2 years. And I think really most of his issues are mostly fixable. Yeah. I mean, they're over time, as you get more coaching, I think that he will get better in these areas that we think, there may be not weaknesses, but not strengths right now.
Yeah, there's times where he has a tight split all the time with his right guard, and I've been trying to figure that out. And sometimes he won't launch out of his stance, and you're like, ooh, is that because you're slow? And usually that usually is a red alert. And a lot of times, actually, it's because he has patience. He realizes he's such a big body. I don't need to launch out there. But at times, it's kind of like, oh, I want to show more. So the footwork, that kind of dancing bear stuff that you really get hyped up with these top 10 offensive tackle types, it's more glimpses of that as opposed to just, bona fide every single play. So you maybe just want to see a little bit more polish with that, or a little bit more flashes that, hey, if you're going against NFL edges, you got to get out of that stance.
Even if they had to pay for them, what the Titans have put around Levis, veteran center, take some stuff off of you mentally early in the process, top 10 left tackle, couple receiving options. We are going to have a pretty good answer by the end of this year about what Will Levis is and which direction the arrow is pointed.
Right.
And when you draft a quarterback in the first 2 rounds, that's what you want. You want clarity and answers as soon as possible. And I think, if anything, the Titans have done that this offseason.
I think after this season, the Titans will have a good idea if Will Levis is the quarterback of the future or not?
Yeah.
If they need to go quarterback shopping next offseason. Should be a goal of this team, not just to win games, but to make sure you come away from the season knowing whether or not you have the quarterback of the future. And that's a key thing in all this. Atlanta, they just gave the phone to ownership, so they're making a pick. No trade here at 8.
The pick is in. So now we are 8 picks in without a single trade.
No movement.
And now we have to wonder which direction they end up going. We talked all about whether this would be the first spot for a defensive player, what Atlanta needed on defense. Those are the biggest holes on their roster, probably at edge and corner right now. But there is a chance that they were not swayed by what the Rams were trying to give them, and they thought the guy wouldn't be available later.
The 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Well, there.
No.
So we wanted some chaos, and we just got it. Michael Penix Jr. goes to the Falcons after they give Kirk Cousins a 3-year deal with $45 million a year on average, with guarantees into the 3rd year.
Wow.
Nate, you are
Actually speechless.
You are just on your back right now. Process this for me.
I knew
what do
they
you
liked
make of this?
I knew they liked him, but I thought that was like a day 2 kind of thing. Yeah. I don't know. This is interesting to me. I think Penix as an early round 3, late round 2 guy. I know a lot of people really like him because he pushes the ball and all those types of things. He was so productive. He's older. He has injury history. He doesn't create a ton. And I know that this offense is fine, doing the play action, working from the pocket. But it's like, if you're taking a guy top 10, he's got to do that. And I know he timed well and it did all those types of things. But man, this is a weird pick to me, very, very, especially for where they're at. They're like, aren't you? I feel like they're kind of. You need a little defensive help. You need a little push a little bit here. So
aside from just a player, drafting a quarterback here.
Yes.
I mean, it could have been J.J. McCarthy, and I still think the same reaction.
Both of those considerations,
yes.
The quarterback and where they're at in the process. If you look at Kirk Cousins' contract, he better be your starter for the next 2 years, or you've got a financial anvil around your ankle. So this is just confusing to me about where they're at in the team building process. It felt like there was a level of urgency with the Cousins signing, right? Isn't that the message it sends to you?
Yep.
It's like, all right, it's time. It's time for us to win the NFC South. And I get that.
Or signing.
A lot of these teams, and if I'm looking at future years with this thing, finding the off-ramp and figuring out the next plan of quarterback can be a challenge. Mm-hmm. But doing it in the same offseason, I just can't imagine that, and I cannot believe that that's where they end up landing.
Somebody in the Atlanta front office fell in love.
Yes.
Plain and simple.
Yes.
And
Terry looked very happy. So.
But I mean, obviously, Michael Penix is 20 years old and could sit for a few years. And,
right.
Oh no, he's 24.
But he's going to be 27 by the time he's their starter.
Yeah.
It's puzzling.
There's
It really
difference
is.
for the Jordan Love sitting when he's 21 when he was drafted.
Yeah.
He was super. He might have been younger.
He was underclassman.
Yeah,
He was a
and-
redshirt junior.
So he
There was uncertainty about when they would move on from Rodgers. How would this end up
And when
unfolding?
did you take the guy that got sat in the 20s?
Yeah.
Not top 10 in a loaded draft.
And that's the thing, because obviously you and I, not huge Michael Penix fans, but aside from that, it's just the fact of drafting a quarterback here is really puzzling and something that it's hard to explain.
It is, and it just.
I get it though.
I don't know what
I get saying, all right, we're going to make sure that we have this as our second piece. If we take the next stage or next step into our next stage as a franchise, post Kirk Cousins, we have an answer. We have an answer that the Vikings didn't. But it comes with such a massive opportunity cost that I just don't know if you can justify it.
That's it. I mean, we're not talking about a second-round pick.
No.
We are talking about a top 10 pick with Odunze on the board. Every single defensive player in this draft on the board.
Odunze on the board at 9.
I've tried not to think about it. I've been ignoring it for the last 90 seconds or so. The Bears pick is in with Odunze off the board. This was always my dream scenario, is that somehow this draft would unfold with Odunze still on the board. We'll talk about it if it happens. I feel like I'm already jinxing it, but let's stick on Penix for a second. What do you think is kind of the best case scenario for what he can eventually be if it is into year 3? If you're trying to spin the Falcons' thinking and trying to kind of reverse engineer how they got here, what do you think it is?
I mean,
The fact that you don't have an answer is pretty telling.
well, yeah, it's just because he's ready to go right now. I mean, Michael Penix is not It's not. This isn't an upside pick.
No.
This is someone that's ready to go right now.
Plug and play. That's what
and you see if you have something or not.
That's why, as an argument, it makes sense for Minnesota potentially. If they're like,
sure.
this is our best shot. We gotta do
that
this.
makes more sense.
This is like a Will Levis pick. Like, a guy that's, I'm not quite sure if he's going to be the guy, but
a chance,
there's a chance, and we'll give him a shot. And, Will Levis took him in the second round.
Made
but
sense.
this is
It's rich.
different. The Bears are making a pick here.
Bears pick is in, and here we go.
And I just want to say, it's like McCarthy's on the board.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Guys, I'm really happy.
I bet you are.
I'm really happy. This was always one of those moments where when you're a fan of a team, you don't want to be intoxicated by the fun option and not the sound option. And there were they needed edge help, they needed defensive help. But if you look at the makeup of the offense, they still needed a third pass catcher. Now you have DJ Moore outside on one spot, Rome Odunze outside on another spot, Keenan Allen from the slot, with an offensive line that is workable, a tight end that's solid. You signed DeAndre Swift in free agency. This is like a real NFL offense from day one. And sometimes there's a little bit of projection with receivers and with guys in the top 10 period.
Rookie
What have we
quarterback.
said about Odunze throughout this entire process? You'd feel better handing in this card than almost any other in the top 10, and the Bears are the team that get to do it.
9.
I mean, the hype's going to get out of control.
Yeah.
That's going to be a process for me.
Okay, so in the playoffs, they're going to play, let's see. I mean, that division just got a whole lot more interesting.
Yes.
That's for sure. Talking about the NFC North. This is ideal scenario.
It is.
Perfectly ideal scenario if you are the Bears. If you're any general manager, this is what you want to come away with in the first round with. If you're going to have multiple first-round picks, let's maximize it. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. I mean, just the backstory is great with their friends. They always talked about playing together.
They were on the plane together on the way here.
There's a little tweet about
Reminiscent about, hey, what could be, and oh man, this is if you're the Bears, the optimism, it's just off the charts.
Now we get to a place, and I think that there was a lot of speculation about how good of a situation is this really for a rookie quarterback. If Odunze hits, and obviously there's a lot of optimism that he can, I think we're looking at one of the best situations a rookie has been dropped into in a very long time.
Yes.
It's hard to compare it to anything.
No, it's straight up rookie. Yeah, no, not like first year starter. Of course, you go Mahomes, but that was year 2. Not straight up rookie. And what I like about Odunze, and this is again, the ideal team building is you're building for now and the future at the same time. Hopefully at the same time. Odunze is that. He can contribute right away, can play inside, can play outside. He does everything well. So even if his role is less, it's a little bit more of a minor role early on, that's fine. He can do those auxiliary things, those complementary things. But then when it's time for it's like, hey, he's the one. Yeah.
You love that. And
It's
by the
the
time
best.
you're going to need to pay him, DJ Moore's contract
It's up.
is expired.
The timeline
So
all
the
makes
financial timelines of it all make
Keenan's
sense.
gone
It
next
does.
year. Yep.
Keenan Allen's a free agent next
Yep.
year.
Yes.
And I always, the Keenan Allen thing, when they made the trade, I was like, all right, I love Keenan Allen. With all of my heart, I love Keenan Allen. He's one of my favorite players of all time. He is a slot receiver at his best. And now with Odunze in that other outside spot, the synergy makes sense. It all falls into place the way it should fall into place.
It's actually pretty cool because I was in my head going like, well, he's the X, he's the F, the Z. That's actually pretty cool. All three could technically do all three.
They can.
They can.
You
They can be
mix and
slaughter
match.
outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's-
You want Rome Odunze to be your X? He can do that.
Yep.
You mentioned with Malik Neighbors, 34 catches at 20-plus yards, led the FBS. Rome Odunze had 32. So he was right there. This is a guy that can create explosive plays. He also had a punt return touchdown. I mean, we can keep going here because it's and this is interesting now.
Yeah, just a little.
So here we go. The Vikings make their move. They move up to 10. The pick is in. Rather than having to give up multiple first-round picks and a future first-round pick to make this happen, they give up 10 and a sixth round, they give up a fourth and a fifth round pick to ultimately get their guy. So this thought experiment that we were doing about, all right, if you're giving up all of this, is it worth getting on the rookie quarterback timeline? It falls in a situation and in a way where Minnesota doesn't have to sacrifice that much to get onto this plan.
Felt like the last few months I kept going like, McCarthy grew on me. I got to see him in the 20s, and then I was like, okay, the teens, I get it. And then we started talking top 5, top 3, and I'm like, okay, we're getting out of hand here. Like, I get all that. 10? Okay, a little bit. This is more tolerable of a range for me. And also, like you said, what they did or did not give up, again, more tolerable. Now it's kind of the best of both worlds. We already made our big move to get this extra first and everything. But we kept it. Like, you know, it's just,
And what they really did to make that extra first, they traded their second-round pick this year and a second-round pick next year.
Yeah.
Yep.
So to get their quarterback, they end up trading 2 second-round picks, a 4th-round pick, and a 5th-round pick.
that's, what did Darnold,
Darnold was 3 second-round picks to go from 6 to 3.
broken good Darnold
Right.
with NFL film on there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, this is, you know, again, we always do the mystery box thing, but that's what it is. And he makes sense for, I'm assuming this is McCarthy. Number one thing was McCarthy makes sense for Shanahan guys because he does what they love. He does the things that they love from quarterbacks. Throws on the move, throws over the middle. And he's smart. He can handle protections. He can handle play kills and cans and whatever they want to call it. He has good pocket movement. So I'm sure Kevin O'Connell watched that and was just like, oh yeah, this works. This works. And there's just a little bit more to tap into. I still say his high upside for McCarthy is a Kirk Cousins type with a little bit more athleticism to him. All right, here we go. He's going back to Minnesota.
Credit to the Vikings for not panicking and going up to 5 or 4 or trading more than they had to. Being able to stick, or not stick and pick, but move up.
Stick-ish.
Yes,
Stick enough.
one spot. And assuming this is McCarthy, that's half the top 10 quarterbacks. We've never seen that before. That is a first NFL draft history. 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. That is great. Now the big question will be over the final, 22 picks. Are we going to see a 6th? Yeah. Will we get that Bo Nix? I didn't think that Michael Penix was going to be the 4th quarterback drafted tonight. So who knows?
Yeah, man, and that's the thing I've already said. I was like, I don't think Sean Payton will like Bo Nix, and it's like, oh God, going how this night's going. It's like
He might have to.
yeah,
right.
And we see people talk themselves in flows with it. Now imagine you're sitting here on draft night, going all over your scenarios and going, well, we need a quarterback, like, don't we? All right, who's next? We liked him, right? We like Bo, right? Yeah, Bo. He was a good interview, right? And that's the process. That's the human element of all this.
You look at J.J. McCarthy, and the name that I would throw out, if you look at the athleticism and kind of how the athleticism can play into it, is Brock Purdy, right? Brock Purdy has that short area quickness, his ability to move around a little bit, and I think that's part of this thought process for Minnesota. If we drop a guy in who is functional with the best wide receiver in the league, with a great receiving tight end, with an offensive play caller that we feel good about, that can take us where we want to go. You can't afford Jonathan Grenard and Andrew Van Ginkel and all the other things they did if you're paying Kirk Cousins $45 million a year. So this is the bet that they've made for very good reason.
And if you're J.J. McCarthy, you're going to a situation, obviously, that you're feeling great about.
It's hard to feel better about
Yes.
it. And I think if you look at the consistent elements of quarterback development success stories in the NFL over the last 5 to 10 years, high-level receiving options are almost non-negotiable. They absolutely have that. But I actually think what's more important is the right play caller and the right offensive ecosystem. Yep. Think about what Tua looks like with Mike McDaniel. Think about what A.J. Brown or Jalen Hurts looked like when they got a new offensive infrastructure in there. That is what the Vikings have. Yeah. This is a bet on Kevin O'Connell. At every step of the process, this was going to be a bet on Kevin O'Connell, and that's why I feel like you have to feel pretty decent about what J.J. McCarthy can be in these circumstances.
And probably the only time in my life I'm going to compare J.J. McCarthy and J.C. Latham. But they got their perfect landing spots to unlock their gifts, to unlock what they do have. You always, as a scout, you want to say, what can a guy do? Like that, as opposed to, you don't want to be too negative. I know we just had some fun with Penix there. But you want to say, what can a guy do? And with McCarthy, okay, he can do this. He can do
enough.
We can work with this. And plus, again, youth.
21.
And he has the kind of intangibles that we always talk about.
Makeup is important at the position.
Huge. And there's proof of concept that he handled it already. It's not like, oh, he was going on the chalkboard and all of a sudden we get to him and he's like, oh, actually, all those coaches lied to us about how smart he is.
Right.
It's like there's proof. There's proof of him playing that kind of intelligent play that can handle the quarterback stuff. So for where this is at, where the Vikings are at, this makes all the sense in the world.
Dane, J.J. McCarthy was somebody for you that you always had him pegged as a first-round pick, even at the beginning of this process.
Talent's there.
So this is something that you have no issue with him being a top 10 pick and arriving at this moment by the end of it.
Yeah. Does it take a little more faith, a little more projection with a J.J. McCarthy? Yes. But, I mean, you bet on the tools, you bet on the intangibles, and, you take your chances. And, I mean, obviously, going to a spot like this with Kevin O'Connell, with the talent they have ready to go, he's going to make that a competition with Sam Darnold from day one.
Our dream of getting to see Sam Darnold throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson in this situation, the dream has died, unfortunately.
I know. And same with Jacoby Brissett starting somewhere. And actually, that's another thing. I actually really love those backup situations.
Yeah.
Like, we talk about, even if you say May's a big project, not to make every conversation about May, but we have Jacoby Brissett. He's like the top tier high-end backup in the league that you want to learn from. It's like those little things really matter.
This has to be a moment where I can't even imagine this amount of sleep that Kwesi Adofo-Mensah lost over the last 2 months.
They were showing pictures of
The amount of phone calls that he had to have made.
Sure.
The amount of how often and to what extent they chipped away at trying to find a path to get their guy. And even if this wasn't their number one choice,
With
they
the
do
10th
end up
pick
with somebody
in
at
the
the end of the road.
2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy.
quarterback, Michigan.
It was going to be really funny if we spent the last 7 minutes
I know.
talking about
I
J.J.
actually had a
McCarthy and it
brief
wasn't
moment of panic.
J.J. McCarthy and ended up becoming Bo Nix.
Yeah, had a little brief moment of panic there.
What a last run for McCarthy. I mean, leading his team to a national title. Now he's a top 10 pick, going to Minnesota. I mean, he comes from that part of the country. He's an Illinois kid, grew up just out of Chicago. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's doing the upper Midwest, checkbox. He's just, maybe get a beer in Wisconsin. Now he's 21, and then he's got all of them.
You just mentioned, Nate, that J.J. McCarthy grew on you during the process. What was it about his tape that kind of allowed you to talk yourself into him?
First, again, was the intangible stuff that you watch, and then watching him control this offense never looked like it was too much for him. In some of the biggest moments any quarterback faced recently, those are big games. And he faced 4, 5, 6 of them in his career. But when you watch him on the field, you see the polish, you see the footwork, you see the pocket movement, and you see the athleticism. And on top of that, like right here, you see the pocket movement, you see him making a free runner miss. And again, we talk about negative play mitigation, sack mitigation. He has one of the best pressure to sack rates in this class. At a young age, asking for him to push the ball. So he's going to have to make some stuff miss.
That pocket athleticism we were talking about with Caleb, it shows with JJ too.
It does. He's a loose athlete, and I think that was the term you used, and I totally agree with that.
There's a reason he did the 3-cone at the combine.
Right.
Most quarterbacks don't.
No, right. I would never do that. Short shuttle, maybe. I could do it in 2 strides. But with McCarthy, this is pocket movement, and then this is throwing on the move.
This is a 3rd down play too.
Yes, and against a rival and everything. And it's fluid. There's not an extra step there, and that's the thing. There's zero fat with a lot of his movement because he's such a good loose athlete. And so that's one throw on the move here. And then next, you got throwing over the middle. And this is why I think they like him. If you look at Brock Purdy stats, you watch Tua, a lot of people go, oh, wow, they make a lot of the same throws with that anticipation. That's what they want in this offense. They want you to throw that ball over the layers, over tight end, or over linebackers and all these things. It's funny, they're showing the same exact play. And right here is drop back, 1, 2, 3, hitch, ball out. Throwing it on time and hitting it right on the landmark there. The landmark for an over route is 1 yard past the hash. Hash plus 1. There we are. That is ideal. I know it's a drop there, so we're just going to ignore that. Now, the last thing here, too, deep playbook. And he already showed that he can. And, again, that's why it's promising there's some project to him and he has some tools to him, but he has enough polish that's like, yeah, we can work with this. We'll say one blemish, though. He's got a little bit of Zoolander to him. Struggles throwing to the left a little bit. But again, this is why you're working with Kevin O'Connell. It's the bet on Kevin O'Connell, and I think that's a safe bet because of what he's shown. So right here, and this is just one little thing he has to clean up, he'll overstride when he throws left. You kind of see that step in the bucket here. Oh, shoot, I didn't have the end zone. But you can see here, all good there, just that stride to the left. You see that, and just stepping in the bucket and overstriding, and you can see that the ball sails over the receiver's head. It shows up a couple times a game, and statistically, it matches what you see on film. Just one thing he has to clean up mechanically, and I think he can because he is a good athlete.
Kevin O'Connell is part of this process, and I had attributed to him talking about Drake May if I was trying to read the tea leaves. I can't remember if it was at some sort of fan event or an official interview at an NFL function, but he was talking about quarterback mechanics and footwork specifically, and he said, that stuff you can clean up. You can clean up footwork mechanics. I'm not worried about that. So if we're going to say that we can ignore it with Drake May or at least not overstate its importance, I think that we have to give J.J. McCarthy the same sort of grace here.
That's it. And you want to focus in on toughness. Okay, he has that. There's no question about J.J. McCarthy's toughness. He'll talk about his days playing hockey growing up, which really developed that toughness. Jim Harbaugh called him Iceman. That was his nickname for him because it didn't matter the situation, what the scoreboard said. He always came to play with the same mentality, the same focus that 3rd down, 4th down, let's go make a play. Throw on the Rose Bowl tape against Alabama and what he did down the stretch to win that game. So Jets on the clock.
Jets pick is in. Brock Bowers still on the board here.
Oh, boy.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu.
Okay.
We were wondering if the Jets would do the fun thing or if the Jets would do the smart thing, and they went with the smart thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, they added a couple tackles this offseason, signed Tyron Smith in free agency, traded for Morgan Moses. Tyron Smith has not played more than 13 games, I think, in the last 6 or so seasons, and even that 13 games last year was an outlier. Yeah. He has been consistently hurt over the last several seasons. Morgan Moses missed a couple games last year. He's now into his 30s. They have a contingency plan, an insurance plan now, Dane, with Fashanu being able to step in no matter who goes down.
No doubt. And we talked about him having smaller hands. He also has ambidextrous hands. Because it doesn't matter. He is strong left or right. I think my favorite thing about him is his ability to sink against power. Yep. And so he can drop his weight, put down that anchor, stop power, but he's also a really good athlete. The body control is outstanding, and he's really, really smart. A sharp kid. And so I think that when the total package of what you're looking for in an offensive lineman, he checks a lot of those boxes with the intelligence, with the body composition, the athlete that he is. The big issue or the big question mark is, again, in the run game. You know, that is the one box that is not checked. And it's not that he's a bad run blocker, it's not the strength of his game. Right. And so how can he get better? How does he develop at that area? But for the Jets that don't necessarily need a tackle from day one, this, like you said, Robert, this is the smart move. It really was. I mean, it's. I think we all would have taken Brock Bowers there maybe, but I can certainly understand why they looked at the offensive line and said, there's attrition in this game. Nobody knows that better than us. Let's go and draft and develop a guy that's super talented like Fashanu.
Yeah.
And now you have your left tackle of the future. And Tyron Smith's on a one-year deal. I mean, This is how you should think about team building.
Yes, and it's insurance. It's keeping that floor up for this year, and then again, you're lifting the ceiling for future years because that's what. Again, you get a true blindside guy. The thing is, too, is he always plays with a good base. Mm-hmm. That's his thing. He's always squared shoulder. He always has nice wide legs on everything, and he's thick. He's a thick tackle. Talking about differences, not Latham. He's not a globe, so maybe a moon. Something of that size. But he, really just is just the hand usage is good. You just talked about his intelligence. He returned for another year in college because he wanted to complete his degree.
He wanted to get his degree, yeah. He could have came out last year as a redshirt sophomore, decided to go back, and he was able to graduate. And so, yeah, he has certain priorities in his life, no doubt.
No, and
he was still a top 11 pick, so it ended up working out just fine.
It did. You see his mom was very, very happy. She's probably giving him a little, I told you so.
Joining us now is our Washington beat writer here at The Athletic, Ben Standig, on a monumental day for the Washington football franchise. Ben, we heard a lot of chatter about Jayden Daniels being the number 2 pick at the end of the road here for Washington. That's exactly what happened. What do you think ultimately pushed Washington toward Jayden Daniels?
Obviously, it was the top golf, right? Isn't that the that had to be the choice, right? Boy, it was a wild ride to get here. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, they needed not just a new quarterback. They needed some excitement here. They needed somebody who could really be, I don't like using that term, face of the franchise, but this is a brand new everything here, new owner, new coach, new GM. And having a guy like Jayden Daniels, who's got obviously the tremendous upside, the growth he made this year was, needless to say, off the charts. We hear a lot about the work ethic. And it's a highlight film all over the place. All his entire, you guys see it, obviously, his entire year last year was just one big highlight tape, and you put it all together, and I just think that they really love that. On top of the fact that he seems like a really good fit for what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do with sort of that up-tempo offense. And it would be lying to say we knew for sure this was going to be the guy all along, but at the same time, it's kind of where I've been for a while, and it just makes a lot of sense across the board for this place.
Ultimately, what do you think pushed them toward Daniels over somebody like May, who has similar sort of upside, crazy tools, but they go with a guy who's maybe a little bit more polished right now, a little bit more accomplished right now, rather than somebody that's a little bit more of a projection potentially?
I do think that's got to be a factor, right? So Jayden Daniels, 53 career starts, Drake May and McCarthy both under 30. Certainly most of the people that I spoke to throughout this process, nobody had a concern about whether Jayden Daniels could come in and play right away, whereas with May, it was a lot of he needs time. Now, granted, Washington is on a very long-term projection here. Like, nobody's viewing them to be a contender this year. But at the same point, look, I'm not remotely saying that they made any choice here based on finances, right? The ownership. But at the same point, they just paid $6 billion for a team, and I think it would be probably tough to have the quarterback you just took it to not playing. So as long as it was like borderline, we probably went for the guy with more experience. But I don't know that it was borderline. I mean, again, we'll find out later when we talk to Adam Peters. Hopefully, what made them buy into Daniels, but the explosiveness. Look, I also have to think the growth he made this year, the leap he made was insane, right? I mean, from a statistical perspective and a play perspective. So if they see that as what's to come, he got a lot of, as you guys probably talked about, our Vikings writer Alec Lewis wrote a story this year about how the use of virtual reality really helped Jayden Daniels this year with his vision down the field. If that or in other aspects of his work process really helped elevate him, where is this going, right? And whereas with Drake May, there was reasons why maybe he stumbled this year, but at the same point, it did happen. Stumble being relatively speaking, just not as prolific as he was the year before. So I think they went arguably with the ascending guy who fills a lot of the needs they're looking for.
Washington still with an arsenal of picks. They're picking at 36, 40, 67, 78, 100. They can make any move they want back into the first round. So maybe not done for the night. We will be keeping an eye on that, as I'm sure you will as well. Ben, thank you very much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, the Broncos pick is in. So now we've had one trade in the top 12. If the Odunze thing didn't happen, I'd be a little bit frustrated with how this is all unfolded. But I'm going to be happy for the next 6 days.
No defensive player either.
Not a single defensive player.
That's
either.
never happened before.
Nail that. Every time we had top 10 or top 12 with just offensive guys, it's like you always were like, man, maybe one defensive guy gets in there, but this is how every big.
But Atlanta was the team, right?
Yes.
Atlanta was
That
the
was
team.
it.
They all
Yes.
anticipated
And they
drafting
looked
a
at
defensive
maybe trade
player,
out of
and
it.
instead they throw the biggest wrench possible into this whole thing and send it into just pure chaos.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
There it is. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. Bo Nix goes 12th overall. And this is what you were saying, Nate. It's like, all right, if you're a Broncos fan or if you're Sean Payton, you got to do something here.
I guess.
And Bo Nix turns into a top 12 pick at the end of this.
If you took Brandon Weeden out, this is the oldest first-round quarterback drafted in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
And Penix is right behind that, by the way. Oregon, quote unquote, got the best play out of them. I don't know why I'm quoting that, but got the best play out of them by putting training wheels on the offense. Usually you want the opposite for a guy that's played that many games. You want an offense that they're adding more layers to it. He has qualities. He does have, I think he has a pretty good arm. He just doesn't always use it. He's not a very aggressive quarterback. He's another guy that prefers to throw on the outside. A lot of his metrics are similar to Daniels, where I got worried about him. He's got size, solid size. He does have some arm juice and everything, but I just think he plays the game safe. Yeah. And it's a curious pick to me. This is someone, if he took him round 2, totally get it. Round 1 to me is, again, it's extremely rich. I'll even say extremely rich.
It is. And look, there's always a quarterback tax, right?
Yeah.
When you draft a quarterback, you have to get him a little bit earlier than you probably grade him. It feels like a lot earlier than where you grade him. Yeah. But again, I think if you're going to draft a quarterback as high as the top 15 or the top 12, you're telling me this is going to be a quarterback that's going to be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL at some point. Yep. It is. I find it very hard to get there with Bo Nix to say and throw Michael Penix in there too, that he will be a top 12 to 14 quarterback in the NFL.
Did you, coming out, have Mac Jones with a higher grade than Bo Nix?
Probably, yeah, slightly, yeah.
Yeah, I did too. And that one, I was like, okay, 15, I get that.
Right.
That's Mac. That's the cutoff for me, or where you take a Mac Jones type. And this, I think they're near the same tier coming out. I think Mac was a little bit better. That's why this doesn't really add up. And maybe it's the threat of this Raiders team that was trying to probably maybe get these quarterbacks or anything. But it's just, I don't know. Again, it's just a very rich move for where they're at too.
We've never seen Sean Payton develop a young quarterback.
No.
He's had Drew Brees for almost his entire career. We've seen stretches where Teddy Bridgewater was in there for a little bit. Jameis Winston had some good efficiency numbers when he was in there for stretches. But this is going to be a new process, and it's not necessarily shocking, right? Even if it's rich, them saying, we need to get this thing started. We need to make sure that we're taking this thing in a new direction. Let's really turn the page and kind of sell some hope to this franchise after the way that last year went. It's not surprising, even if it is very, very rich.
And another thing, I had a rant a few weeks ago where I was like, I don't see Sean Payton and Bo Nix. I don't see him preferring that type of quarterback.
Right.
But he did play with Teddy. And actually, Teddy Bridgewater and Bo Nix have some similarities of how they attack the game. Maybe not pushing it, more about accuracy and placement, being smart and all those things. So maybe there's like, he goes, I can make this work, even if it doesn't have the upside. I just thought, again, when you're taking a quarterback in the first round, you're chasing upside. You're chasing this guy being a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro, a top 5 guy. So again, that's where it's, you're going for, this guy can start for us and do some things, but I don't know, that's, again, it's just not the what I would use, the resource I'd use for that.
He played in an offense at Oregon that did a great job. It was simplistic, but they did a great job of, okay, this is where you need to go with the football, boom, boom. Like, it wasn't overly hard to do, just that's the way the scheme was set up. And now he's going to be with Sean Payton, where things will be a little bit different. This will be an interesting marriage to see how this plays out. And my biggest issue with Bo Nix was when the rush got to him, his eyes would speed up, and he got a little frantic.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers.
Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers. Let's do it. That's
How
fun.
do you see this all fitting, Nate? So you have Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers.
Happy birthday, Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, I get. Garner Minshew is going to love that.
Yeah.
I guess he loves throwing the flat routes. So this is not who I expected to be a Bauer spot. I don't think anyone. I was already salivating about the Rams. I was seeing that creep up to 13. It's interesting with Michael Mayer. That's a great synergy with those two.
It is.
It's just more of that's a team I would be like. I would prefer Bowers, not prefer, but I figured that he'd be on a team that's on the cusp of maybe contending or near that, and he's the cherry on top to put you over the top. They're using him as a building block, which I get, and maybe something to go around. But you just drafted Mayer in the second round last year. Interesting weapons, but do they have a guy that can make the most out of these interesting weapons? That's a little different.
Questions about the quarterback and questions all along the depth chart. I mean, right now you're looking at Thayer Munford as their starting right tackle. They have a huge glaring need at corner right now, and instead of addressing either of those spots, they end up taking a second tight end in the top 2 rounds in the last 2 years.
Oh yeah, Telesco.
It's right.
Telesco.
And I was going to say, let's remember, this is a new general manager, a new head coach. So this is a new regime, not the regime that was drafting at this time last year. I mean, I'm going to give them credit because they are drafting the best player on the board. And we talk about that all the time. Let's not overthink it. Draft the best player and make it work, because that's in the game of football. Injuries happen. All these things happen. Just if you stick to that theory of you draft the best player, then I think you're in good shape. And so even though the Raiders, was this their top need? No. But again, what have we been saying about Bowers? He's not just a tight end. He's a slot receiver. He can play outside. He can do all these different things. So even though this is a little bit of a surprise, I applaud him for it.
That's how I am. It's not like I'm saying I hate it. It's just more like, oh, it's surprising. But like you said, it's best player, best player, best player. And Bowers, I have him as a top 5 talent. I think you're near. I think a lot of us seem easy as a top 10 guy. All right, you're getting a top 10 talent, or maybe a top 5 guy in the teens without moving around for him. And like you said, injuries happen. Devontae Adams is going to move on in a couple of years. Maybe you do have the quarterback then. You can't just play for 2024. And so that's why it's not the worst move in the world. It's just interesting. But yeah, Aiden O'Connell or Gardner, they got, did you see that? Jacoby Myers? They have synergy too.
Yeah, right.
Like Bowers is your slot, Myers is your Z, Devontae Adams is your X, Mayer is your Y. That's pretty.
It's a big upgrade from Hunter Renfrow.
You think? Yeah, it's not bad. Or any of the other receivers they trot out across from Devontae Adams before.
How are you feeling about the dream dying? Brock Bowers to the Rams. You doing okay over there?
It stinks. Had a clip ready and everything. I couldn't wait. I was ready for it. But I actually did think it was feasible. When I saw that pick was in, at pick 8 with the Falcons, I was like, oh yeah, that Rams thing's not happening. Because that meant like that trigger was not pulled there. And I felt like that was the right one. So yeah, it's a little interesting, but we'll see.
I think it's really interesting with these quarterbacks, how this has all played out. Okay, if you're the Broncos, you probably could have made a moderate trade up to get J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
So obviously, they were perfectly fine staying and taking Bo Nix. The Raiders could have made a move up to go get one of these guys. They didn't. They stayed where they were. So it's just interesting our perception of how each one of these teams thought of these quarterbacks, and now this is a reality. It's just a little bit different than I think what a lot of people thought.
I asked both of you guys earlier this week, if you were the Vikings and you could trade 11, 23, and change to move up for J.J. McCarthy, or you could stick at 11 and pick Bo Nix. You guys both chose giving up the draft capital to take J.J. McCarthy, and they both go in essentially the same range here. So the Broncos elected not to do that, where both of you said you probably would.
How their board shakes out, maybe they saw them in the same tier, all that type of stuff. We saw them as a tier, maybe even a tier and a half difference, which is significant with quarterbacks. So yeah, that's applaud them, I guess, for standing pat and getting the quarterback. But yeah, again, I'm still trying to add that one up.
I'm still trying to figure out Penix at 8.
I know it's like, oh my god,
I have no idea what to make of it. Like truly, no idea what to make of it.
I'm still like letting it sink in, and people are trying to explain it. I'm like, it still doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, it's not going to make sense for a little bit here. No, how the quarterbacks shake out too is like Dane and I have different boards. In their rooms, they have different boards. Every team has different boards. So they might go, well, we had Nix ahead of McCarthy. We had, you remember Jerry Jones showing, we actually had Tyler Smith ahead of everybody. Oh, these other guys, like that's how they might feel about Bo Nix.
Right.
I know how I feel. I'm an outsider with that, but they might see things and might have things where they're like, no, we got our guy actually. Or they talk themselves into that, which is also a possibility.
Saints on the board, or on the clock here at 14. This is a team that desperately needs a tackle with their current situation. Questions about Trevor Penning over his last couple of years, questions about whether Ryan Ramczyk is going to physically be able to continue his career with some of the health problems that he's dealing with. And Dane, there are tons of options for them on the board still with the way that the first 13 picks have fallen here.
Right. Taliese Fuaga from Oregon State, Amarius Mims, Georgia, Troy Fautanu from Washington. Is he a fit here? Fautanu is kind of that Band-Aid where you want to play left tackle? He could probably do it. Okay, you want to move inside to guard? He could do it.
Knocking there, yeah.
Right. And so I think for a team that needs offensive line help in the worst way at the Saints, Fautanu makes a lot of sense because I think he can cure different ills based off of getting their best 5 out there.
Agreed. Completely agree. That's why I kept coming back to him. They also are okay with injury concerns. They're okay with any concerns. Like New Orleans. We only live once.
They like to live dangerously down there.
They do.
It's New Orleans, man.
It's New Orleans.
Yeah, they've got to throw caution to the wind.
Always on Bourbon Street. So, but the Fautanu going, what I like about him is that I think he does have legit 5-spot versatility.
Yep.
So, shoot, we have him at left guard this year. Do we have to play him at left tackle maybe as a rookie? Okay, maybe just get through the season. Maybe we can get it. Is that ideal? No, but maybe he surprises us and he could stick out there. But I do think he has just that starting upside at all those spots if he ends up being the pick here.
No defensive player. We knew this is not a defensive draft, first round. We knew that.
14 picks potentially without a defensive player?
The previous high was, I think, what, 7 or 8?
7 or 8. That's
7.
Been 9.
We've never had. I don't think we ever had 8 before. So
2021, J.C. Horn went 8th.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this would be double what the previous high was for deepest into the draft without a defensive player. So that's crazy.
And there's a chance that the Colts don't end up picking a defensive player here at 15. Although it did shake out pretty decent for Indianapolis here. If the Saints do end up picking a tackle, they have their picks of the corners. We knew that they were in the L'Jarius Sneed conversation. They are interested in upgrading there, and there's a chance that Terry Arnold or Quinton Mitchell are both available here for Indianapolis.
I do wonder if we're giving these guys credit for being patient, not going up to go get something that they don't need to go get. If the Colts or maybe we didn't see the Raiders doing that, with Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Like we thought, okay, Bowers get by the Raiders, get by the Saints, perfect for us at 15. And maybe a little bit of hindsight, maybe we could have traded next year's 3rd to go up a few spots to go get Brock Bowers.
Who do you think that would have been with, though? That's my question.
That's true. Maybe they tried.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. If you're the Jets, like, all right, we feel like Fashanu's in a different sort of tier. He's a left tackle. Yep. He's gonna be more polished than these other guys. And if you're the Broncos, I can understand if you're Denver saying, oh, he might be available later. Who else has the same level of urgency to pick one here? But you don't want to get cute with quarterbacks. So there's a chance that in that top 12, top 13, there just wasn't a partner that they could find.
Right. And all the teams are like, oh, shoot, Bowers is falling or so-and-so's falling. Oh, we're good. We're good here. Like, I'm sure the Bears, like we've said, oh, yeah, there's probably a trade there maybe available for them or to get out of there. But Odunze was there. So they're probably like, never mind. Sorry, guys. We got our guy. That's how it goes. It goes, if this guy's on the board, sorry.
We've only had one trade, right?
One
trade.
And that was one spot.
It was one spot.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the trade we had was essentially the Jalen Carter, Darnell Wright swap from last year, which not necessarily a headline grabbing move.
Yeah, when you see 5th, 6th up there, for the round picks.
Saints pick is in here.
The 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Taliese Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
This is a guy, Dane, that was going to bring a ton of physicality to that Saints offense. He was a right tackle in college. There's a chance he sticks at right tackle if Ryan Ramczyk ends up moving on. You had him slotted really high, right? Wasn't he your second or third offensive tackle on your big board?
He was 4th.
4th, okay.
Yes. Behind Alt, Olu, and then J.C. Latham. But he is a guy that, I mean, you mentioned J.C. Latham being the best run blocker in the draft. I actually think my vote would probably go to Fuaga. I mean, he is
shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, he wants to dominate in the run game. At first level, second level, he is a guy that with heavy hands. He's got okay range, not great range, but okay range. But he finishes. You love the way he plays through the whistle each and every snap. But another guy that was a right tackle only, and so, and that's how teams talking to teams around the league, asking them, is he a guard on your board? Is he a tackle on your board? And the responses I got back was ROT. He's a right tackle. So that's how a lot of teams were evaluating him. Now, the Saints, maybe they looked at him as a possible left tackle convert, or do they keep him on the right side? I mean, Ramczyk, we know maybe not for long. We'll see what his future holds. But, yeah, this is it's a good pick for a team that we know they want to run the ball, too.
He's a starter. Like, that's what you're getting here.
Yes.
That's what we anticipated, right?
Yep.
It was just like, we always figured the Saints would pick a tackle in this spot, whichever tackle is available, and it just happens to be Fuaga.
There's no squinting here where I'm like, I don't know if this guy's going to take time. It's like, no, this guy's going to start. It's just, what spot do I want to put him at?
And what's the ceiling, right? If he is a guy who the run blocking is the best thing that he does, if he's a right tackle only, what sort of ceiling are we talking about here? But this team just needs bodies up front, potentially, and that's what this potentially gives them.
Yeah, we got a potential left guard, potential right tackle, and let's try him at left tackle. We'll just see how he does there. But yeah, and what the Saints do, they are more that, they still do some Sean Payton stuff, even if it's not all there anymore.
Now we have a new offensive coordinator there. Kubiak is down there, so you have a new offensive.
Well, and that's going to make even more sense. It's just that heavy play action stuff because of how he likes it. What Oregon State did was a very pro-style offense, under center, a lot of play action stuff. He's comfortable. So again, it's going to be an easy transition for him as opposed to other guys. Fashanu would be a good one. So many RPOs, so many all these other things. No, we're getting into a pro-style offense alignment into a very traditional kind of pro-style offense.
I would say the two spots, if I was looking at the Colts depth chart, like, all right, we could use some upgrades here. Even if we have pieces, we could use an uptick in who the number one was at this spot. Would be receiver and edge, right? Even if they technically have guys there. So now you have every single edge rusher still on the board for Indy. You have every single corner still on the board for Indy. And you have a guy like Brian Thomas if they think add juice on offense is the number one thing we need here. So there are a bunch of different directions that I think would make sense for the Colts in this spot.
Talking to other teams about what the Colts were going to do, the most common response was they want to help the quarterback. They want that pass catcher. Okay, well, Brock Bowers is gone. The top 3 receivers are gone, kind of like we thought. So who's left? Ryan Thomas. Is that the direction they want to go? Or do they, like you said, you set it up perfectly with the defensive players, pick of the litter. Which one do they want? Do they feel like Terrion Arnold from Alabama is that guy? Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo? Could it be Byron Murphy, defensive tackle? They could go that direction. They could go with a true edge rusher with Laitu, Jared Verse. Dallas Turner is still around. Dallas Turner, you think about what Chris Ballard likes with some of these freaky edge guys. Offer a lot of different things. I mean, Dallas Turner, he exudes that. So that would make a lot of sense. So yeah, the Colts are really could go in a lot of different directions here.
I couldn't put my finger on who the first defensive player would potentially be because it was just kind of like, there's some good players, but there wasn't that like, oh yeah, boom, done. Chase Young when he came out, the Bosa's when he came out, those types of guys. There's a lot of like good quality players, but again, it's what you want, especially corner. But then even with the Dallas Turner, it's like, okay, Gus Bradley and more of a traditional 4-3 defense and everything. does he like a Dallas Turner,
Yep.
who I like as more as like a 3-4 Sam type of guy? Technically an edge. It's all, there's merging here, but
If you look
just
at the numbers, though, I mean, he dropped into coverage in like 30% of their
why I
passing
liked him.
snaps last year.
Because he's that freaky. I mean,
Yeah.
you want to play him at middle linebacker, he could do it. Yeah, just fine.
Against Michigan, they like it was like every third, well, not every third down, but a lot of passing downs. He was dropping to the middle like a Mike linebacker.
But I also think with the way he has length, he extends the point of attack, he can set an edge. So, and he had led the SEC in sacks. So he has really the full package. It's just, is he as polished as a Will Anderson? No.
That's what I was going to ask you where the gap was between him and some of these other high-level prospects.
Right.
Because double-digit sacks last year, if you look at the rate stats, they're excellent. He's 21 years old. He's an incredible athlete. You just don't think that the toolbox and the nuance is necessarily there the same way it has been with other top 5 guys in recent years.
Right. There's too much thinking, not enough doing, and that's common for guys 3-year juniors. Not all these guys are Will Andersons, and so, but you bet on the traits. You bet on a guy that has the things you can't really coach, and you think you can get there with him. So that's where I think Dallas Turner is. Why he is the top edge rusher for a lot of teams on their board.
And I want to rescind a comment because I was just thinking my comparison for Dallas Turner has been Bruce Irvin, who was his defensive coordinator at Seattle.
Yeah.
Gus Bradley.
Sure.
Yeah, that the drop in the coverage, all those types of stuff. Dallas Turner he does a lot well. It's just that there's maybe not that elite thing other than his athleticism. So I think some of the pass rush tool set is just not all the way there yet. Like he loves just bull rushing, just push, but he has tools you can work with.
Will Anderson, that was a lot of what they asked him to do too.
It was all knifing inside and everything.
Right.
Saban wants guys to play sound. There's no
Right.
like you get to show off and be a wide 9 here. He doesn't do that with his defensive linemen. So.
I get it. Maybe he's not as far along, but we're talking about a 21-year-old guy.
Oh, yeah, no, at
He's a
15.
high-level recruit, and you bet on traits at
Yes.
that position.
Yes.
Traits at that position, that's the safest
had
way to
production.
find difference makers.
But he had production.
And he had it.
Yeah, so
This
it's not
is
like-
This is not some sort of Trayvon Walker
No, that's what I was gonna
situation.
say, yeah.
He was one of the most productive pass rushers
Yeah.
in college football last year.
I think he's just pick 15. Love that for Turner. It was more like 8. Oh, that's a little rich for me going top 10. 15 teens. It's a great spot for him if he goes here.
And we were wondering where the edge rushers would end up going. You know, would Turner go in the top 10, but the other guys would slip into the teens. And now there's a chance that we get to 16 with all of the edge rushers still on the board, which even if you anticipated it being a run on offense early, Dane, I still don't think that anyone could have thought this was going to happen.
No. I mean, we thought, okay, when's that first defensive player going to be off the board? Is it going to be 8? Is it going to be, could it be 11? Could it be, were we going to see a trade in there? 13, we know maybe the Raiders take a corner. But yeah, here we are, pick 15, still no defensive player off the board.
It's crazy.
Colts pick is in here. I assume we're going to see a defensive player, but if it was Brian Thomas, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised.
Right.
Because they do need some juice. Here we go.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laitu.
Okay.
Edge rusher.
Yep, edge rusher.
Latu is the one name we didn't mention as part of that conversation.
Kinda
But
opposite.
if we're talking about, if you're contrasting somebody with Turner, or maybe there isn't that refinement, there isn't that skill set, that's what Latu is.
Right.
He is pure pass rushing skill compared to maybe some of these other guys that are more traits-based bets.
With a lot of edge rushers coming out of college, you see them, like they have all the tools, but they throw everything at you. They don't know the pass rush sequencing, how to set up blockers. They don't do enough homework to understand, okay, when the tackle sets this way, I need to do this. And there's so many, these little intricacies of playing the position. Latu knows how to play it at a high level. He is very, very smart with understanding how to use his hands. And you see it on every tape. I mean, throw on the USC tape, and he just demolishes the tackle time and time again because of his understanding of steps, landmarks, how to use his hands. He's not a super athlete, but he's a good athlete.
He clears the bar.
Yes.
If you
Yes.
look at the comparison, I was thinking about this today because I was going through all the Bears permutations in my head. And Latu, his pass rush production in college, if you look at guys who've had similar production over the last 5 years, they're all stars, almost all of them. The guy that I would go way back in the future with, somebody who had pass rush production, didn't end up getting there, was Jarvis Jones. Remember Jarvis Jones?
Sure.
He had 18 sacks,
Georgia.
but he was a bad athlete.
Right.
Latu, he clears the bar enough as an athlete, combined with the production, that I can understand looking at that guy and saying that's like a 10-sack-a-year player in the NFL.
The two big questions were, okay, can he hold up against the run? And then obviously the medicals.
Yep.
And obviously, the Colts passed him on the medicals. And I heard from a lot of teams that passed him on the medicals. The Rams passed him, the Dolphins passed him. There were a lot of teams that said, you know, it's concerning. Obviously, you don't want to draft a player with his medical history, but everything looks clean now. And as we project him forward, we don't see any issues. So this is a player that is easy to like. It's just you have to really understand, okay, we might have to hide him a little bit on rundowns. That's where we're going to have to get better with him. But it's the pass rush upside that he brings that really is the easy sell in the room.
He works for the Colts because what we say with Ballard, he usually goes for the high traits guys.
Right.
What those guys usually are missing? Production.
Yeah.
So now we get the guy that can produce. That's
the opposite of Quiddy Pay, right? The bet you would make with
exactly.
Pay.
I'm fine with that. That's what you kind of want to do with your building. You want different types. You don't all the same type of guy. Then what if you have a bunch of freaky guys that don't do anything? Yep. Which they've run into. Defending the run is not an issue for the Colts. They load the box because they run a Gus Bradley defense, and they got Grover Stewart, DeForest Buckner, linebackers, slot guy that plays the run, safeties that play the run. Okay, let Laitu go. We compared him both to a Keanu Reeves action movie. Yeah. You went John Wick, and I went when Keanu Reeves as Neo is learning all the kung fu moves, all the karate moves. Like that's where he's getting uploaded all of them because he can use them all. So, for the Colts, this makes more sense as I'm kind of really thinking on it because he makes sense for what they already have.
Right.
He's a different style than what they already have.
And I also think you can bring him along at the right pace because Ebukam, I think, is ideally a 3 for them.
Yes.
And that's if Laitu can slide into that number 1 spot, and then you have Pay as your number 2, Ebukam as your number 3. But if you want to bring him along slowly, you have 2 starting caliber edge players already on the roster. So I think that's the development plan that's available to them that it might not be for some other teams.
Yeah. Technician, instinctive feel. These are the things that I think can get you excited about a pass rusher. And like you said, good enough as an athlete. Body type is not great, but okay. Length, he's 32.5-inch arms. So I think, but then you throw on the tape and he's just demolishing tackles over and over.
I love him. I love him as a player.
USC, I mean, every single time they throw a tight end on that side, they try to chip him. He's like, okay, I'll adjust. And he did. It's hard to defend him.
We're going to use the occasion of the first defensive player here to take our first break. We will be back in a few minutes. Appreciate if you guys would stick with us. Okay. Can I go to the bathroom? Welcome back to the Athletics live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft, coming to you from Detroit. Still sitting here trying to process what just happened in the first half of the first round while we were away, outside of get a little bit of water and get a little bit of rest, chatting more about Michael Penix. Now that you've had probably like half an hour to process, it could have been 10 hours. I have no idea what time it is. Now that you've had some time to process the Michael Penix to Atlanta move, where are we at with this?
Nate?
I'm still. Just put it this way: I put together cut-ups for the show for the quarterbacks I expect to go in the first round. Michael Penix never crossed my mind to make him a cut-up. Bo Nix as well, and I knew it was a possibility. I knew, like, yes, they might sneak in, but I was like, all right, maybe in the 20s, something like that. But yeah, I'm still a little bit stunned. It's just even the team building stuff and just where they're at.
That's it more than anything for me. It's just the timeline and how it fits. It's hard. Like, you think about the most surprising picks the last few years. Cole Strange year before. It's like, oh wow, I didn't see that coming at all. But okay, I can understand if this. This one, I didn't see it coming at all, and it's hard to explain it away.
Thank you to our men and
We're back with the Goodell here, the Seattle Seahawks, in a shocking twist. Pick here at 16 and don't end up trading back. Well, there are so many defensive players on the board. Mike McDonald's sitting there with the litter.
Okay. Yeah.
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle.
We were talking about this earlier in the week, talking about the teams that we found most intriguing in the first round. And Seattle was one of the teams we threw out because every time you get a new regime in there, especially somebody who, like Mike McDonald did in Baltimore, did such a great job with personnel. It's like, who are they going to pick on defense and why? They go with probably the most disruptive defensive player in this entire draft up front, Dane.
Yeah.
What does this pick for Byron Murphy going to Seattle say to you about what type of defense the Seahawks want to be building?
Give me guys that don't want to be blocked, because I'm going to find a way to get past them. And he's well-rounded too. It's not just what he does on rundowns, not just what he does as a pass rusher. Every down player, and he's consistent with it. So for a guy that is really just a one-year starter this past year, he uses his hands really well. He has burst. He's a really good athlete, but he has power. He's undersized, quote unquote, compared to what maybe you ideally want your defensive tackle to look like, but he understands so well how to use that natural leverage and play underneath blocks, and how he can control gaps that way. So the Seahawks have been one of those teams that have been consistently high on Murphy throughout the process. I think maybe they even surprised that they get to draft him at this point.
And we've seen these types of guys work, though. Like the undersized defensive tackle, there's plenty of proof. Oh, the Vikings are trading up here, but there's plenty of proof of these types of guys working. I think what's so great with McDonald, and you just hinted at it, Robert, that he gets the most out of his personnel. He maximizes those guys. I consider him a like a 4-eye and all those types of things. That's great for McDonald. He likes versatile guys. And just watch that Ravens defense. And he's going to be that kind of skeleton key, for their defensive front. And on top of it, the guy, and we were just talking about this with, Laitu and the Colts. He's different than the types of guys they have. Murphy's the same way. They got these big bruiser, mauler types. Here, now you get the gap shooter, quick guy that gets in there.
There's no doubt. And what I like about it is that we don't have to do much imagining.
Wow, that's pretty rich.
Yeah.
Last year, the Ravens, their centerpiece of their pass rush last year was a 3 technique.
Yeah.
An interior defensive lineman is how they built the entire pass rush plan. They've got a lot of simulated pressures. You got edge guys dropping. So now the fact that you have maybe the centerpiece of your pass rush again being an interior lineman, it's easy to imagine that because of what last year's Ravens looked like.
No doubt. And now, okay, Vikings moving up again in the first round. So both their first round picks are moving up.
And they gave a hefty price tag here.
They're in a 4th next year, a 5th this year to move up from 23 to 17. Who are we thinking here? Is this the corner? Or is this
corner?
Both corners still out there?
Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
That makes a lot of sense.
It does.
They still had a needed edge. Because if you look at what they did in free agency this year, obviously they signed Jonathan Grenard, they brought in Andrew Van Ginkel. Andrew Van Ginkel is a Swiss Army knife.
Yep.
You want to be able to use him in a bunch of different ways. This now gives you another potentially freaky guy coming off the edge. And what do we say about Dallas Turner? He can do all of these different things. He can drop into coverage. He can rush the passer. It's exactly what this defense is.
Right.
So it almost feels like we're talking about other guys being in the best possible position for them. Nate, I can think you make an argument that this is the best possible outcome for Dallas Turner.
I never associated this one. And this one's great.
Right.
This is team fit value player. Like, this is great at pick 17. With Turner, like everything that I was just bringing up, the Bruce Irvin stuff. You get Brian Flores and that funky defense who uses every type of guy in every possible way. Whether you're a linebacker, you're a safety, you're a defensive lineman, you're dropping, you're rushing the passer, you're doing everything. Well, here we go. And you just brought up Van Ginkel, who is a good Swiss Army knife. Turner's a better version of that.
Yes.
He is the elite, possible elite version of that. So, I mean, again, this is, if you have Flores for the next few years, you have that defensive system, this is a perfect landing spot for him.
It does make a lot of sense. And here we got defensive players back to back now here after none going in the top 14 picks. You know who his defensive coordinator was in high school?
No.
Jason Taylor. So you go back to high school and you count those coaches, you count Nick Saban, they all rave about how he works too. So this isn't just an athlete. This is a guy that puts in the time, puts in the work, and so he's I think an easy player to like. I understand if maybe, like you were saying earlier, 8 that's high. I drafting him in the top 10, but at this point in the draft, this is the type of edge rusher you want to bet on.
Yeah, and I mean all these things, but he came from, you just mentioned Jason Taylor. He came from St. Thomas Aquinas. Yeah. Super successful high school in Florida. Then he goes to Bama with Nick Saban. Mm-hmm. Winning is in this guy's DNA. Oh, yeah. And sometimes that we talk about intangible stuff, and McCarthy gets some of those praise. These guys are winners. They're building around winners, which is some of that stuff can get lost in the shuffle if you're not taking a talented player with it. But that's what Turner is. He's talent. Again, a good projection for him as far as where he's going in this draft, and then also just, all that stuff, that attitude he's going to bring.
And I don't think he's raw. I think he's, it's more just the sequencing, understanding how to do, because you can throw on the tape and he'll do these different things, whether it's a stab, it's, different club moves, but understanding when to use what and just being more consistent in that area, so.
And it's just like Anderson going from that defense and then going to the Texans and going and being able to just pin his ears back and go. It's a lot like a maybe college basketball player going to the NBA and all of a sudden gets all this space and gets to actually use all their tool sets opposed to burn the clock and pass. It's like, no, drive it to the rack, create that space and do all these things. Maybe Turner sometimes, because Saban makes his defensive players be so disciplined. You are in this gap. No, you're not rushing the passer. You are holding and keeping contain on a guy. So maybe now he gets into this defense that goes attack, drop, attack, drop, and he actually gets to flourish in that scheme.
And he was a big basketball player growing up. I mean, he actually thought NBA was in his future until he got closer to high school and was like, all right, I'm all in on football.
There's no 6'3", 240-pound guards. Yeah.
God bless DJ Wanham for the way that the Vikings tried to use him last year. He was dropping into coverage. That's not who he was. Right. He was a very traditional defensive end. Now they have a piece here that actually fits the way that they want to play.
I feel bad for DJ because he was becoming a cult hero for us. And
he was trying his best, man. He had some really nice moments in coverage. But this is actually a player suited to that.
Yes.
Here's what I would say, though. You end up using this pick on an edge rusher. Now you have 3 guys that you feel good about in those spots with Grenard and Van Ginkel. Still got some pretty big questions about what this team is doing at corner. So to pass on the 2 best corners in this draft, Dane, and go with an edge rusher, I think it's an interesting choice to say the least. I think it's pretty telling about what sort of talent Turner is maybe compared to those defensive backs.
Right, and obviously as a team, you go through so many different scenarios about, okay, how is draft day going to play out? And if this happens, then our focus shifts to this. And I don't know how many scenarios they went through where Dallas Turner was available
17
as late as 17. But it is interesting that because this is a team with, they don't have a lot of draft picks on day 2. So they went into next year's haul of picks to make sure this trade happens. A little bit of pay it forward. I don't know. It's a big risk to do what they're doing, but coming away from this draft with the quarterback and the edge rusher, 2 premium positions, it could certainly be something that they look back on as kind of a turning point in this franchise.
How many picks do they even have next year?
I mean, not very many, because they traded their 3rd and 4th in this trade?
Next year.
Next year's 3rd and 4th.
And they already traded next year's 2nd to move up for the 2nd first-round pick this year. So now they have a 1st next year, and they're probably not looking at many compensatory picks with the way that they spent in free agents. Well, Hunter, we'll see how that ends up shaking out. So maybe I think they actually do have a couple that might be on the board.
Who's left there?
So that's an argument.
Big ankle and stuff.
Well,
like that.
Kirk Cousins and Hunter.
Cousins.
So there's a chance that they have 2 decent compensatory picks next year, and maybe that's feeding into their thought process here, being like, we're going to have 2 threes. We can give up one to go get this guy who we think is a difference maker.
49ers-ing it. That's
And honestly, it's a really good way to think about it, because I think it's smart to offset a lot of spending with cheap players, right? If you have an expensive quarterback, you're going to need some cheap guys somewhere along the way, stockpiling assets. They have a cheap quarterback, and now they're able to spend. So the idea of having players may be a little bit less important now that you're on that road.
I think I did my first mock, and I originally had 12 offensive players going first, and I was like, it's a fun exercise, guys. I don't see this actually happening. And then like, Dallas Turner's not going 8. It's like, no, I have him more as like an early teens guy. I know he'll go top 10 though, haha. And it's just so funny how these things shake out. With like Turner, I talked myself Turner into the Colts, and all of a sudden Latu's there, and I'm like, oh, actually, it does make sense. Again, these teams hopefully know themselves better than we do, and it's kind of cool to see what they identify, like you said with the new regime with McDonald, identify with going, no, we need this. This is what we are starting our new regime with.
I'll do a little reset of the board here.
I was going to ask you your best guy available here.
Yeah, so best 7 available. Troy Fautanu from Washington, which we talked about. There's durability stuff there, which is a factor in where he will ultimately be drafted. Then it's the top 2 corners, Terrion Arnold from Alabama, Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo, Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver from LSU, Graham Barton, interior offensive lineman from Duke, Amarius Mims, offensive tackle from Georgia, and then Jared Verse, edge from Florida State. And those 7 players are all first-round graded players for me. And those are, after that, that's it for first-round graded players. So now with the Bengals on the clock, Fautano's on the board, Amarius Mims. If they decide to go tackle, they have some options here.
Why Fautanu is particularly interesting to me is the Bengals have 2 starting tackles right now. It's a 1-year deal for Trent Brown. They draft Fautanu. Maybe he plays guard this year and potentially is a tackle of the future. Think about that offensive line with the pass catchers that they still have and Joe Burrow. That is a really intriguing set of pieces on that side of the ball.
And when Trent Brown goes down in week 13, you kick out Fautanu. You've got your plan in place.
That's the upside of him. That's why he's my number 10 guy on the board. And I know he's older. I know he has injury stuff. Is no matter what, if he's healthy, your best 5 are going to be out there. No matter what, because he's
a Band-Aid. He really is.
He's such a good player. I know that's such a silly thing to say about first-round talents, but you watch that Washington offense, and even with the concerns, even with some of the length concerns, the frame concerns, the health concerns, it's just so hard to imagine him not being a productive player if he's on the field.
Yeah, combine drills are usually the 40, maybe the gauntlet we get excited about. Like, watching him do the drill work was it was the actual highlight of the combine.
That's why I'm harping on these medicals, because that is going to be a reason more than anything else. The size, maybe not ideal height, but he's long enough. He's got the feet for it. So this is more of and maybe he could be the pick right here. But every team looks at these medicals a little bit differently.
Is there a chance that it's wide receiver insurance?
That's what
T. Higgins potentially moving on, Tyler Boyd a free agent. That's another option here.
Roll it out.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims. Tackle.
Okay.
Amarius Mims, he of the 8 college starts, Dane, but you look at the tools that he is bringing to the position. This feels like an ideal landing spot for him because he can sit. He can be an insurance policy. We've seen the Bengals do this consistently over the last few drafts. They've drafted guys for the future in the first round going back 2 or 3 years, and this is one of the best kind of succession plans you could hope for with somebody like Mims.
Yeah, a guy that is so physically gifted that you kind of look at him in awe. Just like, wow, okay, 6'8", 340, never really seen a guy look this way.
His first name should be Adonis.
Right.
Seriously.
And he was a former 5-star guy. Like, he has always kind of been just a little bit better than everybody else. But just not having the body of work that leaves a little bit of doubt out there about that next level transition. But going to a place like Cincinnati, where he's not going to be pressed into action from day one, get a chance to learn the playbook, get a chance to learn what professional life is all about. this is a good landing spot for him.
Yes.
This is, and maybe he's starting mid-season, who knows, but when they need him, he'll have a little bit of time under his belt, so he'll be better off.
Even with 8 starts, he was still my 11th guy on my big board because, again, he has as much upside as anyone. And where the Bengals are, and they pay Joe Burrow, and they're about to pay Jamar Chase, they're probably expecting to be in the 20s for the next 10 years. Like, that's what they're probably expecting. You don't get guys like this in the teens or the high teens or the 20s. A guy with this type of upside, true, and I would even go, I'm going to go lofty here, true all-pro tackle upside.
Yeah.
He needs help to get there, but you don't get these guys at 17, at 18, at 19. You don't get these guys usually. This is a fair risk for them because he doesn't have to start, just like you said, because their offensive line coach set up with Frank Pollock, and because of their quarterback. Their quarterback's going to help. If he has to start, he's going to help mitigate some damage. I'm sure he's going to be aware that he has a rookie tackle out there. Burrow's really good at doing that and helping out his offensive line. But I don't know. This makes all the sense in the world for the Bengals, and not a matchup I really expected. And now, again, it's another one I'm like, yeah, this makes all the sense.
Well, this was definitely one of those. When I did my final mock draft, I've missed way too many. Okay, I'm not gonna start bragging.
I'm not even.
But this was one.
There's no bragging
This is one of those fits that I really liked.
It makes sense.
Yes.
It makes sense. If you look at their recent history, and you look
Miles
at the type of
Murphy.
prospect that he is, I totally get it.
DJ Turner. Yeah. They always, they're thinking a year ahead.
Yeah.
Who are they about to lose? Who are they? Yes.
Because we're not going
It
to pay
speaks
him.
to the job they've done in free agency in recent years, right?
Yes.
Which is like we've patched together enough
We
of
Bengals it.
Yeah, we Bengals it, right?
a
Like
word we've started
gonna
using.
spend, we're going to spend in a decent aisle where we're not overspending in free agency, but we're finding starting caliber players, which is exactly what they did with Trent Brown, and it allows us to go in any direction we want to in the draft.
Yeah. No.
And to your point, the Bengals aren't complaining about the 8 starts because if he had 20 starts,
They're not getting them.
yeah, he's way gone.
Yeah.
Not even a consideration here at 18.
Yeah.
So that's the sacrifice you have when you're picking at this point in the draft. You could take a lesser player with better experience or take the better traitsy player, toolsy player doesn't have the body of work ideally that you want.
Yeah, they're
And the Bengals are going to need to offset some of these costs over the next
Right.
couple of years.
Yes.
They paid Joe Burrow. They're about to pay Jamar Chase. They're paying T. Higgins $20-something million against the cap this year. You need premium players at cost-controlled spots, and that's exactly what Mims hopefully will give them from year 2 through year 5 at the end of his rookie deal.
Once Byron Murphy went off the board at 16, I think their decision became really clear what to do at 18. Now, what do the Rams do at 19?
So now here we go.
Yeah.
No Bowers.
Nope.
Still have Brian Thomas on the board.
Sure.
And so that particularly intrigues me. If you look at what the Rams offense is comprised of, got a lot of tough guys, a lot of productive guys. The juice is lacking. Dropping a guy like Brian Thomas into what they already have, oh, man.
Yeah.
And he's been McVay has been chasing that Brandon Cooks replacement. He found Puka Nacua, and he's like, oh, God, I already got Robert Woods. He's been chasing Brandon Cooks. He went Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, having 4.33 at 6'2", 210 is a little bit different than packaged like Tutu Atwell.
Way more of a fun project speed guy for me. And I mean, Thomas has got so much more to him, and he's just so much untapped potential. That's why he's exciting.
This is also another spot where it makes a ton of sense for Fautanu.
Yeah.
Yes.
A guy that they invested in the interior of their offensive line, but you think about the tackle situations, there could be upgrades there. But again, a guy that can be a Band-Aid, help you get your 5 best out there. Fautanu makes a ton of sense for them.
They did a great job last year piecing together that line. Alaric Jackson has given them solid play.
Yep.
Ryan Wendell, who's their offensive line coach, came in last year. They had some consulting work that they got from Mike Munchak. They've done a fantastic job of getting enough out of that group, but supercharging that group with a talent like Fautanu, combined with the guards. You move Steve Avila to center. You still have Rob Havenstein, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams. I think what their plan here is let's have the best offense in football this season. And I think a guy like Fautanu is something that potentially can kind of push that over the edge.
Right. The only thing that stops us if someone gets after number 9. So let's not let anyone get after number 9. That's what you're trying to do. I mean, it's pretty good.
Sound strategy.
Yeah.
It really is.
Like you said, you're supercharging it. You look at how much they've gotten from that offensive line, that the highest draft pick is a second rounder, and Rob Havenstein, who was drafted a decade ago. Yeah. So it's like,
and Avila, the both second round picks.
Second round picks. Yeah, but it's not these high pedigree guys. And oh man, I'm glad he brought Coach Munchak's name because you feel his fingerprints all over that offense and in a good way because It's power, power, power. So yeah, I'm excited to see where they go.
We're talking about offense because it's the most exciting outcome here. This team desperately needs defensive help. They need corners. They need defensive linemen.
Was my original guy for this team, but now I'm kind of like talking.
I want McVay to have another toy to play with, but I still think a defensive player is the soundest strategy.
Jared
Team's pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse.
There you go.
So there we go.
Yeah.
And again, it was so funny that when you look at, we did this exercise, Nate, with all these teams, where you're looking at needs and looking at directions they may have to go. They need pass rush help.
They do.
They desperately need pass rush help. In a post-Aaron Donald world, they needed interior help and they needed edge help. So, Dane, this is a guy that was in the top 15 of your board, a clear-cut first-round pick, and it makes a lot of sense for a team that needs production up front.
Yeah, I got Schragered. He said without a doubt.
He was also in my mind here as we were having this conversation.
Offense, yes,
guaranteed
I know.
they were going offense with this pick. And so I was like, all right, I mean, I know he's got connections there.
I know.
All right, I guess it's going to be offense. And, every mock draft I did from here on out. But Verse makes all the sense in the world. The energy he brings on a snap-in, snap-out basis it's hard to quantify. It is something that really fuels his ability. Speed to power is outstanding. Yep. He'll play he'll show up versus the run. He'll make plays. So yeah, he is just a guy you wind up, let him loose, and just let him wreak havoc.
Yeah, no, it's a pocket pusher. This type of defense too kind of needs this type as well. Byron Young had a nice season, but this is pretty cool. You got Byron Young, who's a little more twitchy type. Maybe not much of a pocket pusher. You got Verse on the other side. Young can drop in the coverage a little bit too. Then you got Kobe Turner on the inside. Michael Hoyt, you got him still there. But
again, similar to the DJ Wanham conversation, now we're putting a little bit less on Michael Hoyt's plate.
You did good. Yeah. You did good, kid. I liked what you tried to do. But Verse is, and again, this is a spot that makes a lot of sense as far as where he went in the draft. He might not have that true number one pass rusher upside, but I think he'd be a dang good number two.
Yeah, his floor to me is extremely high.
Yes,
that's it.
And he's going to,
exactly.
right away, I know, okay, whatever he is against the pass, he's going to be great against the run. Yeah. I already know that. It's just because I've seen it. And he does something that he doesn't maybe have the twitchiness and the bend, but he has something that's useful. He always pushes the pocket. Always so strong. That's going to show up.
Power explosions. And I think his hand usage is underrated. He doesn't have the deepest. It's not like watching Laitu play.
Right.
But some of that stab chop stuff and what he's doing, I do think there's more of a plan, even if that array of moves doesn't go very deep compared to some other guys.
No matter what he's doing, it's all heavy.
Yes.
He wants to play with power. That's what the brand of football he prefers to play. And when consistently he's going up against 320-plus pounders and they're moving backwards, it says a lot about the energy. He's able to channel that energy in a way that allows him he can be a two-way guy, go around you, he can go through you. So and I think there's even more to him than what's on tape.
23 years old, right? And again, doesn't have necessarily the bend of a true number one guy. But at 19, if you can get an 8-sack-a-year player who's a consistent starter for you throughout his entire rookie contract, you got to feel pretty good about that.
And you have zero worries about the motor and what he's going to bring in terms of
a hard worker and everything, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
To the point where you have to tell him to shut up because he just talks and talks and talks and talks and he just doesn't stop, and that can wear on you a little bit at times. But that's a good problem to have.
Well, this is what they seem to. Their Rams and kind of their reshifted kind of personnel thinking and everything, using emojis and type things like that. But it's all about football character. It's all about work ethic. It's all about toughness and competitiveness. Sometimes when you're like, oh, we want toughness and competitiveness, there's a reason those guys have to play that way. It's because they're not the best athletes.
Right.
Versus a good athlete. Yes,
right.
to be that. No, this is the best of both worlds. You have that competitive spirit. You got that toughness every single snap, bringing it every single snap. If you get a whole defense of those types of guys, then that's when you're building something. Those guys can have exponential effects on everybody else.
And he's a great story. He was a 205-pound tight end in high school.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted him. Yeah,
Albany, man.
Goes to Albany and was able to show out a little bit. So he entered the transfer portal, had a lot of suitors, goes to Florida State. He could have came out last year, and I think he would have been a first-round pick.
Yeah,
I think he would have been somewhere in the top 25 picks last year. Decides to go back and help himself a little bit more, but he just wanted to get better. He wanted to continue to hone his skills instead of just being a one-year FBS guy. And so he probably feels like he's much better off going to the NFL now compared to a year ago.
You look at value, right? We talked about two teams that spent in free agency on third rushers, the Colts and the Vikings. Andrew Van Ginkel's making $10 million a year. Samson Ebukam, who got that contract before the cap spiked this year, is making about $8.5 million a year. The 19th pick in last year's draft was Kalijah Kancey. 4 years, $15 million. So that sort of contract, even for a number 2 rusher, that's why taking premium positions is worth it in this range of the draft, because even if he's never more than a number 2, you're still getting value from that pick when you look at the edge market overall.
And this isn't he'll have to sit maybe year 2, maybe year 3. He's ready to go right away.
Yeah.
So and there's value in that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a team like the Rams that want to be competing
Pushing.
right away.
Yeah, so much so that they're going offense in this draft. Oh, wait.
Listen, I understand the offense thing and supercharging the offense, but I think their offense is ready. They had a top 5 offense last year without signing the guard.
Cooper Kupp
was banged up last year.
Yeah.
They had a tough offense last year. To me, it was all about, can we add enough defensive pieces to get this thing from 18th to 12th if it breaks right for us, and now we're actually contenders in the NFC. They went out and got Cam Curl. They brought back Darius Williams. Now you have Jared Verse. We'll see what happens with Trey Wright if he can get healthy. There is a timeline where this is a solid, if unspectacular, defense combined with one of the best offenses in the league. You're a contender if that unfolds in that way.
Especially when the Lions playoff game, where the offense is doing everything it can to just match that other. I know it's only 24-23 final score, but it was blow for blow.
Yes, I was there. It was definitely a punch for punch sort of thing.
Yeah, as a neutral fan, it was awesome. But it was like you need explosive plays on the defense. That's turnovers, TFLs, and sacks. Okay, if we're gonna have this offense, we're not saying this verse is gonna make them top 10 defense, but above top 18, top 20 can create explosive plays when they're in these fist fights. That's huge. That's the big play in the playoffs that changes everything.
You need that with Donald gone. You need to find a way to affect the quarterback. And as fun as it was to imagine what they would be like with one more offense, I still think this makes
the dream's still alive. There's another.
Steelers are interesting now at 20.
They sure are.
Ryan Thomas Jr. is still around. We know offensive line, whether it's Graham Barton or Fautanu.
And they could use another corner.
Sure. I mean, they went Joey Porter Jr. in the first pick in the second round last year, but absolutely, it could go back to that well.
Dante Jackson, I think, is in the last year of his contract after being traded there for Deontay Johnson. So if you wanted to draft a guy like Terrion Arnold, you put him in the slot in year 1, you have him bump outside in year 2. That makes all the sense in the world if they were to go that direction. So the needs that the Steelers have, I think, align very well with some of the players that are still on the board.
I think of 3 players right away that I'm like, if they take any of these 3 players, the 2 corners, Mitchell, Arnold, or they're Barton. It's like right there. All those make total sense for me.
I loved Barton for the Steelers because, again, the versatility. But with Fautanu still out there too,
right?
It's like
just that little.
Like that.
Because he might play tackle for us. You might sneak that one in there. I know that's.
This is going to be interesting. I'm really curious which direction they go.
I am too, actually. Because where they're set up, this is ideal for them. They want to go corner. They got their pick of the litter.
Yeah, they need a tackle, but like Dan Moore's played there, so they could survive if they needed to. I think it's going to say a lot about where they think they are, which direction they end up going here.
Right.
There we got. Always got to get that. That's the thing is when you can't hear this, you have no idea. I remember when we did the Vegas one. That was always the best one because they were like, all right, the pick is in.
Right.
Okay, here we go.
If anyone else is coming up there with him, you got a little bit of time to stretch your legs. That's what I've learned doing this for a few years.
Point.
I keep coming back to, this team, they have 2 capable running backs. They have 2 quarterbacks that are working the mix, stabilize the offensive line. So Graham Barton, Fautanu, 2 versatile guys that can help them in so many different spots.
I'd still like the idea of Brian Thomas.
I know.
It's just that's hard to ignore for me because they still need another receiver.
They do.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
They know they'll land a future All-Pro in the second round.
That's also true. Yeah, they probably don't need to worry about it here.
I know. Yeah, I'm actually. Yeah, this is. I always went back and forth. I was like, the top 2 corners are probably gone by this point. So I always end up with offensive line here or another position, sometimes receiver. So just didn't think the draft would break this way. You never do.
That's what makes the draft
the draft. Yes. Oh, yeah.
If it was predictable, it wouldn't be any fun.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Yep. Great pick.
That's it.
So now we're wondering, all right, does team see him as a tackle? Does team see him as a guard? This team, I'll be curious to see what they end up doing with him. They have James Daniels. They have Salamalu, who they committed to. Is he their day one left tackle? Or not day one with this team. We've seen them bring guys along slowly. Is he their week 7 left tackle? Is that the development plan for Fautanu here?
That's the value in Fautanu. Is he could be, absolutely. Yeah. If that's what your team needs, then he can give you that. I just aesthetically looking at him, he looks like a guard, just the way he plays. But then you see him move out there with the feet and the length and the balance, and you're like, yeah, okay, why can't he hold up at left tackle? You run out of reasons why he can't be a left tackle. So to me, if I'm the Steelers, this is a perfect pick because if we need him at left tackle, he can do it. We can also kick him inside a guard. I think he can play center. I think he'd be an awesome center. Yep. Which we know is a position that the Steelers, and that's something that we'll have to watch for tomorrow night with the Steelers. If they pass on a Zach Frazier or one of these other centers, maybe that tells us how they really view Fautanu as the long-term, what's his long-term position with this team.
That's what Mike Gold Jr. and I kept coming back to, that he has a butt for a center. Like he truly does, though. Yeah. But as soon as he came in, and I never thought that length ended up being an issue, it was just that he wasn't tall, so you expected his arms. Went over 34 inches, that was all I needed to shoot him up to 10 and lock him in there, because that's what his tape is. I would definitely give him a shot at tackle. And I know the Steelers, Broderick Jones, their first-round pick last year, they brought along. He had some nice moments, kind of up and down in the second half of the year, but that's a starting tackle right there. Man, if you got bookends back-to-back years, that's a lot of fun. But that's what you're saying, is that he's going to let them get their best 5 out there, and they need that.
He was the number player on your board, Lefty.
Yep. You thought number 9 overall.
It's 10 for me. So yeah.
I say it was him and then the corners.
Yep.
The 3 clear best players available at this point. Now it's interesting with the corners. You have Philadelphia and Jacksonville, 2 teams that need corners, sitting here at 22 and 23. Miami's on the clock at 21. You have the Cowboys. I think they're crossing their fingers for Graham Barton.
Right.
Maybe they'll surprise us.
If I'm the Dolphins right now, I'm running the card up for Graham Barton.
Yeah.
I'm running it up right now.
I never thought he would be here for them, actually. I thought maybe a couple picks before, but shoot. The Jags, too. They actually played this game pretty well.
They have.
They're going to be set up. One of those corners will be there.
I think they were looking at, we like Kool-Aid McKinstry. Yeah. We like Cooper DeJean.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, well, even if our first 2 guys, if they are the first 2 guys on our board are gone, we feel great with options 3 and 4. Wiggins too, so.
Yeah, they're set up fine. They actually nailed that one. So I'm just trying to even think. Yeah, Barton going, or even to the Eagles, or any of the other tackles that are remaining to the Eagles, that makes a lot of sense.
Guyton's now the tackle that, where's Guyton gonna go? Because I think he'll be in consideration for the Cowboys at 24. The Eagles, you can't rule that out as the future at right tackle. We could also see a trade up. There are some teams in the later portion of the first round, whether it's the Ravens, the 49ers, a couple teams that have been looking around these tackles. And Diana mentioned the 49ers and tackles, right?
Yeah.
So Guyton's kind of that last one tackle left, right, of the mix of that tier that we're talking about. So.
One of the most surprising picks of the first round, obviously, Brock Bowers going to Las Vegas, not something any of us anticipated. Here to talk us through that is one of our Raiders writers at The Athletic, Tashan Reed. Tashan, really appreciate you joining us here tonight.
Appreciate y'all having me. Nice studio setup y'all got.
It's looking all right? We're moving on up in the world. How surprised were you with the Brock Bowers move? Obviously, we had so much smoke about quarterback in the Raiders. Did they need a corner? That was the range in the draft. We expected those corners to go. Did you ever anticipate that Bowers might be the move here?
Yeah, I had no idea that this was something that would be on the table. But earlier this week, Tom Telesco had his pre-draft press conference, and as most GMs do, he proceeded to say a whole bunch of nothing. But the one part that did stand out was he told us a story about his first draft with the Chargers. And going into that draft, he thought receiver was their best position. They ended up taking Keenan Allen anyway, and obviously that worked out for him. And that gave you an inkling of he's a true best player available guy, from then on. And that was what this was. I know Dane Brugler, you're on your big board ranking, he was the top player available. It just didn't stand out as something that was a need for the Raiders. They drafted Michael Mayer in the second round last year. He was a guy that came on as a starter towards the end of the season. We thought he would have that job going into next year. And so tight end was just something that wasn't even in the realm of possibilities in my mind.
What do you think this says about the way that the pass catching options are going to shake out? I mean, I feel like this is going to be a 12 personnel team. Do you imagine him being a huge part of the plan? It doesn't seem like you spend a top 13 pick on a tight end and want to put him on the back burner as a rookie.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, to justify this, they have to use a ton of 12 personnel, which, as you know, as a Chicago Bears fan, Luke Getsy used a lot of last season.
He
and
sure
so I think Bowers, you could see him kind of slide into that Cole Kmet role a little bit where, he lines up as tight end, but also as a receiver, as a slot receiver. They're going to have to move him around and get creative because, he's not the biggest guy. He's also not the strongest blocker, and that's something that usually takes rookie tight ends a while, to get up on. I mean, Michael Mayer was an example of that last season. He really struggled early on before he got the nick up it a little bit. So, they're going to have to go up really heavy 12 personnel. Obviously, they have a pretty good receiver group led by Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers. And so that's kind of their plan is to get, 3 dynamic pass catchers out there and go to work.
What are they going to do at quarterback now? All the quarterbacks are off the board by the time they're picking at 13. We heard so much about maybe their interest in Michael Penix. How do they address that spot? Or are we in a spot where they're going to roll into this season with some combination of Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell here?
I honestly think they're truly comfortable with doing that if it comes to it. And not to say that they weren't pursuing quarterbacks early on in this draft. I mean, they tried to trade up to number 2 for Jayden Daniels. He has a connection with Antonio Pierce, but the Commanders weren't moving out of that spot. And then we saw really an unprecedented run on quarterbacks, which I'm sure you guys have been talking about. And by the time the Raiders got on the board at 13, there was really nobody left. And so we'll see as the draft goes on. There aren't that many other guys who have starting upside. I mean, Spencer Rattler is probably the only guy left. And so maybe if he's there at 44, they consider it. But I would expect them to lean towards offensive tackle. The way this draft is falling, there should be some tackle options available at 44 and maybe even some cornerbacks. I think the cornerbacks have slid a little bit more than people expected so far in this first round. And so it'd be a little surprising if they took Rattler over, whoever the top offensive tackle or cornerback is. But then taking Brock Bowers was surprising too. So who's to say what's going to happen?
There should be plenty of corners on the board in the second round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go that direction with that need. But Bowers too good to pass up in that spot. Tashan, thank you very much. We'll chat with you down the road.
Appreciate y'all for having me.
The Miami Dolphins, here at 21, we're all talking about what they need along the offensive line, interior offensive line, some insurance policies that could play tackle if Teron Armstead would continue to be banged up. Instead of that, they go with another edge rusher here. They spent a first-round pick on Jaden Phillips. They traded a first-round pick for Bradley Chubb, and now they spend another first-round pick here on Chop Robinson. What do you make of this, Dane?
Honestly, I'm not surprised. I think I was doing my final mock draft, and I had the Dolphins taking Laitu, and I realized I had the Dolphins taking an edge rusher in every single mock draft I've done.
Really?
Every single one. And
why?
I went line every draft.
All the guys are hurt.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. Achilles for Phillips. He's probably not going to be back. I understand that.
So,
yeah.
I think this is a team that looks at the premium positions, and they're going to invest in those guys. So, the 3 off the board already with Laitu, Jared Verse, and Dallas Turner. Chop was the next one, and he has something in this draft class that others maybe don't, and that's that first step explosiveness that really sets him apart. So now the full body of work and being more consistent in the run game, sure, there's a lot of things he needs to do to become a more well-rounded player. But when you can win that quickly off the line, that's going to put up a lot of people are going to sit up in their seats when you're talking about him in a war room. And I think the Dolphins got pretty excited about him. So with being the 4th edge rusher off the board, the last one of the top tier, should we say, I'm not too surprised by this one.
Yeah, I just thought they were set up so perfectly to address what I think is been their biggest need, because just the offensive line. It makes sense what you say, even how last year ended too. It was like, well, the offensive line had some woes, but then the defense just fell off a cliff because of all the injuries. So that's probably been on their mind for months now. We're going like,
I get it.
No,
I get it.
I'd much rather them have gone offensive line because that just made more sense to me. But like that, the argument for the defense player makes, I guess, a little bit more sense.
We talked about teams needing to be able to pivot, right? The teams that I think have kind of come into the best version of themselves offensively have found a physicality because of the players that they have up front. And teams have invested in that in order to make it happen. And if you look at what Miami's dealing with on the interior of the offensive line, right now, today, their starting guards would be Isaiah Wynn and Robert Jones. Maybe you throw Liam Eichenberg in there. but this is the same cast of characters we've been talking about. Maybe they think that they can get it a little bit later in the draft.
It's a deep position. Yeah.
Yes, so maybe that's the argument, is that we can find a guard in round 2. We can't find somebody with the skill set that Chop Robinson could provide us in round 2. I get that thinking, but I still would be so worried if they were to leave the first 2 rounds of this draft without a starting caliber interior lineman.
And this is the point of the draft where the first-round grades are, we're done.
Yeah.
You know, and so who knows? This might have been their last first-round graded player on the board. Yeah. You know, there's a realistic scenario where, and that's where it gets interesting when you get to this point in the draft, and some of these teams, well, it's not really a need, but are we going to dip into our second-round pool of players, or would you just take the first-round graded player? Right. And you know that could have played a factor as well for Miami there at 21. So.
And what you're saying with Robinson is that he has a different skill set than Verse. I mean, actually, kind of complete opposite skill sets, these two. And with Robinson, it's all about what he can, it's the flashes that you're great into. It's that this guy has potential to be a real good pass rusher, a guy that can win every one-on-one, that defenses have to provide chip help to, or offenses have to provide chip help to their tackles. You know, with the other guys there who are coming back from injury, it's nice. He can rotate. He can stay off on run snaps when they do come back.
Phillips has shown a real ability to line up inside, twists and stunts.
He's huge.
Like,
yes.
Use all 3 of them at the same time.
It makes a little more sense, but it's just, he has actual juice. It just has to become something at the next level for him to kind of like truly be worth the pick.
There's a lot of love for that juice around the NFL.
There's not a lot of guys that move like that. So
that's the thing.
That's it. So that's what you're great into.
In March, getting a text from a scout that they're going through their meetings, and they're, you know, he didn't have him in his area, and they were watching tape of Chop Robinson, and he was like, why isn't this a top 10 pick? Like,
all right.
It's been a Michigan game.
Okay, let's do this then, okay? This reminds me of the Moneyball line. It's just like, well, if he's a good hitter, why doesn't he hit good? Right. Okay, so Chop Robinson is a 240-pound speed rusher. His entire selling point is that he's supposed to be a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. If you look at it on a per snap basis, not volume, per snap, he was the 52nd most disruptive edge rusher in college football, according to PFF. And he did that on 148 pass rush snaps. Yeah. If you play 148 pass rush snaps and you're supposed to be a designated pass rusher, you should have a pressure every other play.
It's the Big Ten. They just run the ball every play. I mean,
these are passing plays. These are just passing plays.
Well, and the fact that what he did on the Penn State tape or the Michigan tape, I mean, he forced them to run the ball or run the ball the rest of the game because the right tackle could not block Chop Robinson. So I mean, you watch the Iowa game, he took over that game. So if you watch the right tapes, you can talk yourself into him very easily.
There are only so many guys that have this 10-yard split, right? I mean, that's the story that you have to tell yourself. I just think that you're threading a needle that is a little bit thinner than you want.
I'm a little lower on Chop than other people are, so let's get into it. But the production was not there. There's a lot of, he wins and then loops around the quarterback as the quarterback.
Oh, he's a 235, 40-pound guy? You don't say.
Maybe he can brush in right in there and get some physicality there. I watched him against West Virginia, who he was quiet because he didn't do anything in the run game, and they kept running at him. That was one offense that I saw was like, no, we know what you can't do well, or we don't think you do well. Tight ends were blocking him. So that's where I had concerns, but like we just keep saying, you're drafting him for the juice. It's just that it better be real. It better, like, usually when guys don't have those sack numbers in college, it's hard to all of a sudden just get him as a pro. But again, you're betting on that athleticism, betting on that twitch.
And we talked about with Verse, premium positions. You're not going to be paying a lot for this guy, even if he is your second or third rusher. Andrew Van Ginkel was their third rusher last year. He's got paid $10 million a year in free agency. So this skill set is going to be of value, even if he's not a complete player on all 3 downs.
Right.
Yeah.
Eagles at 22.
This is going to be fascinating.
Jeff Stoutland's probably.
What's Howie going to do?
Tyler Guyton, Graham Barton,
corners.
Succession plans. They need corners. Yeah. People thought they were going to have to trade up for a corner. Maybe they just get the best one. Waiting for the volume with Goodell here as we're sitting here waiting for them to make this pick.
They've got to get it.
He's probably talking about something right now we don't care about quite yet.
My favorite Philly cheesesteak is on the corner. Oh, here we go.
We will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon.
Thanks, Roger.
He's
doing some sort of business
sell. Pathway program helps foreign-born players
they
reach
open up
the
one in
NFL.
Australia. So maybe that's why they're talking about it.
Talking about my line.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But then this is, we were wondering, all right, 22, they need defensive back help. Is it Cooper DeJean here? Because the top 2 guys are off the board. And now if they want Quinion Mitchell, if they want Terrion Arnold, they can get either one of them without having to do anything.
And I'm fascinated which one they would prefer.
Yeah.
Because with Vic Fangio coming in now, I think the slate's kind of clean in terms of, we know Nick Sirianni, he wants a dog. He talks about dog mentality. That would say Terrion Arnold. But Quinyon Mitchell is more of that well-rounded, can do a little bit of everything type of player. Cooper DeJean's a little different flavor with what he offers. So it will be interesting to see how the Eagles, if they take a DB here, how they stack those guys.
And also, it's who went to the Senior Bowl.
Sure, Quinyon Mitchell.
That's the usual thing with the Eagles.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
This is your top defensive player on the board in this draft, correct? You had Arnold.
Arnold,
Arnold
yeah.
was your top 2 defensive players on the board. So, but worthy of a top 12 pick in your mind throughout this entire process. And for Philly to get him at 22 has to feel like a coup in your mind.
Because he just aced every part of the process.
Yeah.
You look at the ball production in college, you looked at what he did at the Senior Bowl, you look at what he did at the Combine, he just, every point of the process, he aced it. And so it's like, okay, character checks out, everything, just check every box. Not surprised to see he's the first corner drafted, but I am surprised that it's coming here at pick number 22. And to your point, Eagles didn't have to move up for him.
Yeah, he was my top defensive player, period. He was number 13 overall for me. Same with Dane, probably my last blue chip guy, my top 20 guy. But they're top 18 for me. But yeah, this is great for them. Yes. They needed this. I think he's the best corner in this draft class, and on top of it, it makes sense for them. He can start, I think, right away. How their defense plays too, easily transition for him because it's more zone heavy. That's all he did at Toledo. It was a Senior Bowl going can he play man? So, like Dane said, he's checked every box like fully.
I have a lot of respect for our audience. I don't think a lot of them were crunching Mac tape to watch Quinyon Mitchell. What are we getting in Quinyon Mitchell? Let's go through some clips here, Dane, about what type of player we're talking about.
Okay, so to your point, this is MAC competition, but for him you want him to dominate, right? If he's going up against MAC wide receivers, that's exactly what he did. On this first play here, we see, it's going to be a deep post, bottom of the screen there. See the quickness off the line, and then the speed to stay deep, and then I want you to watch his hands. Hands deep. Yes, knock the ball away. He doesn't panic at all. Yeah. And so watch him deep here.
Yeah. The end zone view on this one is so great because then you see the hands.
Rip the ball out.
He has production, he has pick sixes, he has interceptions, he has PBUs, he gets his hands on the ball.
The number, looking through the stats here, I think the most shocking stat I came across in preparing for this show, 44 passes defensed over his final 2 years in college. 44. 25 one year and 19 the next year. That's ridiculous.
This game
no matter the competition.
This game against San Jose State, there was one drive in a row. He had 3 PBUs and a tackle, all in a row. 4 plays in a row, he had 3 PBUs, 1 tackle on one drive.
Another deep post. He's staying in phase. It's all about not panicking, staying in position, and then when the time is right, boom, I'm gonna go make a play.
Enzo Vio, this one is just phenomenal because you get to see his body control, you get to see how he makes plays on the ball, you get to see his twitch. That's excellent stuff. The fact he doesn't even touch the receiver there to cut inside of him and make a play on the ball.
And it's all about timing. It's being comfortable. This may be my favorite play of this group. Watch his body. Playing corner is a dance. Understanding your steps, understanding your landmarks. The way he turns his hips and understands, I'm going to surrender this boundary position at the bottom of the screen, and then turn his body, look for the ball, maintain position to go up and make a play consistently over and over again. And then you want him to be physical against the run. He can do that as well. Come up, make a stick, boom, get him on the ground. So talk about a guy that is well-rounded, can do a little bit of everything. That's Quinyon Mitchell. And it's just an easy player to appreciate how he plays. And then it's just, you kind of run out of reasons. The biggest reason maybe you questioned him was, again, MAC film. He's going up against MAC level athletes. And even going to the Senior Bowl, to me, honestly, that's probably why I gave Terrion Arnold the edge at the end of the day, is because I saw him against SEC competition week in, week out. Probably better competition than even Quinyon saw at the Senior Bowl. But still, he did everything that Quinyon Mitchell could do in his power. He did it to be a first-round
pick. All right,
pick.
you put Terrion Arnold higher on your big board. If you had to make a bet right now, who has the better pro career, Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell, what bet would you make?
Let's wait and find out where Terrion Arnold goes.
Good answer.
Is he gonna be the 23rd pick, maybe? The Jaguars?
I'm not grading this class until 4 years down the road.
My biggest question about the Eagles here: how do the roles shake out? Because if you look at their defensive back depth chart, all these guys are still on the roster. Bradbury's still on the roster. Slade's still on the roster. They brought Avonte Maddox back after cutting Avonte Maddox. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is back. So is this a situation where Quinton Mitchell's on the bench at the beginning of the year? Is this a situation where Maddox acts as depth and they move James Bradbury inside potentially? The whole thing is here, you want options and you want youth. They needed to get younger in the secondary, and they do. I just wonder, day one, week one, where is he lined up, because they have all these other guys still on the roster.
Oh my God, Tony, sorry, but DeJean, that's an AEW bit. That's a wrestling bit he's doing. Tony Khan's doing right now. Like, he acted like he got power drove last night. But anyway, sorry, that's a good bit. But what I was curious is I actually thought DeJean would end up being a decent answer for the Eagles because of his versatility, because of the safety play, shoring up the spine. Okay, if Maddox, we don't really like him, okay, maybe he's our slot guy, and then we can bump him out to outside corner. So like, DeJean made sense, but I'm sure the Eagles didn't think Mitchell would be there. They're probably just like, okay, cool, we'll just take the guy that can be our outside number one. Down the road. So, and where they're set up, that also makes sense if they have some hesitancies about how he'll develop into the NFL or adjust to the NFL.
Jags pick is in, and again, the team that we thought might have to move for a corner may not have to do a single thing except move back to get one.
NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank God.
So, okay, all right. I felt like I was taking crazy pills because I understand they have a huge need at corner. They absolutely have a huge need at corner. But they also have a massive, glaring need at receiver. You have Gabe Davis, okay, Zay Jones, Evan Ingram, Christian Kirk. Like, they needed juice on the outside after losing Calvin Ridley. And I get all the corners that were on the board and the whole they need a corner. This is the only way their offense makes sense to me. So the fact that they did this, I love this, even if it meant passing on the corners.
With a good trade back, too.
Yes.
Yes.
And you pick up more pieces.
Yep.
6'3", 210, 4.33 speed, the best flying 20 in this class. I mean, Brian Thomas has so much juice. And to your point, that's exactly what they could have used, along with size on the outside. Mm-hmm. Like, this is, it made sense at 17, makes even more sense now.
This is great. And a guy that we both, did you have a first round grade on him in the final? And so did I. And again, we were drafting players, you know, you want to go BPA sometimes too. This might make sense too for how their board is. They might not have thought he was there. You know, maybe in the teens, okay, that's why we're taking our corner here. But man, we did our mock scenario stuff, and I with the Jaguars, and I was like, I know they should take a corner and everything, but man, they need a receiver. Right. This is great. Yeah. This is ideal.
I love this skill set.
I do too. And his ball skills, he's developing. He can take the top off the defense. He can win intermediately. He's got some stuff. He can truly win on the outside, which is what they need. They've needed that for so long.
17 touchdowns this year. It was just a touchdown machine. And when you watch him play, it's not just the straight line speed. My favorite thing about his game is how slithery he is. Yeah. Getting off the line of scrimmage, he's flexible. So he has the explosiveness and the speed. My question about him when we're talking about ceiling, does that flexibility and body control end up manifesting in route running finesse later in his career? Can he run the full route tree at some point and become a true number one? Or is he going to be more of a speed-only type of option within an offense? I think that's my biggest question about him, but immediately he gives you that vertical threat from day one.
I think he can get there.
I thought he improved throughout this year.
Absolutely.
He was one of the most fun players to watch a game a month.
Yeah.
September, October, November, and early December, because then you watch him and you see, oh wow, even when he's not getting targeted. Also, oh wow, that's a cool little dig route.
He's not stiff.
No.
That's what I like about him.
Is sink.
That's why you can talk yourself into it, because if he can throttle down and really tap into turning that speed into a weapon in a way where it's just not vertical, but it puts the fear of God at people and you can do work underneath. That's the question. And I think the physical talent that he has would lend you to believe he can do that.
You watch the film, it's a lot of slants, it's a lot of goes. That's what he was asked to do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like he can't.
It's a can't or won't.
Right,
it is.
Exactly. And
that was their offense. That was it.
And the same thing I said with Amarius Mims about there's a difference between raw and experienced. I think I wouldn't call him a raw route runner. He's just more of an inexperienced route runner in terms of getting the necessary reps to be able to run the full route tree on a consistent basis.
There's a difference between route running and then route running like layers or like you said, tree, adding limbs and stems to your route tree. And that's the thing. His is more just a little straight line, maybe a couple branches on there, but those branches are growing and really quick. He moves. I know he has a big size. He looks like an X. He moves more like Ayuk then he plays like T. Higgins.
So that was the name I was going to bring up. Because Ayuk is the same sort of deal, right? Comes into the league, not the most refined route runner, but has tons of physical ability. And if you look at it, it's like, all right, we haven't seen him do it. Does that mean he can't do it?
Right.
And then over his first 3 years in the league, Brandon Ayuk becomes one of the best route runners in football because he has the toolbox to make it happen.
Yep.
And he's also, when he wants to block, he is a really, one of my favorite plays from this entire season was that long Jayden Daniels run against Florida, where Brian Thomas runs all the way, beats everybody. He outran Jayden Daniels, the entire Florida secondary, gets down there and is able to make that last final block to get Jayden into the end zone for the score. So there's a lot of, he's young, there's certainly some areas of his game that needs to develop, and it will take some time. We're not talking about a guy that's probably going to be rookie of the year, but again, you liked it at 17, you love it at 23.
Absolutely. And God, it's
surprised
just
Buffalo didn't maybe
move up right in there,
right?
I
mean, we're talking
Chiefs or like something like
Right.
that really kind of desperately wanted that. I know this is. I didn't think the Jags would be able. They would be like at 17. They're like, well, we got to take a corner here and everything. And again, it just set up very well for them. And again, it has a skill set, matches with Christian Kirk, the Evan Ingrams of the world. Those guys operate over the middle.
Yes.
Like that's what they do. There's slot and a tight end that acts like a slot. You got an outside guy, and even if it's developing, at least what he does well right now, he runs vertical routes pretty well. He runs slants pretty well. Okay, we'll start with that.
Yep.
And then we'll just keep adding layers afterwards.
Honestly, man, sit there and look at the depth chart and what they needed. I would much rather roll with Ronald Darby and whatever else I had to throw out there at corner than trot out the receivers that they had on that depth chart.
This is what I've been wanting the Jags to do since they've gotten Trevor.
Yeah.
Is get this type of guy. And
There is no person in America who is more happy right now than Trevor Lawrence.
Goodness. And again, if we're saying that he is more of a finesse-y X that can win underneath and everything, that works for Trevor's game.
Yeah.
Trevor's such a quick thrower and everything. Like, they have some good synergy that could work really well for them.
Yeah, I just love the fact that he is a big, fast guy, but stiff is like the last thing that you would say about him. That's why he's so exciting to me.
I would think the Cowboys are super excited right now.
Oh, man. That's right. We talked about Graham Barton being the best case scenario for them here, and there's a chance that he fell in their lap at 24.
They've surprised us before. Tyler Guyton's still there. They've surprised us before. So, I don't want to.
An offensive lineman, period. The fact that Guyton and Barton are still available to them based on where they were coming into this draft, they got to feel pretty good.
Absolutely. I don't think they thought.
Well, they might go.
Right.
It's possible. Or no, what about Terry Arnold? Terry Arnold,
a corner potentially, yeah.
He's eaten some kneecaps.
Because those edges,
promise you.
And because those edges are off now too. So, yeah.
The Cowboys, though,
Lions fascinate me because this is why I want.
If you would have told me the Cowboys were on the clock at 24 and with Cooper or with Graham Barton there, and they would have traded away, I'd have been surprised. But I mean, this is something. A trade back scenario is what I've been floating for the Cowboys a lot the last few days because it just felt like that's what they wanted to do because they need more picks.
Yeah.
They need second rounders, third rounders, fourth rounders. They don't have a fourth rounder. That was from the Trey Lance trade. They need young, inexpensive talent. And the way that Jerry believes in Will McClay and his staff, he thinks they're going to be able to find those guys on day 2 and early day 3.
It's a prudent move. And I think the last mock Charles McDonald and I did, we moved the Cowboys back because Barton was gone. And we said, okay, we had the 49ers move up for a tackle.
Yeah.
The Cowboys moved back to 31. So they get
third rounder.
So they get another third rounder
That's
here.
huge for them.
73rd. I mean,
Move back 5 spots?
73rd is like mid.
Yeah. It's a top.
Early to mid third round.
No, this is, and I'm curious what the Lions do, but this was a prudent move from the Cowboys. They needed to do that.
Johnny Newton's in the mix here.
Okay, yeah.
I get what you're saying with the Dallas. I still feel like if you look at where they are, they need a starting offensive lineman.
They do.
And a center. And a guard, yeah.
I think I've mentioned this to you before. If they had to play a game tomorrow with that, I think they're okay with it. I know
TJ Bass and whatever else they got there.
I get it, but I don't know. They look at this draft as being more quantity of quality picks, and they really wanted that extra day 2 pick.
So this pick that the Lions just sent to Dallas, this is the extra third that they have in the TJ Hawkinson trade.
Okay.
So this is not even a pick that the Lions started with. The Lions traded their third round pick to the Bucks for Carlton Davis.
So they don't have any more third round.
So the Lions are out of third round picks, but if they can come away with Carlton Davis and Terry Arnold with those 2 third round picks,
it's a way to overhaul a corner depth chart.
It sure is.
And the vet, the guy that has slot versatility too. That's what You're right, though. Arnold's attitude is he makes him. I just always had every mock where he's got well gone before.
Yeah?
It never even came into consideration. Yeah.
But he's all the way a Lions personality type. Just competitiveness, a winner, all these types of things. Just a football player.
The way he's wired.
Yeah.
You have to be wired in a certain way.
Well, and then all of a sudden he can just high-five Brian Branch. Like, hey,
heck yeah.
just like college.
That's an accident, though. I mean, the fact that you have these DBs from Alabama and the play style and everything else, I mean, it fits what they want to be.
All the way. All the way. They want tough guys. They want high football IQ guys. They like football players, and that's what Arnold is.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Lions probably have one of the more unique boards around the league.
Well, they've done okay so far.
They have.
It has worked out just fine for them, seeking out those types of players first and foremost.
I texted a friend that works for the Lions today. I was like, hey, good luck, just always what I do for the draft. And he just goes, and then I was like, hope you get the guy you got. And he goes, don't know who it is, BPA. It was just great.
But that's the spot that they're in. I will say, if you look at the depth chart now, without Cam Sutton there anymore, corner was in need.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
They went out and got Amik Robertson. They have Emmanuel Mosley, but opposite Carlton Davis, I think you would want a slightly higher upside option, and theoretically, that's what Terry Arnold would give you.
Yeah. And it cost them a third-round pick. This is not a cheap move up, but I don't think how many scenarios did they run where Terry Arnold was available with the 24th pick?
Right.
Guess what? It's time. If you're Detroit, it's time.
That's it.
They were a Final Four team last year, and they returned their OC, who we all thought was long gone.
And also talk about it. If you're going to make moves up, it's all about getting ahead of tier breaks. It's all about getting ahead of plateaus and drop-offs in the talent, and that's exactly what's happening here at corner. We have the second best corner, your best corner in the entire draft, still available.
Number 10 overall. I 2 first-round players left: Terrion Arnold and Graham Barton.
Yep, Arnold's literally my last first-rounder graded. He's 17 on me.
You didn't have a Graham Barton?
No, my bad. Yeah, Barton. Okay. I just assumed he was gone in my brain. So
Barton's
12.
I know they signed Kevin Zeiler and they gave Graham Glasgow that extension, but part of me was just like, I would love it if they just beefed up the offensive line if that's the direction that they went here. But corner is definitely the prudent move.
And just think, okay, in the third round, how many starting corners are you finding in the third round and everything? This is
you find bodies, but
you find bodies and maybe a dart throw, but no, you take starting corners in the first round. It's just kind of how the math works out. So. Yeah, if you want to just throw that extra little carrot in there, it makes sense because you're going to get a starting quality player.
And this team does not have many picks after this is over because they just traded 73 away. They have 61. They don't have a 4th round pick. So now they have 61 and they won't be picking against a 164.
The 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back.
It makes the fact that
look at that suit.
Yeah. Dude, he's one of the best interviews, too.
He's fun.
He's a lot of fun. It makes all the sense for the Lions. All the staff members that we have here in the building are freaking out about the pick, so it's good.
Terrion Arnold, you have a guy that as competitive as heck. Did he have a great 40? No, but I had a scout tell me it was one of the best corner workouts he ever watched. Because the short area stuff, the fluidity that he moves with, just the cover instincts. I mean, he has that to him, and he competes his butt off. I mean, I keep saying that, but that's the way he's wired, and that's perfect for this team. It fits exactly what they want to be. I love this fit.
I do too.
I was there at that Rams-Lions wildcard game. They couldn't stop anybody. If you look at that game, they needed help in the defensive backfield. And obviously it didn't work out with Cam Sutton for several different reasons. But I appreciate how proactive Brad Holmes has been over the last 2 off seasons in throwing bodies at this problem. Sure. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Sutton, let's go get Emmanuel Mosley. Let's draft Brian Branch.
It's hard to find.
We just need 5 guys.
Yep.
We just need to find 5 guys that we can trot out there and have answers. And they approach this offseason the same way. Amik Robertson, bringing back Emmanuel Mosley, trading for Carlton Davis, using this pick on Terrion Arnold. Come hell or high water, they are going to find a workable secondary in Detroit.
They're very familiar with Jalen Johnson in that division.
Yeah.
This is a carbon copy of Jalen Johnson. A guy that didn't have a great 40, but he's smart and competitive, and he's just a really athletic player. And, he was productive too. He led the SEC in passes defended, led the SEC in interceptions. So it's not like this is a size speed guy or, really the only thing you're sacrificing is the deep speed. His speed, he has initial speed, but then his deep acceleration will tap out a little bit. That's where you have to worry a little bit with Arnold, but he will get in your face. He will show up versus the run. One of my favorite players in the draft.
Fun player. Yeah, and like we're saying that the Lions, Again, they bet on some of their development stuff. They're already, like, they have their guys at linebacker. We'll see what they are this year, but they're betting on their upside or their ascension, I should say. Same with their defense. They were saying, okay, we added in one guy, we added in Reader, but then, okay, we bet on Lee McNeil getting better, and he did. Hutchinson is a very good pass rusher. It was like, okay, maybe they go for another edge, maybe, but it wasn't like, oh my God, it's like glaring, like they have to get it. It was more like, okay, that would be in an ideal world. Corner still needed bodies, and they get a guy that we both has a true first-round grade on. This is what you do. This is what you want to do. I also like Mrs. Ford hugging Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell there. I was also going to say, Aaron Glenn got a lot of respect from me last year. I already liked some of the stuff he did. The last couple of weeks of just trying to figure out answers. Now you get like another little chess piece that you use that, again, inside-outside stuff is huge because maybe it was a blitzer. Maybe, okay, now we have Brian Branch back at safety. Arnold, you're inside. Again, you're getting those best 5 back out there. So, yeah, I really like this for the Lions.
I still want to see them add a little bit of juice up front because they signed Marcus Davenport to that cheap prove-it deal. If he stays healthy, maybe that's where they get it from, but it's just such a hard thing to bank on. And that's just not DJ Reader's game. Reader with McNeil, I think, is a very good kind of synergistic pairing, but I still would like one more guy that can affect the quarterback as part of this overall equation.
And how old is Reader right now? That's another thing, too. It's like, for where they're bridging the now and the future, like the ideal stuff.
He's a little bit older, and he's had some trouble staying healthy. He's missed some games the last couple of years, but again, that's just somebody that...
Big guys age decently, too, like as far as that style and stuff.
I had Johnny Newton going to the Lions in my final mock for a lot of these reasons. But it's always fun when the host city gets to, the guys in town, and it's an exciting player. And so this is cool.
You trade up for him.
Right.
And he's a good talker, too.
A great talker.
Yeah, and what they say in wrestling, he's good on the stick. And this looks like Woodstock 99 right now. Like, this is nuts, this mob of people here.
It's very
awesome.
cool that...
It's so cool.
That this moment that for the Lions being able to host the draft happened as all of this was kind of coming together. The fact that there's a justified level of excitement around football in Detroit at this exact moment when they get to host the draft. You couldn't write it any better than
I'm sure
this.
Packers fans are like, oh, this is great. It was Kansas City last year. They won the Super Bowl. Lions won the Final Four. All right, here we go. Get the host that draft.
It's going to be hard for any of those teams to win the NFC North when Caleb Williams
this is
Roman
true.
Just dominating games.
Goes through Chicago.
That division, man. NFC North guy.
Well, that's what I only assumed that the Lions saw the 9th pick and they're like, crap, we got to draft a corner.
Oh, they're terrified.
We got to draft
They're absolutely terrified. Yeah, Aaron Glenn's just sitting there shaking it in his boots right now, thinking about having to play against Caleb Williams.
But really, though, think of the 3 groups of pass catchers in that division. The Packers, young guys, Justin Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson. Yeah, and then the Bears, all the guys they have now.
Now, this works out perfectly for Cooper DeJean, right?
I know, right?
Ah, man, yeah.
I've just been booked in my head that the Packers are taking a tackle this whole time. That's like, DeJean also.
Guyton's still there, so there's a chance they can take Guyton. And the thing about the Packers, we talk about Guyton as more of maybe a project. Rasheed Walker played okay for Green Bay last year. If they want to come into week 1 with him being their starting left tackle, they can get away with that and bring Guyton along at the right pace.
The one team that can.
And Graham Barton.
In this range.
Right.
You can argue that's true.
No.
They could look at this as like a Graham Barton, center of the future, maybe he's a guard right away. I don't know. But so Graham Barton makes a ton of sense.
They lost John Runyon in free agency. So right now you got Sean Ryan and Royce Newman there at right guard. I mean, both of those guys have not proven to, they have not inserted themselves into that starting conversation so far. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if they said, we'll just take the best guy, put him at guard, figure it out later.
And they keep threatening to move Zach Tom to center, too, and going like, hey, get better. We're moving Zach there. But that's the thing, what if they move Zach Tom to center? They're like, Barton, you're our right tackle now. Like, they like guys that can go tackle or guard. So it's like, again, it's the best 5. That's what Barton provides. So, but they'll probably go like Kingsley Suamataia or something like that. I do. My big board would look great.
I don't know if you guys saw this yet, but Jim Harbaugh asked about them passing on a receiver at 5. He says, I know the question's going to come up about weapons. We look at offensive linemen as weapons. But
Same.
We look at offensive linemen as weapons. It's going to be the epitaph for this era of Chargers football.
Well, Joe Alt will score a touchdown this year.
Former tight end.
Former tight end.
He is the best receiver on the roster, so he might have to.
The 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft.
Roger always made it happen.
Select Jordan Morgan,
Jordan Morgan.
Wow.
Yeah, guard tackle versatility.
A little bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
But Jordan Morgan was somebody, Dane, throughout the process, I think you had kind of connected him to the Niners a lot. Nate had made that connection, just his skill set.
Number
now,
25 on my big board.
similar sort of offensive system, maybe similar sort of mindset with the Packers here, where you have a starting guard now, a starting tackle later.
That's it.
And I think when the Cowboys moved back, I think this is one of the guys I know the Cowboys liked and might have been on their short list. But yeah, 4-year starter at left tackle, actually a 5-year starter at left tackle. He was on the board as a guard for a lot of teams. And so it'll be interesting where exactly the Packers like him. I mean, because I think he has the ability to stay outside. I just think he's better inside as a guard.
He screams zone guard.
He doesn't really like him, Nate. What is it about him that has really kind of convinced you?
He's a good mover, and he's never out of whack. He has good technique. His hands are good. Really, it's just length. He's
under 33 inches.
Yeah. And the game that I was like, I already liked him going into this season, but watch him go against Laitu. He's the guy that nullified Laitu the best because it was finesse on finesse, and he was able to handle that. I like him ideally at guard, but I keep coming back to it's like, I'm going to give him a shot at tackle because he moves well. His pass pro's great. He can.
The anchor is the only thing that worries me. Like mid slide, when he tries to sit down and anchor,
it gets blown back.
Yeah, like Braylon Trice blew him up a few times. Like
that was the thing, is that those guys are power guys give him an issue. He's a finesse guy.
Now maybe inside a guard when those guys are coming quicker, but he knows what he needs to do, and it's not as much movement side to side. But that's an interesting pick over a Graham Barton, over Tyler Guyton.
Right.
So they have a plan for him.
They do. And I mean, they do a good job with the evals and everything. And like I said, he was my 25th overall on my big board, and he goes exactly 25. I thought I was going to be a little rich on that.
I knew you were going to like him because he reminds me so much of Matthew Bergeron. So
he actually does. I love those types of guys.
Yes.
That type of build too. Like you said, like some of the bull rush stuff and get him, but he just has a nice build and just light on his feet. And starts matter at line. Like just being able to play those and going to get some decent pass rushers in a big conference, or was a big conference, and just being able to handle that and play that many games, that matters a lot.
No doubt.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised, but I shouldn't be surprised. This actually makes sense because, again, it's that guard tackle versatility. Like, they have certain size thresholds that they want to thread.
I was looking at that just now, looking at arm length picks that they've made in the first round. Fuaga was at 33, almost even. Mm-hmm. So even with guys who were a little on the shorter side, and I say obviously, Brian Gutekunst was not the general manager when they picked Brian Fuaga, but the succession plans there, it's all the same mindset, right? Like the practices have remained the same.
Nothing's changed since 1993 or whatever.
Yes. So they went with a guy who has relatively shorter arms than Fuaga, but he still cracked that 33-inch threshold. So this would be new territory for them, even with the team who was wanting to make some concessions.
Zach Tom's 33 and a quarter.
Yep.
So they're fine with pushing. Some teams are like sub 34. They're they get scared. But they're all about athleticism. They're all about you have to move a certain way. Shoot, Jordan Morgan actually moves a little bit like Zach Tom, just some of the Bergeron, those guys. That's the type of guy they like. Again, this makes a lot of sense, and I like the player. I really like this.
He's a good player, and I mean, doesn't really have experience at guard. He was a tackle only in college.
Left tackle.
And one thing I love about him too is you look at Arizona's ascension as a program. He was a big part of that. As a guy that was a team captain, someone that was a catalyst of that. And Barton too. I think both those guys. It is a little bit surprising, but when we get to this point in the draft, I think it comes down to preference, and they have a plan for Morgan, how exactly they want to use him. More ready to go right away. I mean, I'll be surprised if he's not starting week 1 in some way, whether it's a guard or tackle, where you couldn't necessarily say that about Tyler Guyton. And maybe Cooper or Graham Barton was just a little bit different than what they were looking for.
More of a projection at tackle.
And that's another thing too. Me as an evaluator, I'm going, Barton can maybe hang up a tackle, he can get a shot, and they might just go, no way.
Yeah,
that's even further away from the line, going with Barton in that spot than a Jordan Morgan.
And that's it. And so they're going that doesn't really help us out. And they're like, okay, well maybe Morgan actually could play tackle. Maybe even if he doesn't have those arms, but maybe they see something, or maybe they evaluate him that way. Where again, I keep bringing up the Zach Tom thing, moving him to center. We'll put Jordan at right tackle and make that work. Again, it's getting the best 5 out there.
You guys really just want want to kick Josh Myers out of that spot. You guys have against Josh Myers.
Shows up. It shows up. That's what I keep saying. It shows up.
The Graham Barton pick, or excuse me, the Jordan Morgan pick makes sense, Nate. But now again, we've given up the dream. No Cooper DeJean to Green Bay. What do you think about them passing about DeJean in that spot?
No Cooper DeJean or Graham Barton so far. But this is where kind of actually Bucs would be interesting here.
So how many picks do we have? We have 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So 7 picks left in the first round. And so just to reset my board, Graham Barton, top player available. Jackson Powers-Johnson from Oregon. Nate Wiggins, corner from Clemson. Cooper DeJean, corner from Iowa. Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle from Oklahoma. Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois. Jordan Morgan's gone. Kool-Aid McKinstry, corner from Alabama. Those would be the top 7 available at this point.
And Bucs have been a hard team to kind of.
They are a hard team to pin down. Even when we were talking about their needs, I was wondering which direction they would end up going.
I really like a corner here.
But this is, no, they drafted Miles Trout last year.
No, that's a good point, man. That's a very good point. After trading Carlton Davis, I mean, they've got guys that played snaps for them, but it's a lot of 3s and 4s.
Wiggins ended up kind of always paired Wiggins here. That was kind of that's who I kind of ended up always going with.
I don't think Cooper DeJean was
available
made
at 20.
No. So that's
not in my mock draft. No. He was not. I know. So the Bucs are just interesting. Like they could go a few directions. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. So I'm curious what direction they go.
Do you believe that Cooper DeJean can hold up as an outside corner in the NFL, Dan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think we need we're not talking about a top 10 pick here. You know, we're not going to say he's going to come into the league and be Sauce Gardner. Yeah. Like he could be a quality outside corner, no doubt about it. It's just, could he be better as a nickel? Yeah, maybe. But I absolutely, I think he can hold up outside.
It's just the appeal that
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
So the fact that they said he was a center is interesting. Like that's what they turned in on the card.
Yeah.
This is a team drafted Cody Mauch in the second round last year, but you could argue they have needs at both other interior offensive line spots. So
I said their left guard right now. If they played a game right now, their left guard is
Suapatea.
Okay, boom. Graham Barton's your left guard. I mean, that really stabilizes your front 5.
And the worst inside rushing team in the NFL last
year.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, but that made a lot of sense too, because that was one thing that just kind of kept coming back to is like they couldn't run the ball, so going into your offensive line kind of makes a little bit of sense.
Nate, you had Graham Barton as a top 12 player, I think, in your big board coming into this draft. You love Graham Barton. Show us a little bit about what sets Graham Barton apart for you, even compared to some of the other interior offensive linemen.
He plays the cross. No, he has experience at center. I view him as an interior guy, but I do think I would give him a shot outside. In college, in this last year, he's at left tackle. And again, you're going against Clemson here, and who's going to have some athletes on defense, and you never see him lose a rep. And I have this cut up that I'm going to show a couple plays here. It's over 3 minutes long. It's the entire game against Clemson. And
I'm just imagining you in the dark alone, just watching Graham Barton.
It wasn't meant to be that way. It wasn't meant to be that way because I kept trying to go I want to be like, hey, you missed on this here, but no, it never showed up. So he's over here at left tackle, number 62, which you always love, a tackle wearing 62. But you're going to see hand usage here. You're going to see footwork. You're going to see bend, athleticism. He, to me, has what you want in offensive line, smarts. And this is the thing, I never thought that arm length ever became an issue. That's a long defensive end he's going against. And you see how he keeps winning because he can bend and he can recover and do those things. So again, watch him at left tackle. This is one of my favorite plays here, getting a backside cutoff. I love offensive linemen that can get backside cutoff. And what that means is he's gonna reach right here on Rook Scooby-Doo, Aurora. So watch Barton again, cutting off. It's getting late, guys. I'm losing my mind. So here we go. Boom, and gets his head across. That is exceptional. Yeah. That opens up an entire run game, and he's doing that at tackle. It's easier at guard. It's not easy, but easier. So he's doing these types of things as an athlete. He can handle good athletes because he is such a good athlete, and he can bend and do these things. He's a technician. I really like Barton. I'm trying to get one pass rep, but I mean, you see pop here. You see just everything you want in an offensive lineman. And the fact I think he can play at least 4 spots is great.
At 27, the pick is in for the Cardinals. They go with Darius Robinson from Mizzou, a guy who really helped himself this year in college, Dane, and helped himself in this process. We were wondering if he was going to end up slipping into the first round. He does for a team that absolutely needed some sort of presence on the edge. What do you think about Robinson going to Arizona?
Yeah, straight out of central casting with the way he, 6'5", 285. He was a defensive tackle as an underclassman. This year they moved him more of an edge, and things just opened up for him. His understanding of how to play the position, how to break down blocks, physical, powerful, and he's a good athlete. Yeah, I think he got rolled over the coals because his 40 was so bad, but in a short area, he is a really good athlete. So yeah, he is the type of player that you have to game plan for, and not a surprise. He goes to a team like the Cardinals who need more help on the edge. They need more pass rush help. This fit makes sense. I loved Cooper DeJean here to the Cardinals, but yeah, Darius Robinson makes sense.
Yeah, and the thing with him, the appeal of him is that, that defense last year, which was the knuckleball defense, they did everything, and Darius Robinson gives him a little bit of that defensive versatility. Yeah. Line up inside, line up outside. Oh, we want to be a 3 down in this look. Okay, he can do a little bit of that. I remember the first time you brought him up, and the first question I had was like, what role do you like? And you kind of go, a little bit of everything. Yeah,
base end, kicking inside on passing downs, but yeah.
Is he a high-end guy? No, but I think he's going to be very useful at a defensive line, and I think that type of defense that the Cardinals run with all that funkiness, he can excel there because he's going to help out everybody else because, okay, we talk about this with offensive line, getting our best 5 out there. It's like, all right, Darius, you're the nose on this look. Right. You are the DN on this other look. That's really nice to have, especially if you have a creative defensive coordinator like the Cardinals do.
He's the type of guy that he wears you out because he's coming at you nonstop the entire game. And before you look up and it's like, oh, it's only a second quarter, and this guy just won't stop. Like there's value in that. And I think what probably really sold the Cardinals on Robinson being a first-round player was the Senior Bowl. He was the best player that week, outside of Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell was the best player, and then Darius Robinson was number 2, I would say. Just the week that they had, he was unblockable. The tackles really had trouble because he can beat you with power, but he also arm overs. He can work his arms or his hands. So yeah, we have a Kansas City on the clock.
Oh, gotta be a tackle, right?
Little stellar character reports, correct? About Robinson, just presence in the building, leadership, all that kind of stuff.
It was okay.
Okay, all right. Okay.
There were some that said it's kind of a weird interview, but nothing like red flags.
Gotcha.
Put it that way.
Weird is not bad.
Yes.
So now we have Robinson going 27. So who's on the clock currently?
It looks like KC traded
just
up.
Moved up.
Chiefs
so
trade
Buffalo.
up to go to 28. Again, yeah, maybe one of those tackles.
Sure.
Maybe
Bills
this
Mafia.
is the Tyler Guyton spot.
Ahead of Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Barton's off the board.
That makes things really interesting for Dallas.
Yeah.
But could this be where we see one of the Texas receivers? Which one is it?
I know. Well, this was, I have said that A.D. Mitchell, like the Chiefs, is my ideal landing spot for him because, it's the consistency. It's, what kind of down to down his football IQ as well. It's like, where can we develop with? Get him with Patrick Mahomes. I bet you that effort spruces right up. Get him with Andy Reid, using him well. Don't necessarily have to use him as a number 1 guy right away. Don't even have to use him as a number 2 guy. Yeah. Use him as a number 3 or number 4 right away and work him and get him the outside. Again, A.D. Mitchell's not on everyone's board. I don't know if he's on the Chiefs board, but they have some comfort level with players like that.
Yeah.
Almost
a lot of.
Maybe too much.
Maybe too much. Maybe too much.
Probably make that argument. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting. It's just it's a kind of a footnote in this conversation. But yeah, wide receiver makes the most sense. But Tyler Guyton.
Tyler Guyton. They need a starting left tackle tomorrow, right? They have a project in Wanya Morris. They need somebody that they can come in and start day one. But there's a chance that they just take a receiver here and say, "Hey, Donovan Smith, come back down."
Yeah.
Another 1-year deal. We'll figure it out up there, and we would rather have juice than a project at left tackle that we don't know if that can be a week 1 starter anyway.
And again, this was the Mims selection, a few picks ago with the Bengals. Like we don't get this upside always because we're going to be picking in the 20s with Patrick Mahomes or 32, I guess, every single year. But it's not. We don't get that type of upside. Yeah, it might be a risk. It might not work out. But if we hit, holy crap, we have Mahomes giving a true outside X with Rashee Rice if he's back. But that can replace Kelsey in a way. Even if the role wouldn't be perfect, at least you can get some of that usage somewhere else.
The fact that the Bills traded out of this spot with a couple of receivers on the board, I think, is somewhat interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, whether they think that A.D. Mitchell is not somebody that's for them after the Stephon Diggs experience, whether they think they could get him a little bit later, I'm wondering what the thought process is there for them to pass on the pass catchers here.
I think there's a good chance their best available wide receiver is probably someone we don't see in a lot of first-round mocks. Ricky Pearsall.
Lad McConkey.
Yeah, I mean, someone that, they feel comfortable moving back a few spots, and I haven't seen any trade compensation. I don't know what they added, but it's...
Is this the Jalen Polk spot?
Bills, though, we talked about this, and I could see it going one of two ways, them looking at this spot in the draft, thinking, we're tired of picking in the mid to late 20s and finding B-plus players. Do we move up for a potential difference maker? Or you look at their situation, they pay Josh Allen, they need to find some cost-controlled guys to start stockpiling picks.
Right. Yeah. It's like the Cowboys, where it's let's move back a few spots, get more picks, more chances, more bites at the apple, better percentage. We're going to hit on one of these guys, and in a deep wide receiver class, you can get away with that potentially.
Yeah, right.
If you're the Bills, you know you need to add a receiver and some type of pass catching threat.
There's the game theory of all that with when there's depth at a position. And then you get into flavors, you get into preference. It's like guys slip through the cracks when it's a deep class. It's just how it goes because it's just so hard to stack them. None of us are always going to be perfectly right. So that's, again, the line of thinking too. I like that for the Bills. They're in that reshuffling mode right now. I know they have Josh Allen and everything, but they're reshuffling their team right now.
Most fun outcome for you with this pick for the Chiefs, Dane? Just let's throw caution to the wind.
Xavier Worthy? I mean, just that type of speed. You have to try to stop a defense or try to stop an offense with Travis Kelce and Hollywood Brown, and you add 4-2-1 speed to that mix with Patrick Mahomes working his dark magic in the backfield. That'd be fun.
They might be the first team to have two starting receivers way less than their offensive tackle.
Combined. Yes,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I meant combined. Yes. With Hollywood Brown, if they go with Xavier Worthy, but they like speed.
But they've got away from that a little bit
in recent
years, So it's like
how
cyclical the feel of their offense has been, where it's like, all right, we are all juice all the time with Tyreek Hill. Now we have more of a possession. I mean, think about the 2022 Chiefs offense with Juju and Travis Kelce. Obviously, MVS, they need that speed element, but that's not how you would define them. That wasn't the characteristic of that offense. And last year, same kind of deal. And if they were to go with Hollywood and then Xavier Worthy, would almost come all the way back around for what that Chiefs offense felt like.
We're going to create these explosives now.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do.
If they make it work with three totally different, wide receiver depth charts like that, it's crazy.
I'm going to bet that they'll be able to make it work.
That's
kind of where I stand on this.
I guess I meant like win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We make it work. Yeah.
That is the making it work for the Chiefs.
Right, anything less is not quite acceptable.
No, that's what last year I thought they were missing a Juju Smith-Schuster type, but that's the thing is, like you said, it just seems like they want their speed a little bit here. They're going, whoa, why would we just have a guy that can get 6-yard game when we catch the ball 6 years and go 60 yards? I get that line of thinking.
Obviously, some questions with Rashee Rice and what's going to happen there, so that's a little bit of an uncertainty that maybe you take into consideration if they were to go receiver here.
That certainly plays a part in all this.
Oh God, that's the thing. You got two people up there. This pick's gonna take forever.
I mean, we just mentioned the two Texas receivers. Could it be Lad McConkey?
That's another one up there.
Could it be?
I don't think it's Keon Coleman. I don't think that's the opposite of speed.
Right, probably not.
Outside guy, but I'm trying to think who else would it go. It's not gonna be like a Leggett or something like that. That'd be super rich.
Here we go.
28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
There it is. That's.
I mean, it's.
They're lucky they're the Chiefs.
You hate this.
I hate it. Yeah, I don't like it. It's whatever. It's speed. Tank Dell comparison? Okay. It's speed. You're adding. That's what you're betting on. You're betting that the 4.21. But the thing was that he weighs 165 pounds, and I thought the 165 always showed up more than the 4.21 when I watched him. That's why I look at him as more of a guy I would take in the late second. But again, we're getting into the late first, and they're going for the juice. And I think they felt that offense get a little tight last year, I'm sure. So that's why they're just like you said, they're cycling back and trying to crank it all the way through. Yeah.
For context here, Dane, Xavier Worthy right now is your 26th best available player right now.
Yeah.
Not at the beginning of the draft. Right now, he's your 26th best available player.
If he hits, he's Deshaun Jackson.
Right.
That's a big if, though. I don't think he has that level of toughness, that level of consistency. Skills. Yeah, ball skills too, absolutely. But can't teach 4.21. And it's not just vertical, take the top off of defense speed. It's some of that suddenness in and out of his breaks and the ability to snap off a route and create that separation. So I get it. I think that he will make more of an impact as an underneath receiver than he will as a vertical threat in the Chiefs' offense.
I never thought of him as a good vertical guy. I thought it's
part of that's Quinn Ewers, but
yes. Oh my God, yeah, that's a whole nother discussion. But I just never I saw like the Deshaun Jackson thing. The thing with Deshaun Jackson, he was smaller, had speed. He had exceptional ball skills. He was like a center fielder. He was incredible. Worthy for me is kind of always has to turn. He's not really a guy that's bucket catching stuff. So like you just said, it's a yak guy underneath that can maybe take something, which makes a little more sense. But again, he's a smaller guy. He's not going to block. He's not going to do any of that dirty work stuff. You just have that with Hollywood Brown already.
Yeah.
So we have two guys like that. Okay, that's where the concerns with this is. If they only had one of those, I'm a little more positive on it.
It was interesting because we look at MVS and he was the speed element, but he also gave you a level of physicality that you're just not going to get out of either of these two guys. So it's a different flavor of the offense. You guys mentioned Deshaun Jackson, though. Who is very familiar with Deshaun Jackson?
Right.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. And that's if he hits. But I think if there's any type of contested catch,
it would take him hitting for him to be the greatest vertical threat since Randy Moss. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Right. But yeah, any type of contested catch or contested window, chances are he's not going to come away with it. That's just not his game.
Anything
in
over
the NFL,
the middle, he's going to double catch because he's looking down.
In the
there's
NFL,
just a lot of frustrating
it's just
parts.
tougher.
It is.
This wouldn't be the first time that the Chiefs made a pick where they were feeling themselves a little bit at the end of the first round. I remember the Clyde Edwards-Helaire moment. So a heat check late in the first round from the Kansas City Chiefs is something that we have seen before post-Super Bowl.
This is true.
It is. I know. I knew someone was going to be titillized by that speed. I did. It's so predictable. People, the 40 is always going to be king, and that's what you're betting on.
Who's left for the Cowboys here?
Well, Tyler Guyton's still on the board, so there's a chance that they could have moved back and still found that offensive lineman.
The Cowboys Guyton thing was happening. Everybody.
They love Zach Frazier.
Ninth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton.
So here's my question. It makes all the sense in the world. They needed an offensive lineman. Does this mean that Tyler Smith stays at guard because you think that Tyler Guyton can end up playing tackle for you?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I think you draft Tyler Guyton with the idea that he's going to be your starting left tackle, if not immediately, at some point this season as a rookie. This is almost like the discount version of when they drafted Tyron.
Yeah.
Tyron, right tackle in college, young. Yeah, he was still developing, a little bit of a risk. Same thing with Tyler Guyton. He was, playing tight end 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. He was a defensive lineman in high school. He still has a ways to go, but seeing guys move like this, it's different. And so it's a projection.
Yeah.
But again, this is why you pay your offensive line coaches to develop these guys, and it'll be interesting to see if he can do it.
Tyler Smith was kind of a raw player coming out.
No doubt.
That was again kind of a traits-based bet that they made late in the first round, and it worked out better than you ever could have hoped. So hopefully, this is the same thing you're looking at.
And they're pretty good with those O-line evals. They really are. They go for athletes. Guyton is an athlete. There's the phrase I keep coming back to when I watch him is there's guys don't move in space like that at 6'8", at legit 320.
Him on a lead block, oh my gosh.
As a puller, it's fun. It's truly a highlight to watch. He's got to work on his lower body strength. That was one thing that always showed up to me was some of the anchoring stuff. But again, this
part
is
of that's posture too. Like just understanding
upright a little bit,
how to sink.
But it's not athleticism because he can bend. It's
Yes.
just, but like you said, it's the background. Has only played 15 games in college. Former defensive line, former tight end. He's still a puppy. Like he's still working on these things. When you're picking at end of the first round like this is a swing you take on a tackle. Not top 10, not top 15, not 20, but yeah, this makes sense because it could give you starting tackle upside, and that's huge.
I know they might have been okay with popping Tyler Smith out to left tackle and TJ Bass playing left guard. I like this one a little bit more. I feel a little bit better about this timeline than that one that you were trying to sell me before.
It'll be interesting when they feel comfortable putting him out there left tackle. You know, will it be, and then this is why you have training camp. They figure out, okay, is he ready to go from week 1 as the left tackle, or is he going to need some time? You know, you can't put him at left tackle until you trust him.
Right.
No, one of the biggest questions we had coming into this draft is how and when the Minnesota Vikings would find their quarterback of the future. We have that answer. To provide a few more for us, here is our Vikings writer at The Athletic, Alec Lewis. Alec, really appreciate you joining us on what I'm sure is a very hectic night over there.
Yeah, it's been absolutely ridiculous. The last couple of days, first, thanks for having me. You guys look incredible. It's an unbelievable setup. I'm listening to Dane talk about pulling guards. This feels as perfect as possible. But no, it's been fun. The last few weeks have been mayhem, and so to see them end up with J.J. McCarthy where they did, and then to come back and get Dallas Turner was kind of a mind-blowing run. So no, thank you guys for having me. It was wild.
We thought that J.J. McCarthy might be an option for them at 4, Alec, and that it might have to include the 11th pick, the 23rd pick, and maybe even more to end up getting him as part of this process. Instead, they trade a couple mid-round picks to move up 1 spot and land J.J. McCarthy. How do you think they feel about the way that this all ended up playing out?
Yeah, part of me thinks, I go back 3 weeks ago, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, the GM, essentially laid it out. He was like, there's different scenarios for us at different price points, and certain guys were willing to go big on, and other guys were not willing to go as big on. And J.J. McCarthy, I think, was kind of in the intermediate kind of middle area of those two realms. Like, he wasn't the trade multiple first-round pick guy, and he probably wasn't the just sit there in their mind. And ultimately, the way it worked out, he ended up being a guy that he grabbed at 10. And honestly, I think probably there were some people in the room that wanted to just wait at 11. But as Kwesi Adofo-Mensah said, he's like, I don't want to regret when I go to sleep tonight not making sure we got our guy. And so that's why they ended up moving up 1 spot to the Jets at 10.
Why do you think McCarthy makes sense, just considering the overall Vikings offensive ecosystem, the pieces that they already have in place? Why did he end up becoming the guy in your mind?
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell cited in his presser a couple minutes ago the stats that I think we've seen everywhere. I mean, obviously the winning and what he did at the high school level, and both that and at college in Michigan, but also just his third down production in college. I mean, it was always mind-blowing to me to listen to the way some people analyze JJ. I understand it's a tough evaluation, but when I would look at some of the advanced metrics of what he did on third down, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, Kevin O'Connell mentioned some of those numbers. And this guy, in terms of his quarterback evaluation, wanted to, I think, pour as much into it as possible. He made it a point to visit a lot of these guys, spend real time with them. He talked about, with JJ, spending time in the meeting room and then taking some of what they did on the board out onto the grass to see how well he would adapt. So it was a rigorous process. And when you think about just the winning mentality, and then just his experience playing under center a little bit, his ability to throw over the middle of the field, all that stuff, to me, some of the anticipation, all that stuff aligns, I think, with what Kevin O'Connell wants to do offensively.
Considering what they had to give up to go get McCarthy in the first trade up, the second trade up, this is a team that does not have a lot of draft capital over the next 2 years, which is why I was kind of surprised to see them make another aggressive move in the first round to go get Dallas Turner. I'm not sure if they addressed that in that presser, but have they mentioned why they thought that Turner was worth that sort of swing after taking several already in this process?
Yeah, I mean, to your exact point, I believe they only have 3 picks in next year's draft, and it's like a first, 2 fifths. Now, they probably will receive 2 compensation picks in the 3rd round, so that could make up for some of it, but that's very little draft capital. And the way that Kevin O'Connell and Kwesi Adofo-Mensah described it is like they did not expect there was any chance that guy, Dallas Turner, a physical specimen on the edge who can drop in coverage, which is exactly what Brian Flores wants. I don't think they thought there was any way that guy was going to be there at 17. So when he was, their grades from top to bottom just aligned to where they felt like they had to go do it. And I mean, honestly, I mean, when you think about, it's so crazy. They haven't drafted an edge rusher in the first round since 2005. Guy named Erasmus James. Nate Tice probably knows him. I don't know who that is. I don't know
Wisconsin
any of the
great. We got to love the Troy Williamson, Erasmus James draft. That's one I love bringing up. I love bringing up that draft.
Yeah, Vikings fans tuning in probably just want to scream and throw something at me listening to that. But, I mean, really, they have not had young talent at that position beyond a Daniil Hunter in a long, long time. And so the chance to pair that type of option and player of that at that premium position with a guy Brian Flores I know was absolutely in love with the whole process, I think was just too good for them to pass up.
Well, you mentioned that Quezio Fomenzo was hoping that he could sleep okay tonight, making sure he came away with his guy. You can get plenty of sleep tonight because you don't have to work tomorrow. The Vikings don't have a second or a third round pick. It's been a long month for you, the same way it's been a long month for everybody in that building. So why don't you go get some rest, and we'll catch up with you soon, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy that set. I mean, it looks like paradise where you guys are. So enjoy it. I didn't know Detroit could look so nice. Thanks for having me. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
While we're talking to Alec, the Baltimore Ravens at 30 go with Nate Wiggins from Clemson. You know, Dane, I think you're the top corner available on your board right now. Somebody that 4.28 speed, a little bit undersized, but plays with a certain mentality. Corner didn't seem like the biggest need for Baltimore. You look at the way that Brandon Stevens played. They still have Marlon Humphrey there, obviously. What Kyle Hamilton has done for them in the slot, but they had another body that had defensive back room and another layer of versatility for them potentially.
You just have to be comfortable with 175 pounds.
Yeah.
That's it. If you're comfortable with that, then you can. The rest is an easy sell. Really fluid athlete, really competitive too. He does play maybe more competitive than you would think. The two plays that he had chasing down the ball carrier, knocked the ball out, did it against Miami, did it against North Carolina. Game-changing plays. The speed is special, but he's also just a really good cover athlete. You watch him on the Florida State tape, and he's making play after play after play. But I think it is fair to question, can he hold up physically? Not just in the run game, but just mano-a-mano when you're on the outside against a big physical receiver in the NFL. That's where it gets a little tough. And that's where I think the disconnect was with Nate Wiggins, with some really looking at the potential and the upside, the athleticism, and then others saying, I just need my corners to be more physical than that.
You comped him to Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie in the Beast, and I understand that from a little bit undersized, a lot of speed perspective. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie had almost 33-inch arms. This is 18th percentile arm length we're talking about with Wiggins. So not only is he slight, but he's not very long either. So you're really banking on that mentality and that speed carrying him here, Nate.
Yeah, you're betting on such a twitchy athlete. And that North Carolina game, because I watched it 500 million times with May and everything, but he showed up in that game.
Yeah, he had that big interception at the end.
It was like he almost got challenged before that week or something, but he showed up. And you watch that game, you're like, yeah, no kidding, this guy's a first rounder. Yeah. I wish he never weighed in. I know he has to, because Emmanuel Forbes is sticking out in my mind.
Sure, you don't have to.
No, I know. But that's just, but man, but with Wiggins though, that coverage ability is really good. Like he just has a field for playing corner.
He does.
If you just isolate that ability, he can stay sticky in man. He can play outside in more of quarters or cover three types of looks. Can be aggressive. He can play in your face if you want to be in blitz stuff. It's just gonna come down to that size. He's a little bit different. I mean, a lot of bit different than Marlon Humphrey, who's so physical.
Right,
You got two opposite type of corners here, but you just love that twitchiness, that stickiness that he can play with.
That fluidity, I think, is exactly. But he also has awareness too, and so I think it is more than just the athleticism. But again, you just have to be okay with the marginal play strength.
I bet you he was the greatest 7-on-7 cornerback of all time. I'm telling you.
The way he plays,
how he plays, because he can hold up. He's in like individual drills or routes on air or one-on-ones and stuff where it can be an offensive drill. It's like Wiggins, I feel like to me is a guy that's like, no, he's going to hold up because he can stay. It's a skill. That's a highly coveted skill. Yeah. We have gotten away from it a little bit, but like a team like, if like Rex Ryan was still in the league, he'd just be like, oh my God, give me this guy. Yes. Because I can man him up one-on-one throughout the field and I can blitz and do all my funky stuff too.
My only question with Baltimore, the offensive line still remains like a serious issue.
They got wiped out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was...
So John Simpson goes and leaves in free agency, goes to the Jets. They trade Morgan Moses. Obviously, we've had some injury concerns with Ronnie Stanley. And now you're looking at, Andrew Voorhees, who they kind of took a lottery ticket on last year because he was hurt. Is he going to be a starting guard for them? At right tackle, you got Daniel Falele and Josh Jones. There are so many question marks there. That's the only thing I was wondering. Did they need to address that? But not a lot of offensive linemen still left on the board.
The San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, there it is.
There you go, my receiver.
Oh, so they go receiver, and they go over Adonai Mitchell, over Keon Coleman, but...
So why do you think Pearsall here over some of those guys?
Because he can do everything. I mean, line him up inside, outside. You want him to work the middle of the field. You want him to work deep. The ball skills are fantastic. A lot of what you would expect Kyle Shanahan to want in his receiver, I think Pearsall offers it.
Yep, he plays the receiver position really well, meaning like he understands how to get open, how to contort his body for the ball. I got exposed to Pearsall a lot when watching Anthony Richardson, and he's the only guy showing up ever. And then he just kept at it the next year. It's always interesting who Kyle Shanahan tabs at receiver. That's his position. That's his spot. He feels like he can spot guys and see traits that maybe others can't. And so it's interesting that he went Pearsall. But like Dane says, he can do inside, he can go outside. I like him best intermediate and vertical. And maybe that works for, it depends what the receiver room looks like after the next couple of weeks, so who knows. But I think that's what he really likes. A little bit of yak stuff too, which I know Shanahan really likes as well. I think it was probably those sticky hands that kept coming up where he's just snagging ball.
The ball skills are really fantastic. And it's more than just the hands, but just the focus, the hand-eye coordination. And the Panthers just moved up into the first round.
Little spot.
Buffalo's like, we don't like Pearsall's gone. All right, we're trading back again.
So we were wondering what the Panthers would potentially do here, looking for another receiver maybe.
Right.
I mean, we talked about this. They needed separation. Ladd McConkey, all he does is get separation.
Yep.
Did they decide, we're not going to take a chance here, we're going to move up and just get him and not worry about it?
Well, obviously, they didn't give up much at all.
Yeah, 5th-6 swap.
I guess they only moved up one spot.
Yeah.
But, obviously they were scared enough that Buffalo might take this receiver. I'm assuming it's a receiver.
Yeah.
They were scared enough that Buffalo might take this receiver that they wanted to go up and get, maybe who knows, maybe the 5th-year option played a little part in that decision as well. But which one is it? Is it Adonai Mitchell? Is it Ladd McConkey? Xavier Legette, who knows? This will be an interesting pick.
Do you think Brandon Beane called the Panthers and he's like, hey, what's McConkey's number again? What was it? Is it a 5th rounder? That's what I meant. Yeah, it starts with a 5. I think maybe that's what he did there.
I could understand the Panthers seeing how the top 10 of this draft played out and wanted to be a part of it. Just saying, we need to do something tonight, or it's going to be a really long, sad day for us.
Oh man, and that wasn't even that bad. Whatever they gave up, it's only one spot because then they have what's the 38 was the next pick? Okay.
The Giants from
so they're right.
I think it was 39, but
but they're right in
like
there.
That.
So they can get 2 nice pieces here. I mean, just considering who's on the board.
So
where do they go with this? If it's a receiver, I'm fascinated by the direction.
What
sort of flavor they choose?
Ladd, and so I'm just Ladd McConkey. So I'm just curious, what they actually decide. Like the Legette one, I know there's been Xavier kind of was saying that they called him and all that, those types of things. But that one's weird to me because him and Jonathan Mingo have some sameness.
Yeah.
And kind of more project-y, best runway routes as you like runway plays, which I think is a great way to put it. So that one to me was like, maybe later, but for this first pick, I don't know.
Well, we've also talked about A.D. Mitchell, and there's a lot of projection involved. He'd be an outlier in terms of production. But if you're looking at the guys still on the board, I still think he has the best profile to be a number 1 receiver at some point during his rookie contract.
Yeah.
He's probably the only one.
Right.
And that's why, maybe the reason that we had Ladd McConkey mocked here a million different times is that A.D. Mitchell was gone. So I think that's going to be the big question. What sort of upside do they see with somebody like that, or do they think, let's just hit a double here?
And they need speed, too.
Yeah.
And so AD has that. He ran a 4.3 and change at that size. And then you look at the other receivers. Okay, Ladd does have that speed. He has way more juice. He can play on the outside, too. But he projects as more like a really good number 2. Jalen Pollock, who I like, number 2. Like, these guys are number 2 Zs, number 2 slots. A.D. Mitchell's that one guy where it's like, that's an X. That's not Keon Coleman, who doesn't maybe have the speed that the Panthers would really like right now.
But is it more of a risk as opposed to a lad McConkey, which feels a little more safer.
You know
right?
what he is.
You know exactly what you're getting. Now, I mean, durability and smaller guy, like, you know, that plays in the part. But yeah, and that's what makes Mitchell tough. It made him tough to project.
Yes.
But yeah, this will be interesting to see which direction they go.
I know I saw the Carolina pop up and I was like, oh, okay, because they're presenting that tomorrow night. And I was like, oh, a little switcheroo there.
Well, and let's just assume that's going to receiver. That means players falling to round 2: Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jackson Powers Johnson. So I mean, those would be the only surprises.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I mean, this team has been incredibly aggressive in helping Bryce Young this offseason. Think about what they spent on guards, willing to trade away a starting corner to get maybe only 1 year of Deontay Johnson. Wouldn't be a surprise at all just to see them keep hammering that, because that's all that matters at this point. That's all that matters is giving him enough to get there.
Figure it out.
Right.
Here we go.
It is.
Rodgers making that slow stroll
I'm
one
sure
more
he's
time.
so happy. He's like, that's it.
He's about to lay down for 2 hours.
32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers.
Stomach.
With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette.
There it is. Okay.
So what do you think about Legette going here instead of the other receivers on the board? Again, just a very different flavor than somebody like Mitchell, than somebody like McConkey. What's the selling point for Legette here, Dane?
Speed. I mean, this is, if you draft Xavier Legette in the first round, you're hoping he has a DK Metcalf-like impact. He's just not quite that size, but I mean, he's big and physical and he can fly. So, but is he a guy who's going to create his own separation aside from vertical routes?
It's all designed.
Right.
That's what scares me. I think he's a better player than Treylon Burks was a few years ago, but that is what I keep coming back to, is these types of guys. And a late bloomer. You know, it took forever to have production. And
let's talk about that a little bit, though, Dane. Obviously, his kind of route here and his story, there's a lot to consider. I mean, why do you think some of the things in Legette's background maybe held him back early in his college career?
Yeah, and I mean, he was kind of a do-everything guy in high school, and so I think that played a part. It took time for him to get a role as a full-time receiver and prove that he knew the playbook and knew to run the right route and get there. But that's part of the tough part of figuring him out.
Yeah.
You know, why did you have 30-some, 40-some catches over the first 4 years combined, and then you blow up in your 5th year? You know, this is a case of, if the extra COVID year wasn't a thing, he's a 7th-round pick next year, you know? And so if he's even drafted at all. So it is tough to figure out how exactly do we take that 1 year of production in your 5th year, and how does that work? So now this will be an interesting fit to see how it works.
I get betting on this upside, but again, the risk for me would have been, again, a round later for what he is, because these types of guys always just have some issues with, as far as like, its receiver is, you know, mentally and technique-wise, one of the easiest positions to learn, like to just get there, to be baseline competent. That's why you don't usually see the late breakouts, you know, because it's kind of like, hey, we can find a way to use you somehow.
Right.
There's just a lot with his profile that has me concerned. He does show like excellent athlete upside. Like you don't see a lot of guys that can, like, that are built like this, that can move like this, that have ball skills. Like, I actually do like his hands a lot. But again, it's just like there's just not a lot of instances of him doing that. It's a lot of crossers, it's a lot of overs where he can do this stuff. The flashes of the route running is pretty intriguing, but again, for a first round pick, that to me is like, it's just, again, rich.
Where did he finish on your board?
69.
77 for me.
Yep.
So.
I went Xavier. So he was ahead of Worthy for me always. That's yeah. Worthy was actually 70.
But we always knew this was going to happen potentially with the receivers. When we got into this range, it was going to be what sort of skill set teams were chasing. And even if there is a sameness with Mingo, different coaching staff, different front office. So not a surprise that whatever happened last year, that was last year. That no longer matters to us.
And the thing that Xavier Legette will always go down as a first-round pick in history when there are a lot of teams that had third-round grades on him. So, but you know what? Good for him, 32nd pick, and now it's all about helping Bryce Young.
And what sticks there, it'll say, you know, always have, every team will have their little magnet with the players on there. It'll be size, it'll be weight, it'll be 1-32, that's what we selected, and then 4 through 840. And then teams will go, whenever we come to the road, you go, oh, look at those traits. Yeah. But that's how it goes.
All right. Those are our 32 picks. We're going to take one more quick break, come back and wrap up a fantastic night. Come back and stick around with us. Welcome back to the Athletics live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft, coming to you from Detroit. I am Robert Mays. Joining me tonight, the Athletics draft expert, Dane Brugler, and one of our wonderful NFL analysts here at the Athletic, Nate Tice. Boys, it was a hell of a night.
It was fun.
It was. A lot of intriguing stuff went down. We're going to run through some categories here, kind of wrap up the evening that was. Let's start on a positive note. Dane, your favorite pick from the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft, what do you got for me?
I mean, should I save Odunze for you? Or are you gonna?
I mean, I was going to, so you can do it. You can take that if you want to.
I'll go with Taliese Arnold to Detroit. I love the fit when we talk about who the player is, what the team is looking for. Maybe a guy they didn't see falling that far, and once he was within striking distance, all right, let's go get our guy. Because Taliese Arnold has the compete skills, he has the athleticism, he is just a perfect fit. And for this draft to be in Detroit and to work out that way, I love that fit.
Yeah, for me, it's pick a lineman. I loved all the landing spots. Not loved, but I really liked a lot of these.
Made sense, right?
Yeah, and Latham to Tennessee makes a ton of sense. Alt to Chargers makes a ton of sense. Really like that. Fashanu going to the Jets and like their succession plan and everything. That makes a ton of sense. Fuaga and what the Saints need. Really like that. Mims to the Bengals. Truly, that might be my answer.
Yeah.
That one was one that I was like, yeah, like really like that with the Bengals. And then Fautanu at 20. And then Barton. All these guys I thought ended up in good spots for them and the teams that made sense. The Morgan to the Cowboys one, it's like, okay, you're trying to go for this. I'm curious of how they're going to manage that.
Packers.
And the Packers as well with Jordan Morgan. That's another one I really like. So all those spots, because I was so bullish on all the talent of all that I'm going to be optimistic about where they land. But all these spots, I was like, oh yeah, yep, that totally understand. Like, especially with the Steelers and Fautanu and stuff, all these guys I really liked.
I think it's hard to argue with what Odunze at 9 does for the Bears. Independent of how I felt about it and the fact that I was trying to manifest it for the last 2 months, being able to drop him in there, having maybe a future number 1 receiver that from day one is going to be your number 3 receiver with your number 1 pick that you just used on a quarterback, it is hard not to be excited about that outcome.
And they all have synergy.
Yes, it just makes sense. We've been talking about this the whole process.
Yeah.
You can see it in your mind.
It was easy.
Those 3 guys together with Caleb Williams, you can see it in your mind, and that's why it's so exciting.
You had that first question about Odunze a couple months ago. You're like, wait, what do you think about him? And I was like, oh, I love him. You're like,
I was trying to tam.
Yeah, I know. You're like, I know, I do too. I know, I do too. But they might trade out.
One more, and I don't mean to just like pile on the receivers and like, oh yeah, it's great to get pass catchers because that's the easy answer. I love Brian Thomas going to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
As soon as they missed out on Calvin Ridley, I was so worried about what they were going to do to bring that group of pass catchers together. They need to maximize that group this year. This is a huge year for that team, and for them to spend that resource on a pass catcher instead of a defensive back, even if it's still a glaring need, I actually love the fact that that's the direction that they went. And they did it by trading down.
That's it. And he won't go in there expected to be the one right away. I mean, they can bring him along, and the Brian Thomas we see in week 1 would be very different than the Brian Thomas we see at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and then that pass catching group, I think Doug Peterson likes this anyways, the sum of their parts. Like he likes one guy is the number 1 of this game based on the game plan, which is good for a Thomas in his rookie year as he emerges. Mm-hmm. And then down the road, as he gets comfortable with Trevor Lawrence, maybe he hits this upside. Okay, now we got our number 1. But at first, it's just it's the posse that can just build all this production with Trevor Lawrence, and then down the road, you get what you hope you can get with him.
The interior offensive linemen and where they all went. Graham Barton, Fautanu, I think it could be a tackle or an interior piece, and then Jordan Morgan if he starts at guard and moves to tackle. Those 3 teams, they had pieces along the offensive line. I like the fact that if those picks hit, the offensive line then becomes a strength.
Yeah.
Yes. The Bucs specifically, you're looking at what they did this offseason. All they really did was bring back their guys and lose Carlton Davis. It's like, what is your path to going from a mid-500 winner of the NFC South to a contender in the NFC? You need to have position groups become true strengths. Now, Tristan Wirfs, Gadecki played so much better last year. Cody Mauch in year 2. You bring in a Graham Barton. Can the offensive line become a hallmark of who that team is? Steelers, same way. Yep. The Steelers are trying to piece together their offensive line for so long over the last few years, it felt. You drop Fautanu in there with what Broderick Jones was late in that season as a rookie, the physicality they can play with then on offense. Does that become the identity that they can bring on that side of the ball? And the same thing goes for the Packers. Yep. They've had intriguing pieces. We like Zach Tom. Walker did fine. Elton Jenkins is a nice piece, but can that be the identity of who they are offensively along with Jordan Love?
It gives them options. It gives them flexibility to be a chameleon offense where they, for the Steelers, 1 week you're going to rely on the run game, the next, you're doing something different. And same thing with the Bucs. And I think when you are able to add offensive linemen like this that are versatile guys that you can mix and match and just help stabilize things, that is that's a big part of what you want to achieve in the draft.
And two-way guys too, where it's not like, this guy's really good in pass pro. Guy's bad run blocker, or he's a great run blocker. We have to hide him in pass pro. No, the Steelers added another guy who could play guard or tackle potentially that you don't have to help. He's going to win in the run or the pass and win those one-on-ones. And like you said, the physicality, Arthur Smith is that OC, and their run game. Their run game is going to be a
We already
priority.
saw glimpses of it, right? And to accentuate that and make it more of a strength, I love that. And then we don't have to talk about all the picks as good picks, but that stretch of defensive players from 15 to 17. Laitu going to the Colts, Byron Murphy going to the Seahawks, Dallas Turner going to the Vikings. It all just makes sense. Like the Colts need a double-digit sack guy. They've got a lot of nice pieces. They need that double-digit sack guy. So seeking the pass rush upside of somebody like Laitu, I understand that thought process. Byron Murphy now being the centerpiece of that Seahawks front as they reset. I understand that thought process. And I think Dallas Turner, I had never made this connection in my mind because I just thought they'd use both first-round picks on a quarterback. Going to Minnesota, you can see it. It's just so easy to imagine that. So those three guys in those three spots specifically, there's just not a lot of imagination necessary.
I don't think I did a single mock draft where the Vikings picked twice in the first round.
Yeah.
Because every single time it was like, well, obviously they're packaging these two picks to move up. And so, Alec made a great point about this team does not draft defensive ends, pass rushers in the first round. They don't do it. And
Erasmus James thrown at me.
Right. So like under the old regime, led by Rick Spielman, it was like, okay, you knew not to mock a pass rusher.
Well, yeah, because you had to throw a corner in there every single year.
Exactly. So, but now, new sheriff in town. No, this, like Alex said, I don't think they thought that Dallas Turner would be an option for them. And once he was, they went and got him. But it was costly. So we'll see how it works out.
Let's go maybe to the flip side here. The most surprising pick of the first round for you, Dane Brugler.
I mean, I think we're all in agreement here.
We were going to do most surprising and most confusing, and I think it might be the same answer for all of us. So we'll have to find some other things to talk about.
We might have to qualify it. Besides Michael Penix going 8 to the Falcons. It was funny. When I got here earlier, I walked in and we were talking, and I looked at Robert and I said, is Penix at 8 the weirdest smokescreen you've ever heard? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Why would that even be a thing? Why are we even discussing this as a smokescreen when obviously it's not going to happen? Well, it happened. And it's still hard to wrap your mind around the thinking. And I can't wait to hear from Kirk Cousins on the issue.
I can't wait for a lot of press conferences the
right?
next couple days. I'm with you. I was going to say the picks, the Penix, Nix tier guys going in the first round.
I mean, I think we've stopped talking about Bo Nix being the 12th overall pick in this draft because we were shocked by Penix.
The Penix one is just, I'm trying to, you always try to find the angle. Okay, why did they take this guy, even if I don't like him? Like, even like Xavier Worthy going to the Chiefs, I'm like, okay, you're attracted to the speed, juice, that's what they're going for. I don't like it, but it's not surprising. Same, I guess even with Nix, it was like, okay, they need a quarterback. I don't see him as a first rounder, but I don't know if that's surprising. It was, but Penix at 8 is surprising, confusing. I'm disappointed. For where they're at, it's just Penix, and even with McCarthy on the board, Penix is so different to me from also what that offense prefers. He's another guy that doesn't really work over the middle. He likes to push over the top into the outside. He can do that well, but accuracy and anticipation aren't his forte. What does that offense thrive on? Play action, timing, boom, work over the middle. Okay, and then we have injury history. We have age. He's going to be sitting potentially 2 years. So now you're saying that when this guy gets off his rookie contract, he's 29? I believe it's confusing. It's really confusing for the number 8 pick. If they did this in the second round, I go, okay, I get it. You're trying to get a succession plan, all these things. The Hendon Hooker last year with the Lions, but top 10 in a loaded draft, in my estimation.
Third round pick is much different than a top 10 pick.
Correct.
And it's also Jared Goff. The Lions traded for Jared Goff. He was under contract, but it was it was a secondary plan, right? Like they didn't commit to him. Like we're starting with this. Right? They didn't give Jared Goff a contract and then draft Hendon Hooker.
Right.
The fact that the Falcons gave Kirk Cousins this deal a month ago and then ultimately did this. I was looking it up while you guys were talking. The 8th overall pick last year was Bijan Robinson. Year 3 of Bijan Robinson's rookie deal is going to have a $6 million cap hit. Kirk Cousins has $25 million of dead money into the 3rd year of his deal. So let's say they move on after 2 years. You still have it's going to be $30 million worth of quarterback play in the first cheap year you have with Michael Penix. So you're not going to have a cheap rookie contract quarterback or the ability to wield that contract until year 4 when he is 27 years old.
And you potentially already paid Drake London and paid those guys as
Right.
well.
I just
AJ
don't-
Terrell.
I just don't understand it. Even if you think that he's the best player on the board, even if you want a potential succession plan, I just don't get how it all fits with the other things that they've done.
That's it.
Yeah. And if you're like, no, we want that 5th year with him because you need it, trade back. It's like, I know you need 2 to tango and all those things, but I don't know. That one was just very confusing to me, especially where they're at, where I feel like they're pushing it this year. I mean, obviously they want to in that division in the NFC. That's why you sign Kirk Cousins.
Right.
And another thing is like, oh, his medical, if the argument is, well, we're not sure if Cousins is ready to play. Didn't you guys do medicals?
Yeah.
Like the process, no answer to the process has made sense for me as I've sat here for over an hour or 2 hours, just kind of marinating in it.
So again, trying to figure out what their thought process is. Diana just tweeted that their spin is going to be they didn't think they'd be picking this high again for a long time. So this was their chance to find a quarterback when they may not be able to over the next couple drafts. I get that to a certain extent, but it's like it's about opportunity cost. Yeah. It's about what you can do with that 8th overall pick and what your window currently looks like. When the Packers drafted Jordan Love, they didn't know how much longer Aaron Rodgers would be there, and it was in the 20s.
Completely different. Yes, absolutely. It is someone in that front office just fell in love with the player. I think it comes down to that.
When's the last time the Falcons had a winning record?
2016?
2017.
2017.
Okay.
And they're talking about, oh, we don't know the next one we're picking in the top 10.
Well, ambitious.
Okay.
They've been picking.
I'm an optimist.
I already thought they were picking 8 next year, right? That they pick there every year. So it's tough.
And then Bo Nix goes 12.
Yeah.
And this is you're picking a quarterback in the top half of the first round. Ideally, that quarterback is going to have, like you said, top 12 quarterback upside if that's the draft capital that you're using. You can maybe talk yourself into not needing that if it's a cheap option with a crazy supporting cast, right? Like that's the argument for J.J. McCarthy. Even if J.J. McCarthy's upside is middle of the road starting quarterback, you have Justin Jefferson, you have Kevin O'Connell, all that. The Broncos are a rebuilding team. This isn't a final flourish of anything that they've done. This is step 1. And to use step 1, they use the 12th overall pick on a guy with Bo Nix's profile, that's just tough for me to stomach in the same way that the Penix plan is tough for me to stomach.
It feels more like they settled than they, they're coming away from this draft thinking they hit a home run. Like
They made contact.
Yeah, cool. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, that one's tough. Although I understand that one more than I understand the Penix one.
I do too.
I do too.
Well, yeah, because they didn't have a quarterback on the roster.
Right. Yeah.
Zach Wilson and I was going to say Brett Rippon. It might as well be Brett Rippon.
Yeah.
Jared Stidham.
Jared Stidham. Yeah, they're all in the same group.
Decent contract too, by the way, as a high-end backup kind of type. Yeah, that was it. They kind of got their hand forced just in their situation. But again, it's like, are you guys? You're not winning now, with that roster and everything, and also you're drafting an older quarterback. Again, he's the second oldest first-round quarterback besides Brandon Weeden, who was 29.
If that's your plan, I don't know. Hang on to Russell Wilson one more year, then.
Right. Right. They were gonna have some more production. I would like Russell was like
paying him that money already,
So.
Yeah, they're paying him $50 million this year to not be on the team.
Exactly.
So might as well just.
Why not just keep him for another year and figure out your quarterback situation next year?
At least they didn't trade up.
There you go.
Hey, silver lining on this. Yeah, I know. I'm just like, I'm still stunned by these.
It'll be fascinating as we look back at this draft 3 years from now, 2 years from now, a year from now.
Yeah.
Just to see how everything plays out. 6 quarterbacks drafted in the top 12. History tells us that at least 3, if not 4, will be busts.
Yep.
So, it'll be really fascinating to track all these guys.
I'm going to ask you guys about the moment that you'll remember from this draft, but I guess a better way to frame that question is, how will we think back on this draft? And I think it'll be the quarterbacks. I think that'll obviously be the way that we remember it.
Yeah.
6 quarterbacks going in the top 12 picks.
It's never happened.
Unprecedented. It has never happened before. The first 3, we can all see it playing out this way, right? Caleb, Jayden Daniels, Drake May, and no drama there, no surprise there. I think we all understand those picks. We all can get behind those picks. It's everything that happened after that I think was the intrigue and is going to be kind of the question marks moving forward. But I think the team in that group that has to be, I think, pretty satisfied with how this played out is Minnesota. To not have to give up the farm and still come away with the guy, even if he's firmly in tier 2 of this group, I still think that's a decent outcome for the Vikings.
There's no doubt. For me, I think the lasting thought is going to be just the offensive players. 23 offensive players. So single-digit defensive players. We've never seen single-digit defensive players drafted in the first round before. That's what we got this year. And so the offensive linemen, the quarterbacks, and then we had that run on receivers towards the end, especially with Ricky Pearsall and Leggett, guys that I don't think we anticipated going in the first round. So really fascinating to see. And I think one of the other surprises I would throw out there too, Brock Bowers going to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yes.
That definitely qualifies as didn't mock that, never saw that mocked. It didn't really line up exactly with what we thought would happen, but I do like that pick. I think it makes sense for them. I think, he's, whether he is strictly a tight end or a slot, I mean, everything we've said about Brock Bowers, the different ways you can use them. All right, Luke gets it. See what you got. If it's going to be a little bit of Cole Kmet, it's going to be a little bit. It'll be interesting to see just how they see that skill set working.
Cole Kmet is a very solid player. He's been fine for the Bears. If Brock Bowers is Cole Kmet, this is a huge disappointment.
Oh, sure.
Huge disappointment.
Way different animal.
Yes.
And that's the thing too, is Michael Mayer is like a better receiver than people realize
Yeah.
too. It's a fun pairing.
There is a synergy there between those
great.
two skill sets. If
It's
you
great.
look at Devontae, Jacoby Myers, Michael Mayer is your Y tight end, like prototypical tight end, and Brock Bowers is that move guy who's essentially just a slot. You see those pieces fitting together. My only concern here is that there are holes all over the Raiders roster.
Including
they need
quarterback.
offensive linemen, they need a corner. There's so many different things they passed on to go with what a lot of people are going to categorize as a luxury sort of selection.
Yeah. And it was. They probably went best player available. They probably went, wow, we have so many needs. All right, we'll just go to the top of our board.
Yeah.
Again,
I
I don't hate that thinking sometimes.
I applaud
just,
it.
again,
Best player available
for that type of player too. Like what we think is a true needle-moving, true blue chip type of player.
Who
getting
knows
at that spot?
what that wide receiver depth chart's going to look like a year from now?
Right.
It might
be long gone. Like, yeah.
I applaud what the Raiders did.
Let's move on to a guy that you're surprised fell as far as he did here, Dane. As you're looking at the board and the way that it unfolded, who went a little bit later than you probably could have anticipated?
I think the corners. I mean, I already talked about Arnold, but Quinyon Mitchell not coming off the board until 22. I mean, it just worked out perfectly for the Eagles. They didn't have to trade up for him. So that makes a ton of sense. Besides the corners, Fautanu falling to 20, that seemed like maybe the ideal situation for the Steelers, for him to fall as far as he did. Really, I think those are only. Obviously, we have a few that have fallen out of the first round completely with Cooper DeJean and Johnny Newton, and not huge surprise necessarily, but still a little surprising that those guys didn't sneak in there.
Yeah.
Which team, Nate, are you surprised passed on DeJean and went with the pick that they ended up making?
I was going to say the Cardinals at 27.
I was going to say the Cardinals. Yeah, I was going to say
one.
Eagles and Cardinals, but the Eagles make sense. Like you said, Winchell's on the board. That makes total sense. That's a number one corner potentially. Yeah, Cardinals is interesting. But yeah, that was his range. I thought the 20s was, even if I'm high on them, it's that the 20s was kind of going to be his range. That's the thing. With the Lions, no, they took Terry and Arnold. They move up for that. Okay, that was another team that can maybe go after a guy like this. So we were getting to this point of the draft. Like maybe the Ravens take him, but then they have a Kyle Hamilton. Like if we're saying DeJean is going to be this mover, well, we already have that. So let's get a real outside corner that we know is going to be an outside corner. So I can see how the arguments went. That's how a corner position kind of goes. It's what the flavor you want, what type of guy you like, what type of kind of mentality you like, what specialization you like. So DeJean being just good at multiple things maybe didn't tip the scales for him.
How the receivers ended up going off the board, the fact that we didn't get A.D. Mitchell, we didn't get Ladd McConkey, but we did get Ricky Pearsall and Xavier Leggett, Is that surprising to you, or maybe we could have anticipated it unfolding this way, maybe in a slightly unconventional way than people might have anticipated?
It speaks to every board's different. Yeah. Every wide receiver, because again, we list receivers all together in the same bucket when they're completely different with what they offer, their skill sets. And so what the Panthers are looking for is different than the 49ers are looking for, different than what the Chiefs are looking for. And so I think it speaks more to that than anything else. And it'll be interesting as this continues tomorrow night, who's the next receiver off the board? Is it, and especially with Buffalo picking 33, is it Keon Coleman? Is it Adonai Mitchell? Is it Latham McConkey? Is it maybe they go to Johnny Newton? Look to bulk up the defensive line. Who knows? And so, but I think that receiver, just the diversity of all these different skill sets will continue to make the order of these guys come off the board just so unpredictable.
You have Buffalo that needs a receiver at 33. You have New England who still needs a receiver at 34. I was a little bit surprised that with Tyler Guyton still on the board, Washington didn't try to make a move up and maybe grab one of the maybe they did. But the fact that he fell and was available at 28 and they have all that draft capital and that left tackle was still the biggest thing that they needed. I thought that might have been something we saw, and ultimately it didn't end up happening.
Yeah.
And then even how I looked at those tackles, and again, this is just my perspective of it. I had guys like Guyton, Kingsley Suamataia, and I nailed that, so I'm really proud of myself. And then and Patrick Paul. Kind of these project-y tackles that was like I can make an argument for each of them in different ways. Kingsley ended up being the one that I kind of preferred of those three. So there might be teams like Washington that I go, okay, like we can get one of these project types anyways. Why reach up for a project type when I can just maybe have one of them fall? Maybe that's some of their thinking too. Maybe there wasn't that tackle run in the 20 or the teens to 20s that maybe they thought would happen or something like that.
I wonder how the receivers are going to go off the board. Who's
seeking out Chargers that might need one.
And so the Chargers also. So I think the Chargers bet going with Alt at 5 and saying maybe we'll just catch whatever, maybe we'll grab whatever pass catcher is still available for us at 37. I can understand that.
It's a good bet,
right? Like you love that bet. I think that's what you wanted them to do from the beginning. But it's not surprising that that's how it ended up playing out for them specifically.
So they're going to take Russell Wilson.
Former tight ends playing off at the tackle the Chargers can draft?
I know. No, they're going to take a guard now. No, it's but I'm sure Roman Wilson will end up being the pick. So
I was going to say, the first game where I noticed Keon Coleman was when I studied him last summer. Was the Michigan State game against Michigan. So I bet you Jim remembers that game. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's actually a good one. Yeah, and then I'm sure Joe Alt, he has plenty of experience around. Probably try to recruit him there, all those types of things. So you got to remember those. A little better than Urban. When Urban Meyer was doing that, I wasn't liking it as much, going off his old recruiting rankings. But Harbaugh, I think, has a little better eye for it.
Best player still on the board for you, Nate, or Dane, is Cooper Jean?
I actually have Jackson Powers Johnson, the Oregon center. I knew he was going to fall. Just some of the character reviews were not as favorable for him, and so I knew he was probably not going to go tonight. Cooper DeJean would be next. Johnny Newton would be third. Kool-Aid McKinstry fourth. Ladd McConkey fifth. So those are the top 5 available going into tomorrow night. But you know what? I think at this time last year, I think Brian Branch is my top available player. He was. I know he was my top available player, and he fell, to the mid-second when the Lions finally drafted him, and obviously that worked out well. So it's not about where you're drafted; it's about situation you go to, and so these guys, even though I'm sure some of them are pretty disappointed they didn't hear their names called tonight, could go to a better situation tomorrow.
Nate, whose landing spot are you kind of most intrigued by heading into day 2? The guy that you kind of have circled right now.
You just mentioned him, Keon Coleman. I'm really interested who falls for him, like in a good way. I want to see who ignores the 40 time and trusts the tape, or likes the things that they see on tape, the ball winning skills, maybe the upside that he might have as a more potential to tap into as a route runner and all those types of things. Maybe that's what they go for. But that's what I'm just curious about, because I could never. Keon and I had a lot of trouble with slotting. It's like, I really like this profile, but then there's so many red alerts that I also have with him. So I want to know who kind of swallows those red alerts and decides to pull a trigger on him.
I'm really interested to see if Buffalo pulls the trigger on A.D. Mitchell. Right? After dealing with it was the Stephon Diggs era in Buffalo. I think people are going to remember how it ended and completely mischaracterize what it was like for most of it. It is a screaming success what the Buffalo Bills got out of Stephon Diggs. But Obviously, there was a decent amount of tension at the end. They wanted him out of town. Would they be willing to take a guy who, has some questions about his personal makeup? But again, a guy in this range of the draft that truly does have the skill set to potentially turn into a high-level option at receiver.
And it's interesting, too, because they traded back, twice? And so it's like, hedging a little bit, and so that'll be interesting. I'm really interested too when we see the first running back drafted. When will that happen? It's probably sometime late second round. Will it be 56 in the Cowboys? Will it be someone else sooner than that? That'll be, I think, because once we see that running back run start, I think those guys will come off the board pretty quickly.
Yeah, and to dovetail off that, it's all those other positions: safety, linebacker. Who's the second tight end off the board? That's also really
that'll be interesting. Yeah.
Big boards are all over the place on the tight end class, so that's something I'm curious in round 2 who's going to pull the trigger on a tight end.
I'm wondering these teams that are trying to have their cake and eat it too. New England taking a quarterback and then maybe double dipping with the receiver in the second round.
Or
Washington
tackle.
taking a quarterback, potentially getting a tackle. New England potentially getting a tackle. Can the Titans draft J.C. Latham and then also get a pass catcher in the second round? So how these teams now that have these young quarterbacks, they either draft the quarterbacks in the first round or still need to surround them with more pieces. Where does that come from early in the second round? I think I'll be very curious about that. And also which quarterback the Falcons are going to draft at 43.
Hey, they need someone for P Squad.
I mean,
we're just both speechless. I
have nothing left to offer because it's just bizarre. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe when we hit record tomorrow, we'll have more because a full night to really think about it. But I can't remember a more shocking first-round pick in my lifetime, or since I've really been following the draft. That one.
It's not even like it was the back half of the first round. No, they traded back into the first round. He was the 8th overall pick in the draft.
Top 10. Who's the defensive lineman the Jags took at 10?
Tyson Alulu.
Yeah, that was pretty shocking.
Yeah.
But
that definitely.
Again, it's defensive lineman. It's not. QB. It's just so, I even said to Dane after, I was like, Daniel Jones may be surprised, but you're like, I understood why they needed a quarterback, though.
And there was at least buzz about that. There's talk about that.
All those things. Yeah. But actually, that was the thing. Penix actually didn't have a good Senior Bowl either. It wasn't like it was, I don't know.
I think a few other picks that may seem obvious, and it's not screaming value because they were top 10 picks, but make a lot of sense and almost felt necessary, even if we did a lot of fan fiction before we got here. Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Cardinals at 4. It's just like, okay, now it begins. And now this era of Cardinals football begins. You have Kyler Murray, you have Marvin Harrison Jr., you have Trey McBride. Let's see where we can take this. The same goes with Malik Neighbors and the Giants. I mean, it made all the sense in the world if they weren't going to chase a quarterback to go get that number 1 receiving option that they've been desperate for, essentially since Odell Beckham left town. I mean, it has been a while that they've needed that guy. And the last one I would also throw in there, ones that made sense if you thought about it for more than 10 seconds with critical thinking, Jared Verse going to the Rams. Those 3 and what they needed and the best case scenario, what they wanted to come away from with this draft, I think all 3 of those picks make so much sense.
No doubt. And these receivers were certainly, I think, one of the bullet points of this first round is where these receivers were going to go, how early, and then ultimately where they end up, and it fits. The Cardinals, they get their lead guy. The Giants get their explosive player, and the Bears with Rome. I mean, it worked out really well with both the landing spot and the style and the type of receiver that these guys are. So that makes a ton of sense. No big surprises there.
In terms of how a guy's career is going to shake out, not necessarily the best pick, but the one's like, ooh, I love that. I feel like that's J.C. Latham going to the Titans for you.
That was one. Also, again, it was the Mims going to the Bengals. Both of those guys. It was like their landing spots. It was like, oh yeah, you're. I'm hoping that their potential can fully be unlocked, and I'm optimistic that it will. And also, again, Mims going to the Bengals stuff. I just like that because that's an ideal landing spot for him, just for what the path he has to take at the next level. And then Latham, again, I thought kind of got slightly underrated in the process a little bit, but there's more concerns than I thought that were brought up than I thought he had. But it's really cool that he's going to one of the maestros to kind of clean up whatever concerns there were that people might have.
And then Olu, the Jets going Olu over Bowers. That was definitely kind of a turning point of this first round, it felt like, because they could have easily went with the pass catcher, and I mean I could understand that thinking, but they went with the left tackle of the future and a guy that I'm sure we'll see plenty of this year when ultimately Tyron goes out.
Yeah, it was always the sound decision for them to make.
It was.
A couple more that I'll throw out that I just think were mildly surprising based on what we thought their needs were coming in and what they came away with. Chop Robinson going 21 to the Dolphins. I get it, Jalen Phillips being hurt and them needing another guy there. They signed Shaq Barrett in free agency, but they could use another presence. I still felt like interior or just offensive line in general, there's just such a screaming need for them that one was a little bit surprising. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing the Windhorst, like Pearsall going to the Niners. Are all those guys going to be on the roster? Are we going to have a week 1 Niners lineup where we have Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and Ricky Pearsall? Or is the Pearsall pick a signal that I think if Ayuk was going to get traded, he already would have been gone, the first round pick.
Yeah,
and I think that's what they that. And I wonder if the Pearsall move is an indication that might be on the horizon.
That's a great point. It won't be surprising at all if we're talking about Debo watch tomorrow. Yeah. Where is he headed? Where is that? That wouldn't be surprising. But it wouldn't be surprising if they kept him too, and they decided to kind of punt on this situation for a little bit longer. That's an interesting fit. Because Pearsall can play inside, can play outside, he can do all these different things for that offense. So
he's so different, those guys. Like
he is.
It's not like a Debo replacement. It's like, no, it can be more different.
And that's the argument for if they wanted to keep all 3 of them. There's enough. The roles are specific enough where you could have them all.
Though, what are you gonna do what you want? Like,
no,
he's really good.
Honestly, though, guess what I would be doing if I were a team?
Oh, yeah.
If they kept them all, maybe Juwan Jennings is the one that ends up being on the move. You want a useful piece for a team that has a glut at receiver?
Juwan looked like when he had to have more extended playing time last year, he looked like a number 2, not just like a role-playing, gritty number 3. It's like, no, this guy actually looks like a solid number 2.
He's a useful. The term you often use with those guys. Juwan Jennings is a useful player. The other trades, I was looking at the contract information for the Eagles corners. Bradbury is $15 million in dead money if they were to trade him away. So it does feel like that glut of guys in the defensive backfield, they're just going to have all those bodies to make sure that they have some answers no matter how it plays out.
Yeah, and hey, let the best man play. Yeah, simple as that. And with Vic Fangio taking over as defensive coordinator, I don't think he will have any allegiance to any of these guys. Even the guy they just drafted. It's just the best players will play.
Maybe they hot-handed at corner. They're just like, who's got the hot hand this week? All right, you're starting this week.
Or matchups.
Or they use Slayer or Bradbury as like an opener in baseball. All right, you take the first quarter. All right, Mitchell gets in the last 3 quarters because he has fresh legs.
All right, we've been going for 5 hours. I think that's all we got for tonight. I am going to go back to my hotel room and just sit there and dream of what it's going to be like watching Caleb Williams throw to Odunze. So
I'm just going to think
that's what I got on tap.
I was doing the second round. I thought you were doing the third round.
I'm going to do third round mock?
Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah, let me.
You got to wait till I finish the second round so you know who's there.
Go mainline like 6 coffees before I end up doing that.
Bowers is on the Rams, right?
Yeah, Bowers is on the Rams. That works out great. So
there's a fleeting hope there. I was like, no way this is actually going to happen. Oh my God, this is what I've actually been picturing. Nah.
I'm the only one that comes away from this draft in a good mood. So, and I will be for quite a while until they all get on the field and it goes horribly wrong. All right, guys, that is all we got. For everyone that stuck around with us at any point during the live stream, I sincerely appreciate it. I mean, we talked about it and joked about it a little bit earlier today, but we started doing this show the first time we did it with me and Nate and 2 iPhones in a hotel room in Chicago. And for us to be doing it in this sort of setting is a product of you guys tuning in and of you guys supporting us, and can't even tell you how much we appreciate that and how much that means to us that you would spend your valuable time with us tonight in a moment like this. So sincerely appreciate everyone who stuck around. And guess what? We're doing it again tomorrow. 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get going tomorrow. So please come back and join us. Until then, that is all we've got from the first round. For Nate, for Dane, for me, appreciate you guys listening. We'll talk to you soon.